Good morning. Welcome to SNNG Conference 2020, and what a year it's been to date, my goodness. So as you know, we had initially planned to have this conference earlier in the year, and we took the decision to cancel it, obviously reluctantly, but it was the right thing to do at the time. I've not introduced myself. I'm Alison Wright, this SNNG chairperson. Having the conference cancelled, obviously we've been having these for many years, and it was a bit of a setback. So Vapotherm came to the rescue and they offered to host this for us on a virtual platform. So a little bit nervously we've taken up that challenge, and here we are today. So it's great that so many people have are joining us in the conference, and I really think it's going to be a different experience to what we're used to, but actually I think it will be just as enjoyable, and it's just really nice that we've managed to do something. We've got a really good programme coming up, so I really hope that you do enjoy it. Now, this is where my first thing, I've got to share my screen with you to give you a few rules of engagement. So has that happened? Show screen. Okay, so we're off to a flying start. I've not managed to do that. Can anybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. This is where I go to Alan, help. I'm clicking my show screen button, Alan, and it's not coming up. Can you just show that for me, please? Anyway, I will carry on, and if I manage to get that, there's just a couple of housekeeping points. I'll carry on and just speak them to you, and you can see my wee face here. I did have a practice at that, and show my screen when you're ready. Okay. Guys, can you see that now?
Yes.
Great. Are you seeing it as a presentation?
No, if you put it on as a presentation slideshow, then we'll be able to see the full one.
There we go. Excellent.
Perfect.
Don't know what happened there, but that's us, right. So just a few little housekeeping points to keep us okay. So you're all muted, and although I was asking you questions, the other panelists and organisers were answering me in the background. So because you're muted, that makes actually asking questions and things a little bit more difficult for you. So what we were asking you to do today is to type your questions in the chat function. You may see a questions and a chat function. To make it easier for us, can you just please write these in the chat function, and the moderators will pick these up. After people have presented, the moderators will select a few questions depending on the time that we have available, and they will ask them on your behalf to the presenters. Any questions that we don't have time to answer today, we will send these to the presenters and we will send you a reply. So just because you don't get a reply today doesn't mean we're ignoring you. We will get answers to you because we will have your details and who has asked the questions afterwards. We have got breaks programmed into the day. Obviously you can come and go as you please, and we won't actually know if you're coming and going and whether you're there or not if you're still logged in, so you can be in your jammies and doing what you like, but please do try to come into whatever you can. And if you're at work and this is on in the workplace, just encourage your colleagues to come and go as best they can around the workload. As already said, that you'll be on mute and your camera is off, so any queries that you have, it's not even a question, if you've just something not quite right with you, if you just put that into chat, we can see that, and Alan can also see that, and I'll introduce Alan in a minute. I've got a link up on the screen for you for SurveyMonkey, and just because it's a virtual conference, we would also like you to still give us feedback. One, it's a very new medium for us to use, so we're looking for feedback on that, and the organisation and things, but also all of our speakers have taken a lot of effort to make their presentations, and it's really nice for them to have feedback on their presentation, so please take the time to do that. And you will get an attendance certificate emailed out to you if you have attended, but I'm going to bribe you with that because we won't send you one unless you fill in the evaluation. So being naughty there, but I just do think it's nice to have that, and especially if we need to consider using this kind of sort of medium in the future. Our moderators today, there'll be a few names there that you recognise, and Tom, Nicole, Karen and Ginny are all helping today. Throughout the day, we've split the day into sections, and these guys are in the background introducing the speakers and looking at whatever questions and things that you're putting in the chat function. So you will see some of them throughout the day, and they will hopefully keep us all right. In the background, we have got Alan Young from Vapotherm, who has really been a massive support to getting this conference up and running, and he will hopefully be our technical guru in the background, who will keep us right if any of us run into difficulties like I just have. So having said all that, I think really it's time to get on with the day, and our first presentation of the day is Professor Anne-Marie Rafferty. Now, we asked Anne-Marie to chair the conference when it was going to be a live conference, because this is the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife, and she's quite a prestigious nurse within the UK, and she had agreed to do that. Unfortunately, Anne-Marie is unable to join us today, but she has done a pre-recorded presentation for us. So Anne-Marie is a Professor of Nursing Policy and former Dean of the Florence Nightingale Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery at King's College London. She's a historian, a workforce and policy researcher, and she graduated from Edinburgh University, so local for us, in nursing studies. And she's got a Master of Philosophy from Nottingham University, and she was the first nurse to gain a doctorate, and it was in modern history from Oxford University. She was awarded a CBE for services to healthcare in 2008, and she was elected President of the Royal College of Nursing from 2019 to 2021. So the presentation that you're about to see, because it is a pre-record, as with some of the pre-records that you may have seen in other things, it's a little bit jumpy in places. So what my advice would be, if you're finding it a bit difficult to watch and listen because of the synchronization of it, I would advise you, if you just close your eyes and just listen to the messages that she has. It's an interesting presentation, and I do hope you enjoy it and the rest of the day. So I'm just going to pass back to Alan to move on with our first presentation.
Well, hello everyone, and it's absolutely fantastic to be with you today, albeit virtually. As you can see, I'm in full Scottish mode wearing my fair jumper, especially for you. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you today, and it's really wonderful to have the opportunity to speak to you all. And as 2020 draws to a close, I think it's probably a timely opportunity to reflect on where we are today. Now, this was always going to be a year of nursing within the spotlight of WHO International Year of the Nurse and Midwife had signalled, but we didn't expect nursing to be in the grip of a global pandemic. So, with this in mind, I just want to begin by saying a huge thank you to all of you who've made extraordinary efforts to ensure that your wee ones and their loved ones are kept safe and really well cared for during this truly tragic episode in our history. As neonatal nurses and midwives, you are so helpful to the care and assistance and encouragement for families and babies. It's a field which works extremely closely, I know, from my friends who are in neonatal nursing, with our medical colleagues. We're both bodies of science and art, of nursing and indeed of medicine, work very closely with each other. And the environments that you find yourself in are really complex and challenging. And never was it more the case than with COVID-19. And I know there's some early issues that you face. Key issues in neonatal nursing have parallels with those in the wider communities of nursing and midwifery, but perhaps amplified in your specialty, within your discipline, because you are such a rare and creative breed and cadre of nurses. As you know, we've got a shortage across nursing within the United Kingdom and indeed globally, with 50,000 vacancies in nursing alone. And that's before we take into account those in the your own care sector too, and the social care sector. COVID has undoubtedly exacerbated those shortages, and it means that nursing staff are working under extreme pressure conditions. And I know from a recent member survey of the RCN that many of their colleagues are considering leaving the profession because they feel undervalued. There are many ways that we feel valued. Key indicators feeling that we're paid fairly for the complex skilled and expert work that we do, as the RCN has launched a fair pay for nursing campaign. We aim to secure a fully funded 12.5% pay increase for all nursing staff with gender for change terms as part of a one-year deal that applies equally to all bands. How the UK governments respond to this demand will indicate that they believe nursing colleagues across the independent sector deserve to, are entitled to. The Fair Pay for Nursing campaign is about more than our response to COVID-19. Ultimately, it's about providing safe and effective care for all people in the UK. It's about ensuring we attract more people to the profession and go some way to help to retain more of those who are already working within it. Well, we need to multiply that, don't we, and at pace. And pay is a vital ingredient in retention. So please do get involved in our campaign, and you can find out more on the RCN website. Our members have also told us that in a recent survey, they're concerned about the mental well-being of themselves and their colleagues. So please remember that the RCN is here for you too. There are lots of ways to get support if you need it. We'll be regularly updating the guidance on our website with the latest COVID-19 employment advice, clinical guidance, and mental health and well-being advice. And importantly, members can contact RCN Direct for support 365 days a year through an online web chat, by email, or by phone. Please contact us if you need support. Being valued as a profession is also clearly linked to training, education, and CPD. Education in neonatal nursing has been a fundamental part of your discipline for many years. From the original EMB 405 and the Scottish Professional Studies 1 and 2 in neonatal care, to your BSc Specialist Practitioner qualification, MSc in Advanced Practice, and now graduate certificate programs for nurses embarking on a neonatal career. Neonatal educators have helped to meet the challenge and respond to changing political funding and workforce issues with a sustainability resilient. And we know that advanced neonatal nurse practitioners are an invaluable resource to the neonatal community as a whole. However, there needs to be more done to ensure a robust, supportive process for them to progress in their careers. That's also why we needs to link with progression. And we know that nursing staff have difficulty accessing and completing CPD, even though it's a requirement for realization. Everyone should be given the opportunity to access learning, whether to develop the nursing career or remain in their current role be the best that they can be. Staff should have the confidence that their knowledge and skills are being updated, and there's international evidence base to suggest that CPD is vitally important for nursing staff in terms of their professional development and improvement, continuing improvement in patient outcomes and in inspiring public confidence. So it seems only right that during this year of the nurse and the midwife to talk to you today about the way in which nursing has evolved that brings perhaps some inspiration from the heroine of the Crimea, Florence Nightingale. Now, Florence Nightingale, who may be known to many of you as that heroic character from the Crimea, where she was immortalised by the Longfellow poem, The Lady with the Lamp, became something of a celebrity in her own lifetime. This was not something that she sought herself, but it was something which she became really as a result of the, well, abysmal failure that the Crimean War was actually become something to the British government. And indeed, she filled a kind of cultural vacuum that military heroes failed to fill themselves. There was no Nelson, there was no Wellington in the Crimean War. And who better to inspire public confidence and assuage public anxiety than a heroic nurse at the time? But Nightingale and some of the characteristics of her character and what her achievements were, they're inspiration for us today. And she was incredibly well connected politically and also with the scientific, the literary and intellectual aristocracy of the day. And many of the great scientists and literary characters and politicians were regular invitees to the Nightingale drawing room in one of their two major houses, in Derbyshire or in Hampshire, or indeed in her own flat in South Street, Mayfair, in London. And she was born to an upper middle class family. She came from a reforming tradition, so that reformist zeal was kind of part of her DNA from her being a child. And she also took great interest in nurturing animals and looking after the poor in the villages that surrounded her own houses. So from a very early age, Florence had this kind of impulse to look after others. And when she was writing about mortality, and of course the classic that she produced that's relevant to notes on to neonatal care was Notes in the Hospital, and comparing mortality for lying in, as it was called, women across different countries in Europe. And she evinced that infant mortality was the most delicate instrument of humanity. And I think the work that you're doing clearly demonstrates not just the delicacy of neonates and their vulnerability, but actually the exquisite sophistication and expertise of care that you demonstrate in dealing with that. So I think that's a wonderful kind of phrase that resonates, perhaps, I hope, with you, but also helps us remember how competent and exquisite a communicator actually Nightingale was. And she was also a communicator in many different formats, not just scientific papers. She was writing as part of the Epidemiological Society. She was part of the nascent growth of social science in the mid-19th century. But she also wrote a novella, which was a real feminist diatribe against the restrictions of Victorian womanhood, and again, very much clarifying the ways in which women were subordinated to men and marriage in particular. So, very interesting kind of rebellion that people don't normally associate with Nightingale. They think she's just a goody two-shoes and basically all she was interested in was conformity. Far from it, she was the very opposite. And it's that sort of steely metal of her character that kept her driving her onwards in her quest for many different types of reforms. And I think it's that critical grit in the oyster that really gave her an interest in science. But when that was harnessed to a kind of moral enterprise of system reform, of health systems, as well as the particularities of midwifery, which she also wrote significantly about. In fact, she was at one point going to be head of midwifery at King's College Hospital, but in fact the Crimea call came and obstructed those original plans. So perhaps she would be considered as much an emblem of leadership in midwifery had she done that, as she now is with nursing. And thinking of ways in which she also described and dramatized her communication capability was she innovated in using data to make her point and also to convince and argue with politicians. And she invented something called the Rose diagram, which demonstrated, in this case, the sort of fact that most soldiers in the Crimea were dying of neglect of care of from their battle wounds. And this was very helpful in pushing the case to reform nursing and reform the provision of care for soldiers and putting patients in a position where nature could act optimally upon it. That was what she was after in terms of creating a positive environment of care. And her notes on nursing is actually something which you would identify with as well, because after neonates go home with their families, there's a great deal of teaching that I'm sure you have to do in order to help parents build their confidence to be able to look after these wee wriggling bundles of love and take good care of them and build that and inspire that confidence in them. And Notes Nursing was very much about trying to inspire, generally speaking, an audience of women heads of household how to look after patients under their care in the home, because of course that was the major locus of care really up until the National Health Service. But her interest in hygiene, Notes Nursing was the first place, of course, where she also mentioned the importance of hand washing, and she even designed hospitals, notably St Thomas's, with this pavilion structure to prevent cross-infection. And in fact, if my memory serves me correctly, one of the first major reports noting cross-infection in the National Health Service actually came from neonatal kids. The way, the distance that you now have identified to keep incubators separate from each other has resonance with her writings in Notes in Hospital, where she quantified the distance between hospital beds to prevent cross-infection as well. So hygiene was such a huge theme of her life and her reform agenda, ventilation and an enabling enough space, not quite space because face masks weren't invented, certainly hands and space were writ large in her prescriptions for improving infection control. She was a polymathic person, a woman of so many talents, not just writing, not just designing buildings, but actually writing about them in the architectural background of the building. But I think she speaks to us today very much in, and I know that there's been research done that links neonatal nurses with neonatal outcomes. That was one of the first areas, I think, to actually look at these staffing outpatient outcomes, relationships, and skill mix too, from early work that was done at the University of Nottingham when I was there by Jane Robinson, Nikki Jameson, and colleagues. And that sits itself very much within a kind of health services research, quantitative tradition. But what we're also seeing is that the importance of managing the quality of the environment of care for the welfare of you, the nursing staff, as well as for neonates. A friend of mine had noticed that neonatal was rising with a door that was banging behind some incubators, and that door defect was fixed, and the blood pressure comes down. So looking after the noise environmental, seniors have gone around neonatal units, that noise and keeping noise levels and creating a calm environment, very important for neonates as well as staff and their patient, and vital for communication. Now, with PPE, it's so much harder, isn't it? So I think we can see that Nightingale's attention to the care environment, midwifery, comparative, the use of data, all vital in improving quality of care. And of course, today, Nightingale hospitals, they're premature and inspired by some of the precepts that she held so dear. And I think she would be very much at home in the AI, machine learning and big data science that we have now, trying to flesh out, analyse the data so that we can condense care and get good metrics, real-time data in which to drive and improve quality of care itself. But I think perhaps if Nightingale were here, I think she would, looking historically back, she would be arguing that, unless we're making progress in our nursing every year, every month, every week, take my word for it, we are going back. And going back is certainly something we do not want to have or hear, and neonatal nursing must be one of the great tech innovations and success of the 20th, and I'm sure will continue to be, with your help, your commitment, your amazing talent and expertise right through the 21st century and beyond. Thank you so much for listening.
Good morning, everyone. It's Anne Moylan. I'm an ANNP and lecturer at Edinburgh Napier University. Welcome to the day. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I realise it was a wee bit warbly, just some technical issues with it. But yeah, we do hope to get a transcript to you for that. Sometimes it happens with the technology and there's very little we can do about it. But we will try and get a transcript. Someone suggested that in the chat and we'll try and do that. So next up is our first live presentation of the morning, and this is from Kirsten Webster. So a little bit about Kirsten. Kirsten's an ANNP in Fife. She originally came to neonates from an acute adult nursing background, which I didn't know until I read her bio myself. But she's currently now working as an ANNP in the neonatal unit in Fife. Interestingly though, Kirsten's also got another job. She just is an ANNP part-time. She's got another job as a clinical fellow with the National Maternity and Perinatal Audit. I'm glad to get through those words without tripping over myself. This is a relatively new role that Kirsten's got. We don't have that many clinical fellows in neonatal nursing. I'm not aware of very many. And Kirsten's going to explain exactly what that job is. She's going to give us a rundown on what a clinical fellow actually does. Are you there, Kirsten?
I am, Anne. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. So can you give us an explanation about what this clinical fellow role actually is, Kirsten, because it's quite a new thing to us all.
So that's part of my presentation, if I have the right screen up. Okay, and slideshow. Okay, does that look correct to everybody?
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you very much. Okay, so as Anne has very kindly introduced me there. So yeah, my name's Kirsten and I'm an ANNP. If anybody has any questions following the presentation, my email address is here on the front screen. If I could just ask you all to make sure you spell my name correctly, Kirsten with an I-N. There is a Kirsten Webster in Forth Valley who gets a lot of my emails. She very kindly forwards them on to me, but if I can reduce the number that she gets, that would be great. So what is a clinical fellow? So I did a bit of searching. It's a term that I had heard myself on and off over the years, wasn't particularly familiar with. So I had a look online and the BMJ describes clinical fellows as senior house officers or junior specialist registrars. And the other websites also describe clinical fellows as primarily as doctors in fact, in my searches, the only source that I could find that specifically offers clinical fellowships to nurses is at the Royal Wolverhampton Hospital, the NHS trust down there, which they offer the fellowship as a way to top up to a BSc or gain some postgraduate qualifications, certificate, diploma, or full masters. There are lots of different types of fellow. There's clinical fellow, there's lots of different names for them: academic fellow, research fellow, simulation fellow. A nursing friend of mine is a simulation fellow in Bristol, sorry. There's teaching fellows, nurse education fellows, specialty fellows who are, from what I can find, primarily doctors, but they are looking into further training in a particular specialty. So, for example, ECMO or particular types of surgery. And charitable trust fellows are fellowships offered by the Darzai Fellow, which is open to all health professionals, nurses, doctors, allied health professionals. Looking through their prospectus and their list of Darzai Fellows, there are optometrists, occupational therapists, speech and language, pharmacists. So it's really much broader than we think of it just being as doctors. And then there are clinical doctoral research fellowships that I found also, which offer funded PhDs. So how did I get into this? Well, it was in August of last year via BAPM. I saw an advert calling for a neonatal fellow for the National Maternity and Perinatal Audit. And Anne, I have as much trouble saying that as you, so I'm going to say the NMPA from now on, which is what we call ourselves. And I thought, I don't know what this audit is. What is this? Had a look. Read through the job description and saw the line that said professionals from a nursing background are encouraged to apply. I was coming towards the end of my my dissertation, my master's, and becoming more and more aware of data and data analysis. Read through the job description and thought, this sounds really interesting and sounds something, you know, that could work. It was a part-time post, as Anna said, and can work alongside my clinical role. So I applied, and they gave me the job, which is really exciting. So my official job title is NMPA Clinical Fellow Neonatology, which is quite a mouthful. And the job description said they were looking for someone to lead on the neonatal aspect of a continuous clinical audit. So using data collected from maternity units throughout the UK, we also use some neonatal data from NNRD, which is the National Neonatal Research Database, which feeds into NNAP, which we're all far more familiar with. And my role is to help the team understand variation in neonatal admissions and morbidity in conjunction with this maternity data. Mums and babies come together, can't have one without the other. So looking at the data together to measure outcomes and to support communications between the NMPA and NHS commissioners, NHS providers, individual clinicians, as well as parents, the public, and third sector. And we were, and it's also my job, as I'm doing just now, to represent the data and report on the audit and its results. And it works really quite nicely part-time between my two roles. So I started in February, just before lockdown. So it's been a probably slightly different job role than they were expecting for me. It's based in London. It's a collaboration of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which is the office where we're based, but also is incorporating the Royal College of Midwives, Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So I was expecting to be travelling to London probably every few weeks for meetings and work in the office. Obviously that hasn't happened because none of us are travelling anywhere, so everything is online. It's all done pretty much via Teams, and we are in regular contact and working from home as most people office-based are at the moment. And we also have a wide range of stakeholders which are incorporated into the audit. So we're funded by NHS England, NHS Scotland and NHS Wales. commissioned by the Healthcare Quality Improvement Partnership. We are hoping to incorporate Northern Ireland in the future, but that's still in the planning currently. The project team that I work with, so this is my team. We have senior methodologist Jan van der Moelen. He's from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and he's an epidemiologist. And then we have senior clinical leads and the other clinical fellows. So we have an obstetric fellow, a midwifery fellow who's just new to us. She joined just a couple of weeks ago, so is joining from an online position. I at least had maybe 3 or 4 weeks in the office before lockdown. And then we have statisticians who do all the clever number stuff for us, and we then work together to interpret the data. We have a clinical reference group, which is a list here that you can see of stakeholders and organisations that have a vested interest in our work, and we work together with them to plan our workload and plan our workflows and project outputs. And we also have public and patient involvement. So we have a women and families involvement group who offer a service user perspective, which is invaluable, and often a lived experience of the topics that we are investigating. So the data comes from, as I said, England, Scotland and Wales. There are different maternity data collection programs in the 3 countries, and we are able to link the data together, which helps us look at mums and babies together. So we have the baby records from our NNRD extract and then the NMPA maternity data set, and we link mums and babies together using various aspects of their identity. It's all anonymised by the time it gets to us, but it is used for, it's anonymised and linked with NHS, sorry, the name escapes me, NHS Digital, that's it, and the ISD, which is the Scottish equivalent. So we look at NHS number or CAI number, as we're in Scotland, postcode, mother's date of birth, baby's date of birth, birth weight and baby's sex to determine whether that mum and baby belong together. Now, you'd think that that would be a really simple thing to do. Certainly is in Scotland, where we will use Badgernet, or most of us use Badgernet, because we link that mum and baby together at the point of birth. The mum's CAI number and the baby's CAI number are in the same maternity record on Badgernet, but that doesn't happen in England. They have different maternity electronic patient records. So although every neonatal unit in the UK uses Badger, not every maternity unit does, and that does make it problematic for us to link that data. So the NMPA has 3 main outputs: an organisational report, which reports on factors that may influence the outcomes of women and their babies from an organisational level. So, for example, does a unit have a midwifery-led unit, or are they consultant-led only? Do they have a standalone midwifery unit? What's the level of neonatal care that's available in that unit? And do they have transitional care? And other organisational factors that they're able to provide that will influence or contribute to variation in a woman's experience. And we can then compare this to standards and between trusts. The clinical audit, which is similar to NNAP, it's an audit that we publish. We don't publish as often as NNAP. I have to say NNAP's data is more detailed than the NMPA, but that's because of the ease of data collection of neonatal data when compared with maternity data. But we published a report in 2017 and one last year in 2019, and we're working on the next one, which will be published hopefully in 2021. And we look at 16 different indicators of care for women and their babies, and I'll come on to that in the next couple of slides. And we also produce a programme of periodic sprint audits, which are shorter projects carried out over a shorter period of time, but also on a smaller scale than the big clinical audit. We have published already audits on maternal ICU admission. So it's around 2.8 in 1,000 women are admitted to intensive care in the postnatal or during pregnancy or in the postnatal period, with the most common cause being hemorrhage or infection. I think that's probably not surprising. And this report looks at the feasibility of linking intensive care data with maternity data to identify what the risks are for women for admission to intensive care. The neonatal care sprint audit was looking at the feasibility of that linking mum data, linking together mums and babies. And we managed to link around 96.7% of babies to their mums, which I'm still baffled why that's not 100%, but we have the variation in the maternity records, particularly in England. So 96.7% was considered a successful linkage. The multiple births audit looks at the feasibility of assessing maternity care for women with multiple births. It's around 3% of all babies are born from multiple pregnancies, and the incidence of that is increasing, primarily due to increasing maternal age, but also the increased incidence of using assisted conception. So it's fewer than 1% of all babies from the UK from higher order pregnancies to triplets, quads, and higher. The sprint audits that are in progress currently are the one that I'm leading on, which is looking at inequalities in maternity care throughout the UK. So we are focusing on socioeconomic and ethnic inequalities that exist in maternity care across the UK, in an attempt to understand what's driving inequalities and what changes can be made in maternity care to try and mitigate some of these inequalities. So it's driven from the Embrace report, which I think we're probably all very much more aware of inequalities, particularly ethnic inequalities with COVID. So it's really highlighted these inequalities. And Embrace reported that a woman from a Black ethnic background is 5 times more likely to die than a woman from a white ethnic background during pregnancy or the postnatal period. And a woman from an Asian ethnic background is twice as likely to die than a woman from a white ethnic background. And their babies, a baby who is born from a Black British, Asian or Asian British background is 50% more likely to die than a baby from whose mother is from a white ethnic background. And when we're looking at socioeconomic deprivation, women in the most deprived areas are 2.5 times more likely to die than women from the least deprived areas, and their babies are 57% times more likely to die. And we, at this stage, really have no clear reason for these inequalities. And so whilst the audit that I'm working on is a quantitative audit, so we can't look really closely into the whys and wherefores, but if we can report on the rates of these inequalities, it can then lead to further investigation into why this is happening, or what we can do to change it and to change our practice. One recommendation that we think we're probably highly likely actually to be making is that the data is not recorded adequately enough, but that could be said for probably most data collection across the board. And then finally, the other sprint audit is the BMI over 30. So this is one of my colleagues, one of my obstetric colleagues is looking at identifying the characteristics of women with a BMI over 30 and what added risks come with an increased BMI to their pregnancy, to the woman and the baby, and looking at making recommendations for these women that can improve the experience for them and their babies. So just briefly, the NMPA measures, as I said, similar to NNAT measures that we're more familiar with. It can be broken down into different areas. So there are 16, and we can look at how the baby is born. So this is looking at mode of birth and birth without intervention, if the woman has had a vaginal delivery following cesarean section, and birth without intervention, which is looking at, we have 2 definitions. We use definition 2, which doesn't include this point number 2 on the list here for augmentation. And the reason that we have 2 definitions is partly around data collection, and the reason that we use definition 2 is because it captures data on the greatest number of women, so we get more accurate results that way. We can also look at the experience of the mother, so has she had to have an episiotomy, has she experienced a 3 to 4th degree tear, an obstetric hemorrhage or postpartum hemorrhage, which for England and Wales is collected when it's greater than 1500 mils. In Scotland we record it for greater than 500 mils, so there's some variations in data there. And we can also look at the opportunities for bonding between mum and baby. So are the mums and babies offered skin to skin within the first hour of life, and does the baby receive breast milk at its first feed? And then probably that's most important to us is the experience of the neonate. So is a baby being born small for gestational age at 40 weeks? Is there a reason that the that growth restriction or faltering growth hasn't been picked up earlier and the baby delivered sooner? And then derived from NNRD data has there been a neonatal unit admission? Was there the rates of term babies requiring mechanical ventilation? And the rates of neonatal encephalopathy being recorded, which will signify some difficulties around the time of birth that have impacted the baby, and also an APGAR of less than 7 at 5 minutes. So that is recorded as a critical event on Badger, and we receive that data. So it's my job to work with our statisticians and with the other clinical fellows. Really, most of them, you could see from that list, are from a maternity or obstetric background. There is a clinical lead for neonatal care, which is Jane Horden. She's based at the Royal Free in London. And so Jane and I are there really to offer a neonatal perspective and be the voice of the babies on the maternity audit. So explaining why there might be differences and variations in care around the country, depending on what the neonatal unit provision is there. Particularly in Wales, there are far fewer level 3 units, and there's a huge area of Wales that has no neonatal unit cover whatsoever. So thinking about skin to skin for those babies, they might need to be transferred out quickly, and having an idea of what the neonatal provision is and how that can impact the results that we're getting for the maternity data. So that's a little bit about my role. So now what can you do if you are looking to advance your practice? As I said, my role now is my 2 jobs, part-time in both, so it allows me to remain clinical, and I was really clear that I didn't want to give up my clinical role. I really enjoy my clinical role after all. The caring for the mums and babies and their families is really what drives us, so I was really keen to maintain my clinical role, and being able to do both has been really beneficial for me, for my practice and my experience. There are 4 pillars of advanced practice. These can be found on the NHS Education for Scotland website. They were started here in Scotland and it's now spread throughout the UK, and they are clinical, leadership and management, education and research. And if you're thinking that you might want to advance in any one of these, there are ways to do that. So there are education roles. So there's the clinical educator within the neonatal unit, on the shop floor with the staff, going through education there. There's education in the university. So Anne Moylan is a lecturer at the university, as is Sonia McVicker, and there are other and Karen Tosh. So we've got quite a team who've advanced in the education side. There's research, which is what I've stepped into with one foot with the audit, and then leadership and management. There are leadership programs, and there's at the bottom of this slide there's the Leadership Academy, which offers at least one free leadership course, and then there are further leadership courses that you can move through. And I found this on the advanced practice website, but I think this is not just for advanced practitioners. This is relevant for all of us, at whatever level that we're at, to look at, identify where we want to get to, where we are now, what are our strengths, and what areas are there for improvement to advance our practice in whichever way we choose. So again, the link is at the bottom, and I can send out these slides after the presentation if anybody wants them, send out the links. So this tool is really useful, and I would encourage you to have a look at it. And other areas that you can look at are the British Association of Perinatal Medicine, so BAPM. They have huge amounts on their website for educational links, guidelines. They write toolkits and guidelines. There's the difficult airway toolkit, which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, the resuscitation of extreme preterms, the NUT review tool. They're currently calling for working group members for an MRI working group, and also looking at a group looking at data. The BAPM membership includes the infant journal. So if you join BAPM, you'll receive the infant journal as part of your membership. And infant publish articles from neonatal units, from neonatal nurses, from doctors, from all different sources. If you've done a QI project in your unit, Infant would be pleased to have that written up and publish that for you. If you've got a case study or any audit that you may have been involved in or that you've done or any research, then Infant will be pleased to consider your article, as will the Journal of Neonatal Nursing. So this is a journal that comes with membership of the Neonatal Nurses Association, and again they include review articles, research, audit, case reports. And finally, COIN is the Council of International Neonatal Nurses, and they aim to offer a global or provide a global network for neonatal care and for the representation of neonatal nurses. And they have educational resources on their websites. They have webinars, as do BAPM, some really useful webinars. If there's one good thing that's come from COVID, it's that we all have access to webinars. Everyone's putting their webinars online now, so that's really useful. And COIN have conference links also. And moving on from BAPM and BAPM working groups, I have to take this opportunity for a little plug of a working group that I've been involved in. So it's been hindered by COVID, as most things have, but we've finally got there, and we have a career framework, capabilities framework for advanced neonatal nurse practitioners. So this framework is designed to guide ANNPs from newly qualified through, as they progress and become more senior and more experienced, through to senior expert ANNPs and up to consultant ANNPs, of which there are not many in the UK, but there are a few, and hopefully with our framework will allow the opportunity for more, so people can progress further in whichever way and maintain their clinical practice, move into leadership and management, education and research. So really underpinned by those 4 pillars of advanced practice that I mentioned earlier. So if there are any ANNPs in the audience, we would, or anybody who's interested and wants to have a read through, we would really appreciate any feedback that you have. We can't make this document better if we don't have feedback, so we would really appreciate any feedback that you have. And I'm not sure how well I'm doing for time, so I've come to the end of my presentation. I don't know if anybody, are we able to unmute people for questions?
You're okay with time, Kirsten. You're fine. Show us your niece.
Yeah, that you've seen her before, and yes, everybody, this is my niece. She's actually much bigger than this now, but I think this photo works very well for a question slide. So I think that's really everything that I had to tell you about being a clinical fellow. I mean, it's I don't really know what else to say about it. It's great being part of a team and working online. So I've been able to continue that job despite the restrictions that we're all living under, and that's working really well. And really, to give you a bit of a taster of what else there is within practice, you know, being a neonatal nurse is the most incredible job, and one that I really value. And as Anne said, I've come from an adult intensive care background, and so there's a lot of crossover and a lot of similarities between the two, but working with the families really is the best job there is. And so I personally wouldn't want to step away from that, and maintaining my clinical side is really, really important. But there are other areas that you can progress neonatal care without the research, without the data and the audits and checking, you know, how well we're doing and benchmarking. We can't improve our care. So the other aspects of advancing practice are also really important to giving the best experience to the babies that we care for and their families. I think
thanks very much, Kirsten. That was really fascinating. Your job sounds very exciting as a new role for neonatal nurses. I particularly liked how you spoke about the 4 pillars of advanced practice, which are really important. And you gave quite a clear view there that you haven't actually stepped away from the clinical role at all.
No,
which drives a lot of us still, doesn't it? That clinical, whatever we do, be it research, data collection, education, it's the clinical role that still drives us too, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that was the main thing that drew me to this job, is that it was part-time and that I would be able to do both. And it's worked really well. It's helped me advance in my clinical practice as well. I've become a lot more aware of the maternity side of things. I've also been a reviewer on the Each Baby Counts, which is the serious case reviews that come through from the adverse events, and that also has improved my practice, being aware of when things maybe have not gone as well as they could have, and being aware in my practice of when there's been a period where I could change the direction of what's about to happen, and that I've found has really benefited me and improved my practice and my thought processes as a practitioner immensely.
Yeah, and it's very good to hear about the kind of joined up writing between the maternity and the perinatal, the neonatal side of things. That was really good to hear. And that may be a new avenue for maybe child health nurses coming in to realise the important links that we have with the obstetric and maternity side. So that was a really good part of your presentation to talk about that. We do have a few questions, Kirsten.
Okay.
One before we move on. What was your interview like for this? Was this a difficult interview process for this post?
Well, actually, I have to say I interviewed in the middle of night shifts. They did try and change the date for me, but the only time that we could get where everybody was all together was actually in the middle of my nights. So I came home, went to sleep, woke up and had my interview at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm actually amazed that I got the job. But it means that I interviewed virtually as well. The Royal College of Obstetricians are very forward thinking in terms of remote working, and the new office that they've moved to is set up for remote working. So when COVID hit, we had everything all in place. It just needed to sort of be bolstered to be a bit more to take a bit more traffic, but you know, we were already geared up for that. So the interview, they asked questions about my knowledge of audit, my knowledge of research, which had improved from completing my master's, and they asked about my my neonatal background and what I could bring as a neonatal practitioner, and to ensure that my neonatal knowledge was robust enough to be able to be giving a sound neonatal perspective that covers the whole of the UK, because we look at data from England, Wales and Scotland. So it's been really helpful that I've worked in a neonatal unit in England, I've worked in adult medicine in England, I have quite strong links with Wales, so have quite a good knowledge of Wales, and now I live and work in Scotland, so to be able to bring all of this variation into the role as well. But it was a tough interview, but the team are absolutely wonderful and really supportive and very welcoming, and have made my transition in really easy.
So that kind of leads me into the next question, actually, Kirsten, your clinical experience of working in units elsewhere. Dr. Una McFadden asked, is there similar, now where's Una's question, is the same admission criteria in English neonatal units, Welsh neonatal units and Scottish neonatal units, and Irish for that matter, if you're looking at their figures?
So the admission criteria is more, yes, it is very similar in the different units. There are variations in the unit provision. So transitional care, particularly, I think for Fife, we're still fairly new to transitional care, and so we support babies from 35 weeks and upwards who are able to fully orally feed, whereas the unit that I worked in Sheffield, we would support we had babies in transitional care in incubators if they needed it, and who were tube feeding. So we would teach parents how to tube feed right from the off. We had babies going home with tube feeds into the community. We had a much bigger community team in Sheffield, and so we would teach parents to pass an NG tube on their baby if they felt confident to do that, and that would then allow them to go home and establish feeding with community support. So there are variations, but that's more around what the local service provision can offer. But I think most of the units stick to the general BAPM admission criteria for the most part, and then are able to make sort of slight changes depending on what they can offer locally.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten. Another question from, I think it's from Anne-Marie in Transport. And Anne-Marie has asked, it may be too early for you in your job yet to answer this, but you might have some opinion on it. In your opinion, what area of hospital care is the next area that needs to be developed to improve neonatal care? Have you any thoughts on that? Looking at the figures all round, have you got anything that's jumping out at you could be an area for development that we could be working on?
In terms of neonatal care, I mean, for maternity care as a whole, and it's partly because it's the project that I'm working on that I'm now much more aware of it, is the inequalities in socioeconomic and ethnic inequalities across maternity care, which is immense. The data is not yet published. We're still working on it, but the preliminary data is looking like women from a Black ethnic background also are more likely to have a baby admitted to the neonatal unit, and that baby is more likely to require mechanical ventilation. So I think working with our stakeholders and with our trusts to try and identify where these inequalities come from and what we can do about them, what's the cause of them. I mean, that's I think Scotland as a whole is probably, well, it's definitely less ethnically diverse than England, but we do have our diversity across Scotland. So I think that that's something that we also need to be working on. In terms of neonatal admissions, I think one big aspect, which has always been a problem, I believe, and we have worked on and off to try and deal with it, is thermal care, is keeping those babies warm after delivery. And certainly we have seen more recently an increase in babies being hypothermic, and whether that is, we've had an influx of new midwives, and whether that's partly, you know, we all of us, when we're new to a job, everything takes us a little bit longer to do everything, and you know, we're trying to take in all of this information and do all of these things so quickly, and it's difficult to achieve everything, and that's, you know, we have to accept that that is the reality. But I think keeping the babies warm also. And I saw on Twitter yesterday, the SMMDP had a session at the Louisa Jordan Centre in Glasgow. That I believe that was for social distancing reasons, but they were working on thermal care and what we can do to keep babies warm and make sure that they don't get cold.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten. So that was developing neonatology, but Karen has asked, what areas did you need to develop yourself to transition into this role, to become a fellow? Did you feel you had to develop any specific areas of your own practice or read around stuff in a bit more detail?
Yeah, so data analysis, and understanding different types, the different data analysis tools, and also learning a program called Stata, which is what's the word? It's a way of analysing all of the data, and you can look at your data set and understand what your data set is showing you, and then you can do all of the analysis that you want to do to look at the different aspects of what the data can show you, the impact of some data on other aspects of data. So Stata is it's not an easy program to learn, and it definitely has made my brain hurt a lot. But the team have been really helpful, and extra courses. So really, the main things that I've had to learn are improve my maternity and obstetric knowledge, and my data analysis knowledge and statistics. And we have statisticians, but it helps for me to understand how the statisticians came to the results that they have, and we have to all sense check the results. So having some knowledge of statistics and data analysis is really important.
Yeah, and that'd be a hard one, I think, Kirsten. You spoke there about data, and there is a question about data from Susan in Fife, who thanks you for her presentation. Have you got any hints and tips on encouraging staff to complete the required data? So I know that when we first introduced Badger and BadgerNet, it was really a challenge to get staff to complete this. Are you finding that these are better completed now, or is that still challenging in certain areas?
It's definitely challenging, and it comes back to we are all here for the babies and their families, and we want to spend the time with the babies and their families, and so completing a tick box does feel like it's potentially taking time away from the patients that we are primarily there to be caring for. Doing this role has increased my knowledge of data and how important it is to record it. And we're ticking that tick box and going, oh, it's a tick box, why are we doing this? But actually it is used further down the line. And I know particularly it amuses me when I hear, and I've heard this in various different places, make sure you fill that in because it's NNAP data, not make sure you do the thing because it's best for the baby, fill it in because it's NNAP data. And I think it's really important that we are doing the task first and foremost, but making sure that we record it. So it is hard, it's difficult to find the time to record the data. I think we need to think of ways to make it as easy as possible for ourselves, if that's filling in data for each other when we're working together as a team in a special care room or an intensive care room, helping each other out with filling in the data. And really learning a little bit more about where the data goes and what it's used for, and that actually when you tick that box, it doesn't just sit there on that screen with the box ticked, it actually goes up as high as government level to be looking at the services that we provide and improving it where possible, and wherever we can improve the service, improves it for the babies, for the mothers and the families, and for us. We need to remember that improving the services needs to benefit us as well, so that we can do our jobs better, enjoy our jobs better, and give better care.
Yeah, and I think you actually coming in talking about this role and about the data might make people think, oh, well, this is where it's all going. This is actually what we're doing with it. This is why it's important that I do that job. Okay, we're good for time, Kirsten. So are you happy to take another couple of questions? You don't mind? Thank you. So this came from Margot. Hi, Margot. Haven't seen you in a while. What kind of data is coming through from family or parent experiences during the COVID pandemic? I don't know if you've maybe had any time yet to look at this aspect. And it's round about Margot's asking this, given the variance of visiting and how we changed visiting in different areas, we're implementing different visiting policies. Is there any data coming through about the parent experiences of that during COVID?
So there is, not from my audit specifically, we haven't collected any data on that yet, but there are groups who are collecting data on it. I haven't had a chance myself to read the paper fully, but there was one published just a couple of days ago that was looking at the parent experience, and there are huge variations in visiting around the country. Parents aren't visitors, so they, that's the key message. But it is really difficult because we know that parents come into the units to see their babies and work with us to care for their babies as partners in care, but they need support themselves. So it's not just about parents, it's about the wider family who are also having to navigate through this time period with not being able to meet their neonatal grandchild, niece, sister, friend's baby who would ordinarily be able to come in. And so that is having an effect on the parents, the support that is available for the parents and the wider family bonding. And there are papers coming through that are discussing that and are talking about the detrimental effect that the policies are having on families. There are also, I don't think it's actually been written yet, but there are talks about looking at the longer term outcomes of the impact on the babies of not being able to see our faces. I think we've all become a lot more expressive with our eyes during this pandemic, but is that enough for the babies? Is that going to have a long-term outcome for them? And also, once families are getting home, mum and baby groups, family and baby groups are less. There's fewer people there if they're happening at all, and so it's not just about what we're doing in the neonatal unit, it's about that period when they get home. And I think we have an opportunity to help families prepare for that period where they're going to be at home in a period of isolation, which they wouldn't have experienced pre-COVID.
Yeah, it's been a difficult time as a staff member as well, hasn't it, to see all the hard work we've put into family integrated care, to have that, I'd like to say, just paused for a little while during COVID, but it has been very difficult to see that. So I've got a question here just come across. It's from Tayside from 9 Wales, and
just a comment.
Just a comment
just
from Alison.
In the far background here to say that in relation to masks, there is going to be a trial, not necessarily in neonates, but we have put a plea in for neonates to be involved in a trial of clear masks. We're just waiting for final evaluation of these masks, and I've spoken to Leslie, who is our network lead, and put her in touch with people that are involved in that, and we've made a plea for neonates to be involved in that evaluation. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, that would be such a great step forward, wouldn't it?
That would be amazing.
Indeed. And a final question, I think, Kirsten, but if any more come in, we'll send these questions to you for answering.
Absolutely.
And the question is for you personally, really. Is it difficult judging 2 jobs? Oh, yes. And what words of encouragement would you give to aspiring advanced neonatal nurse practitioners? Here you go, Kirsten, sell it for it.
So yes, it is. I'm not going to lie, there is juggling to be done. I'm really lucky that my team at RCOG, because they're practitioners, and actually my boss, who's an audit lead, who is not a clinician, but I think his partner is a nurse. So they're really understanding about the sort of the short-term changes that we've needed to make, particularly for COVID rotas. And if I'm on night shifts, I do quite often join the meetings, I have to say, because I get home at about 10:30 in the morning and the meetings are at 11. So I'm going to sit down and have a cup of tea before I go to bed anyway. So I might as well join and have some company for my cup of tea. So I do join the meetings at that point. But they're very understanding if I am saying, I'm on nights, I'm not gonna join the meeting, and I send my update. So I think having understanding managers on either side really helps. And I think being disciplined about when I have work time and when I have downtime, and shutting my laptop and saying, right, that's it for the day, like no more. I think self-care is really, really important. And I'm probably not as good at that as I should be. I think we can all improve that, and I'm grateful for any tips that anyone has for me for time management. I think for aspiring ANNPs, it is hard work, but it's rewarding. So I think if you want to do it, then go for it. I think it's really rewarding. And I think ask other people for advice, ask other people for help, and try and multitask as much as you possibly can. I have to say there have been times if I've had, you know, a few moments on night shifts, I've responded to some emails and things. So having good time management skills is also really, really key.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Kirsten. There's a comment come in, I'll just read it out because it's in relation to masks, and it's from Nashwa, I think, who's up next to speak, who's involved in developmental care. So Nashwa says, thankfully so far, she's not seen delay in development with surgical masks, but she proposed in March for these clear masks to be used, but it was turned down. However, maybe that'll be reviewed, Nashwa, now. So thankfully so far she's not seen any delay, which is good news.
That's good to hear, because that's a concern, isn't it? So yeah, that's encouraging.
The clear masks weren't compliant with the requirements for PPE, which is perhaps what a lot of the delay has been, that they've not been equivalent of the fluid resistant masks. So the ones that are going to be trialled, we're waiting for that accreditation.
Thanks, Alison. So that brings us to the end, Kirsten. You did mention there a paper that's just been published. If you could send that to us, we can actually put the link in the chat box. That would be really good if people wanted to read that. You also said that you're involved at the minute in an audit, and it would be lovely for you to come back next year and speak to us about the outcomes of that, if you wouldn't mind. That would be, not that you need any more work, but you know, that would be really good of you. Any more questions we'll send to you, Kirsten, but thanks very much for an excellent presentation. Thoroughly enjoyed seeing that. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
So moving on from Kirsten and on with our timetable. I hope everybody's okay in managing to follow us all right, no technical hitches out there. Our next presentation is actually from a trio of experts that we've got on line next. So we have, let me see, talking about understanding the learning needs of our health visitors and family nurse practitioners. We've got Dr. Una McFadden. Una is a paediatrician with specialist interests in neonates and respiratory paediatrics. I know this from my own experience of both working with Una and her being my own family practitioner. Una's also developed a particular interest in the late preterm baby and their developmental outcomes. And along with Una, we have Dr. Nashwa Mata, who's a consultant neonatologist as well, who has also got a special interest in child health development and neurodisability, especially in relation to babies who have undergone ECMO and babies who have been born with congenital heart disease. Adding to the trio is Tom McEwen. Most of you will know Tom through the ANNP network. Tom is a midwife, an advanced neonatal nurse practitioner, and a senior lecturer at University of West of Scotland. And is involved with both midwifery and neonatal education. So our lovely trio of experts, if you can give us some insight into how you went about understanding the learning needs of health visitors and the family nurse practitioner. What's your experience of this?
Thanks very much, Anne. Lovely to speak to you today, and on behalf of my colleagues and I, we're delighted to give the chance to present some of our findings. Just want to check you can see the screen okay? Yep, okay, great, okay. So as Anne had indicated, this is a study that Nashwa, Una and myself had undertaken this year, and what we're hoping to do is just to give you some of the key findings that we think are relevant to our neonatal colleagues, as well as other colleagues who might be joining us today. So first of all, we are going to just open up to a poll question. So my colleague Alan's going to put that poll out to you. We've just got a question first of all to our audience to ask: does your local guidance advise making contact?
Sorry, it's not in play mode, Tom. It's not in play mode, so it's not working.
if you put it in slideshow mode, Tom, we can just see all your slides down one side if you want to put it in the
Sorry,
normal.
give me a second. I have put it in play mode.
Oh.
That better?
We're still seeing, you know, your presentation slides all down one side, Tom, rather than your presentation filling the whole screen. It doesn't really matter, but
Tom, if you go to slideshow along the top, there you go.
that should be you. That's you, Tom. Thanks.
So,
Okay, I'll leave it as that. It's not working as it should, but it shouldn't impact us. So move on to that first.
Technology.
Yeah, absolutely, thanks. And so that's just that polling question. We'll just put it out. I think Alan's going to put that poll out to you just now. We'll just give that a few minutes. This is very exciting. I can see the percentages going up. This is we're rocketing up now. We're at 30%. We'll give it another couple of seconds. Right, thanks, Alan. I think we'll close the poll there, if that's okay. So reassuringly, that's great. So that very clearly the majority of attendees are saying they have got that within their discharge planning guidance, which is great to hear. And certainly that's an interesting point because it doesn't quite marry up with some of our findings from our family nurses. So I'll let that poll get taken down and then we'll carry on with the slides. Okay. Just check we're back. Okay, is that back on that slide?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
yep. Okay, thank you. So this is the product really of a lot of discussion between Una, Nashra and myself over many years. All of us just concerned in different ways about how well prepared these post-registrant staff were for caring for neonates, given the concerns we had about the content of both their pre-registration and post-registration education. So that was really the impetus for this study. And this is really just to give you a flavour of some of the preliminary findings in lieu of a future paper that will be coming out soon. So we're going to look at different aspects, and I'm just going to go through some of the very general demographics. First of all, some of the initial questions, because I really want to give the focus for Nashra and Una to take you through some of the key findings that we had. So what we identified was there was certainly a gap in the knowledge. There was really nothing in the literature looking at how prepared health visitors or family nurses were for caring for preterm infants. And we turned to the Best Start guidance and looked at what the recommendations were for future research. And certainly it highlighted the need to look at workforce configurations, looking at how we implement and deliver UNICEF baby-friendly programmes, and also the role of community services. And we felt this tied in quite nicely as some exploratory findings in relation to those points. So as I say, a full publication to follow, and certainly we had a mixture of quantitative, qualitative questions, and for most of those qualitative questions we had between about 45 and 75 responses for each, so it gave us quite rich information from those practitioners. So we had 4 main objectives following our ethical approval, and the one I want to focus on today is just in relation to exploring the knowledge and training received by health visitors and family nurses in caring for these infants who are born preterm. In terms of how we recruited, we used a fairly innovative methods. Social media is becoming a more common way to conduct research, so we put out a call on a variety of social media platforms, and we also used a professional mailing list to be linked in with colleagues to distribute the survey to relevant health visitors and family nurses. So it was a very convenient based sample, and we based it upon what the estimates were for the workforce, which was just over 2,100 health visitors in Scotland from the ISD data in 2017. So we did a rough calculation to see what sort of sample we would be looking for, and it came out about 15%. In effect, we managed about 8.2% of the total population, so not what we'd hoped, but certainly a good sized sample in response to the questions that we had in our survey. So in terms of the demographics, we're really delighted that we had representation really from across Scotland. A bit disappointed we didn't have more from colleagues in Lothian as a big health board, but certainly proportionately the other big health boards are represented quite well. We unfortunately didn't have anybody from Western Isles, so we almost captured all of Scotland, but nearly there, but a very good representative sample we got from across the country. Some of the preliminary questions we asked was about their professional registration, and this didn't surprise me, but it does concern me slightly, because what we found from the respondents was that the vast majority of them had a nursing background, but predominantly a nursing background rather than midwifery. And we know that certainly health visiting was a route largely dominated by midwives 10, 15, 20 years ago, but certainly my experience more recently is we're having more and more nurses from both adult, child and mental health now coming into the health visiting post-registration programmes. And the concern for me is the fact that those pre-registration curriculums do not cover maternity care, maternity issues or neonatal care. So actually these practitioners are having to start with a huge knowledge gap that they're needing to fill before they're actually going out and providing that care in the community. What we also noticed was, when we asked about the experience, was that the vast majority are a fairly established workforce, over 3 years experience, but actually the majority have more than 10 years experience. So we do have an experienced group of practitioners out there in practice. We asked about communication. We were interested to see how they received that communication about a preterm infant into their caseload. And certainly the majority received that information within 10 days of discharge. But when we asked them how they received that communication, the majority of that was by phone call, some by email, some by other means, which included electronic systems. But when we looked at the qualitative comments, most of that communication was coming from either the community midwife or by the mother themselves. There was very little mention of certainly telephone communication from neonatal units, but certainly it may well be that that was coming in the form of electronic contact with them to update them on the discharge of a preterm infant. So we've got a second polling question for you, just in relation to that, linked to the first question we asked you. So Alan's going to pop that poll up about how do you feel you have effective methods of communication with your health visitors and family nurses when discharging from the neonatal unit. So we'll let Alan pop that poll up just now. Rocketing up again. A few seconds. Okay, thanks, Alan. I think we'll close the poll there. Thanks. So again, majority feel yes, good effective methods, which is great. That's very reassuring. We've got those links with our health visitors and family nurses out in practice. That's great. Thanks, Alan. We'll just go back to the presentation. Okay, so other questions we asked, just very general questions. We asked about support groups and were they aware of that? And certainly from the sample that we had, actually the majority were not aware of national groups that support professionals or parents with infants who are born preterm. So 45% of them didn't have really awareness of that, but those that did certainly identified those that we would expect. The majority identified Bliss and Tommy's, and then also we had mention of Tamba and Sand as well within the qualitative comments. So certainly a little bit of work to be done there, because certainly these organisations and that ongoing support is really crucial in community. So we want to make sure that our health visitors and family nurses are aware of that. And really quite concerning is that we've got national guidance out from NICE from 2017 looking at developmental follow-up of children and young people born preterm. So an absolutely fundamental component of the health visitor or family nurse's role. And shockingly from this, the vast majority were not aware of that publication. So as being practitioners that are involved in monitoring developmental development, if you like, and meeting those milestones, we've got the vast majority of those that responded not aware of that national guidance. So certainly some awareness raising required for that. Further on with communication, we had some suggestion that linkage between the liaison nurse or the community neonatal nurse that some units will have, that outreach team that provide that transition to community services, they didn't feel they had as good communication or regular contact with those teams. Obviously that's just a very broad question, but it certainly indicated there's maybe something that we can improve there in that contact. So not just the contact at point of discharge, but actually if we're providing some support in community, there might be an opportunity to have more of a handover at that point. And then we also asked about the numbers that they were caring for, so you can spot the deliberate mistake when you're designing a data collection tool. We should really have had 0 as a separate column and not 0 to 10, but we are confident that with the qualitative comments that we got, that the vast majority were caring for a small number, certainly less than 10. There wasn't many that had absolutely no experience of caring for preterm infants in their caseload. When it came to how they were classified, there certainly wasn't any consistency within the respondents about if they were considered to be a vulnerable group in their caseload. However, despite that lack of consistency, what there was a clear support with additional visits for this group of infants. So although they might not be recognised as vulnerable in their caseload, they were certainly receiving additional visits, which was reassuring in that sense. And whether that was at the practitioner's request or parental request is not clear, but certainly involvement there. And the final question that I looked at for a handover to my colleague Nashwa for the next section was about the contribution made by the GP to the care, because obviously the health visitor and family nurse work very closely with their general practitioner colleagues. And what was quite clear is that for many, almost a third were saying that they really had either no contribution or very limited contribution, with most suggesting that any contribution they had was reserved solely for the 6 to 8 week check, for child surveillance issues, etc. And certainly the key themes that were coming out from the information was about, it was really just to do with prescriptions, if there was specific medical issues, if it was a required review, and for a small group, it was at the request of either the professional or the parent to see the GP. So certainly this to us suggested there's work to be done with our GP colleagues to understand whether they feel they have got a role, and if they do, how we can develop that to make sure that we've got a full group of professionals there to support and they feel involved in that. But as you're aware, GP contracts, etc., make that a bit more complicated. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Nashwa, and she's going to take you through the next section. Hi Nashwa, are you there?
She's muted. Are you muted, Nashwa?
Phone. That's it. Is it better now? Okay, sorry. I don't know. I had this once recently as well with teaching, so I'm not sure what's happening with the microphone. Okay.
We can hear you fine now, Nashwa. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was just thanking Tom for all his technical expertise of organizing the survey, and for all the people who helped us distributing it, from health visiting teams and who helped us to distribute this to their colleagues. So we were concerned very much about what's happening with the health visiting training and their awareness of the children and their needs who are born preterm and their families. And that came across as that's what they are thinking of as well. A lot of them feel that they are very concerned that these parents have a lot of anxiety, post-traumatic stress, and abnormal attachment between them and the children, and they are not well prepared in their transition from coming from special care back home. They are not very well prepared sometimes. That's how they feel, the health visitors. And the health visitors didn't feel equipped to deal with these specific issues, and they felt that more training will be far more important. They get some training about postnatal depression, but not about the anxiety, the relationship that caused by both health and the anxiety of parents about both health and development. And they felt that the support was really will be needed. So, so there is a lot of struggle, and there is an impact of it that the health visitor felt not equipped to deal with. Next slide, please, Tom. So we asked about general training. Have they ever been taught about just prematurity? And almost 80% they said they never had in their curriculum specific training about prematurity. Some of them might have had some regarding gastroesophageal reflux or certain things about prematurity, or through their midwifery training, or through their a training to apply questionnaire, or through, some said through Napier nursing course, they had something about prematurity, but it was significantly obvious that there is no training has been offered during their courses about general care of children born preterm and their family. Next slide, please. So we asked about what about specific health issues that specific for preterm and development. Again, over 70% they said no, had no health training. They said that they would like to have health and developmental training. There was an interesting comment, I don't know how to take it, about a health visitor said that using corrected age is so confusing to parents, for parents. I think the ones who are followed up in the hospital less than 32 weeks is not confusing for them, but because they get taught about it. But I think the ones who are late preterm and going to postnatal ward very quickly, I think the parents compare apparently the preterm to their term, and they are so worried about that their children are not developing proper. She suggested that we have a chart that have a zone for term and preterm. That's more complicated. I think it's more apparent that we need to, on this charge of late preterm, to tell these parents about corrected age, explain to them about how to correct for age, and how, if the child doesn't smile at 6 weeks, not to worry because he's not 6 weeks corrected, etc. So that came across some of the comments. But the health visitor felt that they haven't received any training. So we asked them what type of training, if you've received any, for those who received some, you've had about developmental and health follow-up. Next slide, please. So some commented about individual study days, and some of the comments, because we did a lot of a few days of preceptors course, so I think some people commented on how it's the long-term follow-up and projection on education, and long-term follow-up was so useful in these study days, and the multidisciplinary team that has actually when we had one day with multidisciplinary team providing this training has been so useful. Some had one day OT training, but the rest said, I've had training 35 years ago when I was a midwife. Some said I had 5 years ago some training when I was a neonatal nurse, but there's no updates. And the majority said they had none. And I think why I contrasted this with the one-day study day was very good, actually. Feedback is because a lot of the training is provided in neonatal and midwifery is about the health of the child, but not long-term impact, which the health visitor is interested in. How can she help this anxious family, and how can they help this child who is developing in a different way to reach their potential? So there was a lot of need for, over 70% said they would like to have more training because they haven't received any specific training. And as I said, those who has received training, some are on health issue, some are just during midwifery or neonatal training. Thanks, Tom. We asked about medical pathway, which is Una is going to tell us about, and AHP pathway. And Each AHP pathway seems to be clearer. So there is not a specific pathway that's recorded or they can follow in their area. 40% they said yes, and 27% they have no pathway. But despite of this, we'll see the next slide. Most of the health visitors knew what to do. There was a clear pathway for those less than 32 weeks. Some people, all of the health visitors know that across Scotland they are followed up by physio and OT. Some said, I have the same pathway as that for term babies. I either refer via electronic referral or phone calls. There was some good comments and positive comments that we can learn from about clear pathway for speech and language. Some said that there is an advice helpline between 1 and 4 p.m. I'm aware in Scotland, in Glasgow, for example, there is a helpline for speech and language. I don't know about other areas. Some people said they do joint visits with AHPs, which I thought is a very good practice. So there is a clear awareness by the health visitor that there is a pathway. They know how to refer to their colleagues of AHPs, and the AHPs has done maybe a clearer or a better way of communication with their colleagues in health visiting. Thank you. Next slide. So we asked the health visitor, what are the most common prevalent behavioral issues you see in babies born less than 37 weeks? And they came up with everything that we know and research and shown, but despite of that, they are not trained to how to deal with it. So they said with health issues, the most common thing, they are worried about constipation, gastroesophageal reflux, and they said these two things are causing a big concern to the parents, and the parents feel inadequately prepared, and they feel quite, it affects their anxiety and its impact on their relationship with their child. Sleep pattern is a big problem as well and unsettling, and again, parental anxiety, and they see that the attachment bond is different. It's not that they are not bonding, but they might be overprotective. So there is a problem with anxiety and attachment, and so many of them said we are not trained on this type. So while they have a general training on attachment or solihull training or whatever, there is nothing specific has been provided for them within these systems to talk about children born preterm or sick and how to deal with these different types of attachment and anxiety. A lot of them said, yeah, we've had some training on weight and colic and constipation. There is attention difficulty, of course. There is, I'll read one comment because I like it. They said sections within the SCFIN training in relation to preterm developmental vulnerability and care planning and weight monitoring, that's been provided, but they need an in-depth training that would be beneficial, especially in relation to developmental monitoring, weaning, maternal emotional well-being, need and support. So awareness of gestational age, they are all aware of corrected age. They are aware to correct for growth. They are aware to correct for development. That's interesting because 24% are not aware to correct for weaning. And this is a major problem we find all the time between us and the clinic and between health visiting team in the community, that they are not aware what to do with weaning. There are no clear cut, but I think babies we found through our clinics and through the research with speech and language therapists that weaning is different in babies born preterm, and that's why it's different, and they have not had training on this, and it causes clashes between the family and the health visitor, and it can cause lack of trust between them and the health visitor if the specialists in the children's in the developmental clinics are telling them something different from the health visitor. So we need training clearly about weaning. And immunization. Do we correct for immunization? That is a worry that 10% are not aware that we correct or don't correct for immunization, because we do. There was actually a comment that the immunization, when babies have stayed over 8 weeks in the hospital and the health visitor doesn't know if they've received the first immunization or not, and it goes to the GP in an electronic form, but the health visitor has not received anything. So they tend to rely on the mother to tell them if the child has received the first immunization. I thought this comment was quite concerning. And I'll hand over to my colleague, Dr. Una McFadden now.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you. And this is my chance to publicly thank Nashwa and Tom for working together with me on this project, because it allowed me to get my hobby horse up into public awareness. So I've really enjoyed working with you and hope we can move things forward. And really, I'm following on from what Nashwa has highlighted about things that we need to be aware of when we're communicating with our colleagues and thinking about where there might be misunderstandings or assumptions made, and where those assumptions can leave families at sea and their health visitor as their named person at sea about how best to deal with the situation. I think it's important to start from the anxiety end, because anxiety was raised as an issue both for the families and for the health visitors and family nurses. And I think when we take anxiety as the first bit of the problem, the medical problems come into perspective, because I think the medical problems that were highlighted are in a way a confirmation that it's very easy to medicalize these children and let the family feel that medicalization is an appropriate approach, when in fact a lot of the medicalization is based on anxieties. And so really what we're looking at is a situation where better communication and better awareness and understanding and better explanations could perhaps deal with what are seen as medical problems through dealing with anxieties. So I will try to make that make sense. So taking this slide, looking at how do the health visitors and family nurses deal with the problems that are raised by the family about medical issues. And we asked, do they have a pathway that they can use to deal with these problems? And sadly, a lot of them do not. And so we're back to what Nashwa raised about the HPs, that although there's no pathway, people find ways around it. And what we then need to think about is, how do these health visitors find their way around the lack of a pathway, and who do they go to? And if we don't have a pathway, then some of the health visitors would go to their GP, but their GP may or may not have an understanding of preterm babies. And so the response that they get from the GP may or may not be one that relieves anxiety. And you may remember that one of the, on the slide that Nashwa showed about what is the role of the GP, one of the common roles was giving prescriptions. Now, most of those prescriptions will be the vitamins and supplements that have been requested by the neonatal service, but some of those prescriptions may be medicine for gastroesophageal reflux, for instance. And if the first response to a baby refluxing is to prescribe medication, then A, we've more medicalized the problem, and B, we may actually be doing harm rather than good for the baby's symptoms. So there are a number of background issues around medical pathways. So if the health visitor has not found an answer with the GP, where does she go to? And she may know somebody in a neonatal unit who will give her advice, or she may know that there's a community paediatrician due to see a preterm baby for follow-up. So that may give her an official pathway of somebody who knows about this baby. But if we look at late preterm babies, most of them are not having paediatric follow-up. And so in that case, does she phone the paediatric registrar who's on call that day, who's busy doing something else at the time the phone call comes through? Or does she send an email to someone else in the hospital who might be able to get a medical opinion. The lack of an agreed pathway means that the reliability of the advice that's coming back to the health visitor and from the health visitor to the family is not reliable and perhaps not always appropriate. If there are neonatal liaison nurses, then the pathway of how to get their support needs to be clear to all the health visitors, family nurses, families. When are they available? What skills are they offering? And what pathway do they use to share any advice that they've given? And again, we don't want to be so officially driven that everything has to be on paper or electronic and tick boxes, but we do need to know that there's something there that can be used when it's needed. And I think our survey is saying that there are a lot of nurses in the community supporting families who need that kind of pathway to learn as they learn by experience, and to be sure that the advice they're giving is appropriate. I think one of the concerns I had when we found the figures saying most of our community support have experience of 10 years or more, being up to date is important. And one of the things that I've learned just as we got to the stage when I was retiring is just how much new information we have to share about development. The NICE guideline is packed with evidence of things that we didn't know when we first started looking after very preterm babies. Now we do know the evidence, we need to share it and use it effectively. So next slide, please, Tom. One of the big issues that was raised by the health visitors was about anxieties around breastfeeding. And when we asked about the training that they had had about the needs for breastfeeding in preterm babies, again, we see a big gap, although most have had, or nearly all have had, general training in breastfeeding or access to that. And there are breastfeeding advisors in all the health boards or access to them. Their knowledge and their skills in support for preterm babies is unknown and quite variable. UNICEF has now got its training for breastfeeding preterm infants, but it's not easy. And I think to be allocated the appropriate time to do that job and to be able to support the supporters of mothers who are trying to give breast milk to their babies born preterm is time consuming. And at an organisational level, there's no point in us telling health visitors they should do this if they're not given the time to be able to do it effectively, or to use other resources that might be available to help them to do that in a way that supports the family effectively. So we need again to include what people are asking for, what needs they have, and I think very importantly, to be willing to explain to families why things are happening, why it's more difficult, why this baby gets tired when they are trying to breastfeed, why the use of a breast pump may be appropriate, why there are differences between this baby and the other babies that these parents hear about and the health visitors see in their mother and baby groups and parent support groups, where most of the parents attending are parents of full-term babies who have taken the full-term baby rules, apply them, and then compare those to what the preterm baby is doing, and the differences cause anxiety. We do have the baby-friendly initiative in place in a lot of units now. We need to be sure that that incorporates the premature baby. If neonatal units are being assessed for baby friendliness, is that extending to the transitional care babies who may or may not be in the neonatal unit? And is it extending to the community support for the babies who have been preterm? And most importantly, are the families getting the explanations they need to understand why breastfeeding is the most appropriate feed for this baby? And then leading on from that, we have the issues around reflux and weaning that Nashwa commented on. If the parents know what to expect, then their anxieties can be lessened. So thinking ahead and being supportive. The United States has a lot of information and guidance for preterm and late preterm. more than the UK has at the present time. And I found that just having some goals and expectations can be helpful for parents, that it is perfectly normal for this baby to need to be at the breast every 2 hours or thereabouts through the day and the night, and that it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the mother's breast milk supply, or that this baby is, and those of you who've ever heard me give talks about late preterm, the dreadful word being lazy, when the baby is labelled as a lazy baby because they fall asleep during a breastfeed, what that does to parents' mental health, I just hate to think. So we need to be aware all the little things that can support the parents, and make sure that our community colleagues have all those tricks up their sleeve when they're dealing with one of these babies in the community. And it starts from antenatal all the way through first skin to skin, first breastfeed, first support, making sure that that's available to the babies who are in need of it wherever they are, whether it's a neonatal unit or a postnatal ward or home. Next one, thanks, Tom. The common problems that were raised, Nashwa mentioned them before, they're the ones that we know about. They're the ones that we look out for as neonatal caregivers. But if these babies are home and the next person that they meet, the next professional supporting them, is not prepared for these problems and doesn't know the explanation for them, then it adds to the anxiety of the parents. And it's almost more so now that parents are partners in neonatal care in the hospital. They need to keep that confidence as they go home and are partners with their health visitor. So having some answers to those anxieties, knowing why they might be not abnormalities, but what can be expected in relation to the developmental stage of their baby, and knowing that things are going to get better. These things can be reassured and not medicalised and not overemphasised as issues that parents need to worry about. If we know these things are in their mind, then we can address them and take them one by one and say, okay, risk of developmental delay is appropriate to consider, but look at how your baby is developing well. Look at all the things that you are doing to enhance development, and that reduces the risk, and let's follow along and see how well things are going. So it's not just brushing the anxiety aside. It's not saying I don't know anything about that. It's saying let's share this one, let's find an answer, and let's put that anxiety where it belongs. So next one, Tom. Thank you. The comments that the community nurses were making were all appropriate, and one of them that I think maybe needs to be thought about is the comment about bereavement support. And we saw that SANS was one of the support groups that the health visitors knew about, but it may be that rather than labelling that as bereavement and thinking about it when a baby doesn't survive, we could be thinking about bereavement and loss, and looking at loss as being the loss of the full-term baby that these parents were imagining and expecting, and dealing with the loss of that expectation, but taking on the reality of the baby that they have. And so looking at loss training, if you like, for health visitors and community nurses might be something that we could be thinking about as a generic input. So our survey has raised a number of issues. One of the things which I wrote down as I was listening to my colleagues was, are all neonatal nurses aware of family nurses, who they are, how to contact them and what they do? Are we thinking about GIRFEC and the fact that family nurses are the named person for the first 2 years for the families who have them, and then they hand over to health visitors? Maybe it's not just about health visitor and family nurse training, but about neonatal practitioner training to know who we're working with and how to work better together. So apart from hopefully our case for education and training for those in the community, we should be looking at not having barriers between ourselves in hospitals and community colleagues, but actually making the training and experience consistent so that the family get the best wherever they are. and that goes right across children's wards, where we haven't even ventured in there to ask about their training about neonatal care, but it applies to everyone who might have a contact with a baby. And one very last thing is just really putting it back to yourselves as neonatal practitioners on the post-registration certification discussions that have been going on recently. I sat in on a couple of them, and they don't seem to know about community neonatal nurses. And so if that is an area of interest to your nursing population, then perhaps raising awareness across your nursing communities is something else to bear in mind. So I hope that I've raised some thoughts in everybody's minds, and again my thanks to my colleagues, and hopefully we'll have a few questions.
Thanks so much, Una, Nashwa and Tom. That was a really interesting presentation, shown so many gaps. You know, we've worked so hard over the years in neonatology, haven't we, you know, to support families antenatally, to give them advice on what they might expect for a preterm or an early birth. During labour, that support, neonatal, we support them. And then it seems they're going out to the community, and that expert knowledge that they had at their fingertips, expert knowledge and advice, just seems to have gone. Nashwa, you said that there was such a wide variance in the knowledge and understanding of the group that you surveyed. 70% said they would like further training, specifically in attachment. That's just worrying, isn't it?
It is very worrying, and I saw this actually when I did the few days of preceptors course, and some of them were people who said they've been practicing for 20 years and how this has changed their thinking about preterm. I think the attitude of going in as well, teaching parents, is so hard, but to understand the trauma the parents have been going through and support them, that's the change they need to do. The other thing I was just saying, I always, when I do the neonatal nurse courses, I always talk about is in attachment is bonding. There is so overemphasizing about bonding, and I've still, even yesterday in Queen Elizabeth, I faced a mom who are so worried about bonding, they don't voice it. But so when you assure them that in humans, you develop your attachment bond over a year, and you have time, the idea of I have a sick baby that I'm not bonding with because I didn't have the initial skin to skin, reduce the anxiety of the parents. It's a constant with all sick and children born preterm. So we don't have training about it. The health visitor don't have training about it. The mother doesn't voice it, and the anxiety is rising. And I think when you highlight certain things to the health visitor, and it doesn't need to be a full course, it's a day, it's few hours, and it just, their eyes lit up because they are dealing with these families, and just changing the attitude of understanding the trauma. As Tom was saying, a lot of them have never been in neonatal unit. They don't know what these families go through, and the families feel the same. They don't understand me, and they might be trying to teach me, but they don't understand what I've been through. So you are right, Alison. Attachment and anxiety is a major thing that we need to look at. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you know, Tom also identified it wasn't just in the nursing education, you know, the lack of the GP's knowledge and understanding about, for instance, the late preterm baby or developmental outcomes of our babies. I mean, how can we address that? You know, Una said quite clearly maybe their only involvement was if the baby has reflux, then they prescribe a medicine, you know, without actually maybe talking to the parents, allaying any anxiety that they might have. How can we do that? Because I know in practice we do have GP trainees on the neonatal units.
I think I think when the more you think about it, the more you go back to everybody's undergraduate training, that if we put this in as just a part of learning about babies, we taught embryology when we're in medical school, we look at fetal development, we look at obstetric deliveries, but we don't tell the students about what that does in behaviour terms. And so just putting little bits in all the way through, from undergraduate through postgraduate, through all the training that we receive, is just about human interaction almost. And hopefully with the bigger acknowledgement of the needs of mental health being as much as physical health, there is a little bit more acceptance of that, that generic basis. And I think for the GPs, they have huge amounts to cope with. They're covering all ages, all strands. What we want them to know is that just understand this parent's anxiety. You don't have to have all the answers. Just acknowledge that they're anxious for a reason. And then you can find, again, if we have pathways, they can share what they need to learn about with the very small number of preterm babies on their caseload. When I've talked to groups of GPs, they'll say, oh yeah, but we hardly see any of them. That doesn't mean it doesn't matter. So it's making it easy for people to share their knowledge and share good practice.
Yeah, thanks, Una. That's definitely true, and I know how passionate you are about these late preterm babies. I know that, I've witnessed that, and I do often say what you say in the classroom regarding the preterm babies. So your voice is still in my head about supporting the parents. I think we need to close now because we're coming up to tea time. There's quite a few questions in the comments box that we can send on to our three presenters. I'd just like to finish up with what Nashwa has said in the comments, and that's why we need to target university undergrads, which she got a good response from in attendance through preceptor courses. NEST need to think of more online training for these health visitors, family practice nurses and GP, or other programmes to include infant mental health and ensure a section in preterm and sick babies, which I think kind of sums that up entirely, that it's all about education. So thanks very much for that comment, Nashwa. Thanks very much to our presenters so far this morning. I hope you're all enjoying what we've got for you, what we've delivered so far. It's coffee time now, so that's 6 minutes past 11. I think we've got 15 minutes, so if we're back whenever that is for anybody else that can count, about 20 past would be good. We'll see you soon. Right, are we on mute? Are we on?
You're not on mute, Leanne.
Just
before you start talking about anything.
Nice to see somebody else speaking to themselves.
It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you for ages.
It wasn't me that wasn't on mute earlier, I have to say. But I'm going to get a T-shirt that says, after having 4 days of training, 2 of them BFI, UNICEF training, I'm going to get a T-shirt that just says you're on mute and just stand up and go like this every time.
Anne, did you make it to the UNICEF training the last 2 days?
Yeah.
I missed out.
As long as nobody went to the toilet, as it happened before once when we started online webinars.
We'll still be audible, I think, to the audience, so just to be aware. So go and grab yourself a cuppa and be ready for the next part. And I think Tom and Karen will be
You're up next, yeah.
Up next. We'll see you shortly.
Tom and oh, they've gone. It's fine.
I'm here. I am here.
Oh, Tom and Karen, you're handing over to me. I'm doing the trauma informed presentation, just in case.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, I'm going to do the intros and Tom's going to take the questions.
Fab.
Thanks, Una. I didn't see you earlier, but nice to see you, Una. My boys are getting big. The winter time with asthma, no more.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, I miss them. I miss them all. It's good to see you, Anne.
And you, Una.
I might be back in touch about some other work as well.
Excellent.
I just saw you, Una. I didn't see you throughout. I heard your voice, so I came back to say hi. You were not on. I couldn't see you on camera when you were presenting. I don't know why.
I'm not sure what was on the camera. I was too nervous to think about it.
Oh, excellent. You were excellent.
No,
Excellent.
good.
So,
Let's hope it's
and Tom is brilliant. Tom
yeah,
was so good as well. Anyway,
absolutely.
have a cup of tea. I'll let you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, Nash. I'll see you in a
Thank
minute.
you.
With the keen beans back.
Hello. Nice to see you all. So I don't know if this is on pause, if everybody can see us or not. I don't know.
I've put it in my bag, it's fine.
So when you pass to me, Karen, my presentation should automatically just come up. It's open at my end.
Are we officially back on?
It's 20 past 11.
I didn't realise the camera icon is different on this screen from the usual ones. I didn't know it wasn't on.
No, we missed
Yeah, let's
seeing
confirm
you.
we're still live, and yes, we are on.
2 hours to work it out.
We could hear you loud and clear though, Una, and see your presentation, so that was
More of a threat than a blessing.
somebody want them? No. Leslie's not in today, okay? Leslie mentioned called today.
Okay, welcome back everybody to this second session that we're about to go into. I just want to introduce myself before we get started. My name's Karen Tosh and I'm one of the neonatal lecturers at UWS, University of West of Scotland. A lot of you on the East Coast might know me because I've spent most of my career working over there. And maybe know a few of you across the rest of Scotland as well. It would be nice to be able to see you all, but I know that you're all out there listening. So we're going to quickly just move on to our next session. So you will be hearing now from the Trauma Informed Care team in Aberdeen. Not a team as such. I think today we have Nicole Bounds from Aberdeen who's going to talk to you about that programme. The team were very fortunate to get the opportunity to work with Mary Coughlin, who's the world-renowned founder of the Caring Essentials Collaborative. And that work was set up to ensure that every baby and family got world-class trauma-informed care in Aberdeen. And the Friends of the Neonatal Unit funded this project to make sure that the best possible outcomes for NIC graduates and their families could be achieved. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Nicole so that she can tell you more about it. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Can somebody just give me a thumbs up if you can see my presentation?
Nicole, I think you're muted.
I can hear it. I can hear you, and you're just not on. That's it now. Yep, great.
Perfect.
Sorry, everybody. Oh, I've lost my. Oh. Sorry, can you see my presentation?
We can see all slides just now, so we have them as full tiles.
Okay. I don't know how to sort it because I can't see them.
We can see an infant with a BBC logo.
Yeah, that's not mine.
I think Alan's trying to put it up for you.
Oh, thank you. Share my screen. Oh. Sorry, the best laid plans.
Are you able to use your back arrow key?
No, I can't see my screen at all. Oh.
Alan, are you able to put Nicole's presentation up?
No, not at this time because I've not got that presentation. Nicole, just stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Find your presentation. Just get that on your screen. Just get it the way you would normally have it.
I can't seem to get. I can't even get out of. I can't get.
Is the GoToMeeting dashboard up where you can just stop sharing?
I can click to stop sharing. Yeah.
Cool. So now you get your presentation just the way you want it. Get your PowerPoint or your Apple product, and then we'll pass you the presentation back over again.
Right, that's me, please.
Okay, cool. I'm just going to pass you the presentation now, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Am I meant to see something at my end, Alan?
Yeah, I'm just looking for it just now.
Okay.
Coming your way now.
Perfect.
That's it.
Yeah, we can see that.
Right, thank you. It's a shame because I can't see it now. Oh my goodness. Alan, how can I see it at my end?
You should still be seeing it. So what are you seeing right now?
I just see everybody, all the panelists.
Click the PowerPoint.
What, sorry, Tom? Oh, it's underneath. Hang on. Right, that's me. That'll be fine. Thank you. So sorry, everybody. Welcome to my presentation today on trauma-informed care in Aberdeen. Many of you on the screen know me, and I'm the nurse manager in Aberdeen Neonatal Unit, which is in Scotland, as everybody knows. So my disclosure and conflict of interest is that all Aberdeen's work that I'm going to talk about is attributed to Mary Coughlin, who's an ANMP in her former life, and she's now founder and president of the Caring Essentials Collaborative. And also my conflict of interest, I guess, would be that I am part of that clinical team in Aberdeen. And just to, again, raise the known fact that none of the work that's happened in Aberdeen could have happened without the support and help from the clinical team there. So what is trauma-informed age-appropriate care? So just a little bit of the background, that being in the neonatal intensive care unit or any part of a neonatal journey does constitute and is a complex traumatic life event. And I think that follows on nicely from the last talk from Nashwa, Una and Tom, just that they spoke a bit about the trauma of the family, and the work that we're doing in Aberdeen absolutely concentrates on the trauma on the baby and the trauma on the family. And the impact of this trauma of being in a neonatal unit can be seen in short and long-term outcomes of the baby and the family. Trauma-informed age-appropriate care, however, can mitigate the effects associated with the trauma experience that that family has been through in the neonatal unit. So the 5 core measures, sorry, I just need to go back one slide. Previous. So just a little bit about what the complex traumatic life events can look like in, sorry, I've lost presentation again, I'll carry on. Oh gosh. All I'm seeing is the people's photos again. I'm not sure what, I'll carry on regardless. So attachment. So attachment for these babies can be a difficulty in their older life as they grow up. And this can manifest in distrust of relationships and people and environment around them, in interpersonal difficulties, including social isolation. So problems with biology, so that can manifest itself in problems with coordination, balance, increased medical problems like asthma and skin problems. And this is just to name but a few. It can also affect regulation. So that's the regulation of emotional self. So it can certainly have children growing up from a neonatal past can have difficulty in regulating their emotions. They can have difficulties in describing their feelings and that making that known to their parents or their peers or teachers, which, as you can imagine, can only lead to difficulties in school. And disassociation, they can have problems with amnesia, sleeping difficulties, not being able to get to sleep, which, as we all know, when we've had a stressful day or a week and we have difficulties in sleeping that night, never mind, that's only one night, and never mind going on to that in the future, with that being a regular problem. They can have difficulties with behavioural control, which can manifest as self-destructive behaviour, eating disorders, and sleep disturbances, which I've just mentioned. Cognition, so they can have difficulties in attention regulation and functioning, and they can also have learning difficulties. Problems with self-concept, so disturbances of body image, they can, which, you know, obviously they will have scars, they will have war wounds from their time in the neonatal unit, which they will have no, you know, no memory of at all. So they can have difficulties with low self-esteem and understanding why they've got these scars and why their body might look a bit different to their peers. That can also lead on to feelings of shame and guilt. I just need to try and get my presentation back up again. I can see it under my, right, here we go. I have it back again. So the 5 core measures that Aberdeen is dealing with is, as we detail here, so the healing environment, when we've started all 5 core measures to a certain degree, some we have made more progress with, because obviously we started them kind of 18 months ago. So the prevention and management of pain and stress, I presented our initial findings at SNNG last year, and I'm going to go on in the next few slides to talk about that a little bit more. But the healing environment, so these are the 5 core measures that Aberdeen are working to, that Mary Coughlin's Caring Essentials work says and has been evidenced can make a difference to the trauma that family will walk out of the neonatal unit with, and that hopefully we will mitigate some of that trauma with dealing and embedding the 5 core measures. So the healing environment, as you can imagine, is basically the environment that the baby is in. And that said, it's not just the physical environment, as some people may imagine. It's everything around that baby. So it's about communication with that family, with team members, with the clinicians. It's everything to do with how we respect, how we treat that baby, how we invite them, that family, into the unit, and invite them to be part of their family's care whilst they're in the neonatal unit. So we're certainly working on communication and education to staff members, and that will include the parents as well. So we're just about to send out questionnaires to staff, which is going to lead on to us having a communication strategy in our neonatal intensive care unit. And new staff education, as you can imagine, around trauma-informed care, which will include medical and nursing staff. Protected sleep. So we looked at, and we're going to revisit this in the new year, because we started protected sleep just as COVID kind of struck. So we kind of got into it a little bit, but not as much as we would have liked. So we're going to revisit that in the new year. But what we have managed to do is to get a comfy staff rest area. One of our neonatal consultants retired, so we have made that a staff rest area, especially for overnight, because a new consultant hasn't come into Aberdeen yet. He's not starting until April. So we are certainly using that office by night as a comfy place for staff to rest, and we've managed to get a comfy chair. So again, this isn't just looking at the trauma that the parents and the families and the babies go through. It's looking at repeated trauma that the staff go through on the neonatal unit as well. And so this work is all encompassing to try and make it just a little easier for everybody to be on a neonatal unit. So that's protected sleep, but we certainly will be working at protected sleep of our babies in the new year. So age-appropriate activities of daily living. With that, we're looking at eating experiences, and we're very keen to try and this goes back to the last presentation as well. We're very keen to look at some of the language that we use on the neonatal unit, including feeding. We all talk about feeding, but when you talk about feeding, that brings up a notion of that something is done to people or something is done to our babies and neonates. So we're trying to talk about eating experiences, which makes it certainly hope to begin to prove that eating experiences is driven by the baby, and not just that baby's on 2 hourly feeds, 3 hourly feeds. You know, so we're really, and that again links back to UNICEF and the work that we're all working to with UNICEF. So certainly aside lying, some of the work that we have really pushed on with is side lying whilst babies are bottle feeding. That's certainly something that I never heard of, but I'm again going to profess that I'm quite new into neonates. So side lying whilst breastfeeding, nobody thinks twice about. Side lying whilst bottle feeding was certainly a new thing for me, maybe not to others out there, so apologies if that was just me, but certainly it has helped lots of our babies in Aberdeen to push forward with side lying bottle feeding and be baby driven. We've looked at teat flow regarding our eating experiences, and we've sent some of our teats off to America, and they have been tested for teat, the quickness and the flow that teat produces, and we've certainly we're collecting a lot of data around that, and we've certainly had to change some of our teats in Aberdeen, because what we thought was quite a preterm slow teat certainly didn't come out as that in the tests from America. So as that data collection goes on, we will certainly be able to share more information about that. As part of the ADLs for short, swaddled bathing has certainly been a big drive in Aberdeen. And again, I'm not going to go into too much of that because the next presentation from Wishaw is going to go into that. But all I would say is please check your temperatures, and I hope Wishaw touch on that. But we now bath all our babies at 38 degrees, and to the human elbow, it was certainly different to experience that temperature to the temperature that I would have certainly bathed a baby prior to using bath thermometers. So we're very happy to share any of this work from Aberdeen, but just watch your bath temperatures. And swaddled bathing, if people don't use it, it's one of the nicest things I think I've ever seen in a neonatal unit as a family activity. So certainly looking forward to the next presentation. And posture and play, you know, posture we've worked a lot on in Aberdeen, and we use the Z-Flow mattresses, as do some other units across Scotland. So we did an initial audit, and we did then a lot of intervention and education around that, and we're just about to re-audit, so then we'll be ready to produce the data around that as well. And we say play in here, but obviously that's play in the broadest sense of the word, because just looking at their mummy when you're a neonate is absolutely play and stimulation enough. So I'll just leave you with that thought. And then family-centred care, we're part of the UNICEF accreditation, and we'll be going for re-accreditation early next year. We're working towards Bliss accreditation, and we're certainly got a family integrated care model in Aberdeen that we were already working to before we started our trauma-informed care work. So just to that just gives you a really brief overview of everything that we're working towards in Aberdeen. The initial results of our pain stress core measure, you can see that the staff knowledge specific to implications of toxic and traumatic stress improved over the 6 months that we were embedding that knowledge, and that was significantly statistically significant. 2-person care for needle stick procedures. Our most recent data indicates that 100% of procedures performed with 2 persons, which may have been 2 staff, but of that number, 15% was with a parent. And that data we collect on a monthly basis through a care bundle. So we've got a lot of data on that now, over a year's worth. So we're certainly, when new staff come into the unit, we certainly have a dip, but that starts to increase again as the staff receive knowledge around what we're doing in Aberdeen. So that's really, really reassuring. And our MPAS tool, which was a huge part of this work, was rolled out and adopted in Aberdeen, and compliance with documentation of the pain score has improved by 75% over baseline. Baseline admittedly was 0% because we weren't using a pain tool until this work, and we rolled the MPAS tool out. So that's our initial data collection around pain and stress measure. So the conclusions from pain and stress core measure and the embedding of that, engaging staff and parents are absolutely key to successful large-scale change. And the parents that were involved, of that 15%, did not report being traumatized by being the second person during painful procedures. And they did, however, express feelings of empowerment and role validation as a parent. So that was really nice feedback, and great to hear. So the ongoing work in Aberdeen, changing culture is hard, and anybody that's been involved in any QI work whatsoever, anything around change, I'm sure you'll all agree that change is hard. People welcome change, but they don't actually want to change. So that has certainly, it is hard, it's ongoing, it's hard. People say to me all the time, how do people not know this by now? How does this not happen by now? But certainly embedding changing culture and embedding new culture takes years and years and years. I'm afraid to tell those of you who didn't know that. However, on the completely other end of the scale, change is really, really rewarding. And when I first saw a video of a swaddled bath, I just thought that there has absolutely nailed what is rewarding about that change that we've made. And just a question to pose to everybody, does anybody ever reach our destination? And I would certainly argue no, we should never be there. We should always be striving for the next evidence-based research to embed in our units. And we're certainly going to continue and measure and embed our new practice in Aberdeen, and hopefully across Scotland about what's happened in Aberdeen. So definitely willing to talk to anybody who wishes to know more about that. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. Really happy to take any questions if there's any time. And I'll just leave you with a photo of the team. This was going way back when Mary could visit the UK and COVID hadn't struck yet. So just huge thanks to the team in Aberdeen. You've been absolutely amazing and awesome. And to Mary, couldn't do any of this without her. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. That was great to hear about the progress that you've made up in Aberdeen. I'm going to pass over to Tom now, who's going to identify questions from the chat for you and see what folk out there have been saying. Really encouraging the comments though.
Thanks, Karen, and thanks, Nicole. It was a great presentation. We've got one question. I've just lost it. Here we are. Can you, this is from Kirsten, can you suggest anything to help with motivating, it keeps moving every time I try and read it. Can you suggest anything to help motivating everyone to get on the board with implement these changes? The habit of using terms, for example, my baby runs deep, how do we change that?
It's a really, really difficult one, but what I would say is that anybody who has heard those kind of remarks, speak to the parents, get the views of your parents, because I think until you start collecting that data and collecting the parents' views, that is the most powerful thing that I've certainly found in Aberdeen. And across the UK, you know, I've spoken about this work across the UK now, and every neonatal unit is the same. So you're certainly, whatever unit you're from, you are not alone. But when we started highlighting those phrases, we used to describe apneas and DSATs as naughties in Aberdeen. You know, baby was naughty at 3 o'clock this morning. He wasn't being naughty, he was actually fighting for his life and trying to breathe. So I haven't heard that for a long time in Aberdeen, and nobody does anything or says anything, you know, with a malicious intent at all. It's habit, as you say, but just getting these conversations into your neonatal unit, getting fresh eyes in the neonatal unit has certainly been game changing in Aberdeen. And you do what you do until you know better, you know, and once you know better, you must do better. And I think that's really helped with this, is the data collection that we've managed to get. And I'm sure anybody in the audience from Aberdeen, it is hard, it is difficult, because it's not nice to hear what you've been saying just out of habit has actually hurt that family. You know, I'm nipping for my tea, will you look after my baby whilst I've gone for my tea? We shouldn't be speaking about my baby, they're not our babies. So yeah, and repeat, Kirsten, that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Nicole, that's super. Probably more a comment than a question, just a bit of interest to get your thoughts on it. The recent evidence presented on BAPM webinar that babies held by parents during heel stick bloods was significantly reduced compared to even analgesic sucrose. So, you know, just that close contact. So it goes to the heart of everything you're really saying, Nicole. So I don't know if you want to make a comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you can do a heel stick whilst your baby's breastfeeding or any kind of feeding would be immense. I mean, in in neonatal units across the country, I'm sure these babies have routinely been put back in the cot, not obviously stopped breastfeeding, but waited till they finish breastfeeding, then placed back in the cot or the incubator to have that heel stick done. So it's all about just changing that culture. And absolutely the non-pharm, so the non-pharmacological aspects of comfort holding are absolute, and they're free, and your parents are normally there. So yes, absolutely agree. That should be first and foremost what you go to, definitely.
Thanks, Nicole. Comment from Hazel Frierick down in Ayrshire, and just saying it's very interesting that parents do not feel traumatised by a system with procedures, and she's saying that it changes the way we can look at parents as full partners in care. So a really, really important point from Hazel, I think none of us would disagree with. And Lynn Montgomery's also just put a comment in just with regards to the swaddle bathing or swaddle bathing. I know we've got a presentation on that coming as well, but just Lynn was also looking for just any additional information you might have that you'd be able to share on that. So that's our kind of comments and questions that we've got. Lots of very positive support for everything you've been saying, Nicole, as well in the chat. So well done. Thanks for that. Thank you. And apologies about that disastrous start.
I think you managed it very well, Nicole. These are the challenges we've all had to upskill to over the last few months and get familiar with this way of working. And I'm sure if we're still doing it by this time next year, we'll all be experts in it. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next presentation now. So this time we have with us Michelle Brooks, who's an advanced specialist nurse and covers neonatal practice education, and Jill Curry, who's an advanced practitioner and neonatal OT. And they're going to speak to us a little bit about swaddle bathing and whether or not that improved the experience of babies in their unit, which is the University Hospital over in Wishaw. They started that project around about September 19, and today they're going to tell you a little bit how they work towards making that standard practice for all preterm babies. So Michelle and Jill, are you with us?
Yep.
Excellent. I'm going to pass over to you. On you go.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. Great. So thanks very much for the introduction, Karen. I'm Jill. I'm the OT for the neonatal unit here in University Hospital Wishaw, and both Michelle and I are going to do a bit of this presentation today. So as you said, it was a quality improvement project. We set about with swaddle bathing, and was this going to be an improved experience? Alan, have you got the poll that we were going to ask? No, we weren't sure. We had a poll question. We weren't sure if Alan had put it up for us. Right,
which
obviously
question?
not.
Sorry, Jill, which question was that?
The first bit of, because we were going to ask one at the end, was do you use swaddle bathing currently in your practice?
No, I've not got that, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problems. So what we're going to go over today obviously is a bit of the background to when we started this, how we went about it, and then what were our results, and obviously if there's questions at the end, that would be great. So why swaddle bathing? Thanks, obviously Nicole touched on some of that, looking at developmental supportive care. Really nice to hear that, like ourselves, you find it a joy, and hopefully by the end of our presentation you'll see that we feel exactly the same. So developmental supportive care encourages awareness of infant behaviour cues to recognise distress and improve motor organisation. So that's what swaddle bathing is about. It is developmentally supportive, and it incorporates family-centred care, because obviously as much as possible, well, we're involving the parents. So the proposed benefits of swaddle bathing was that babies wouldn't lose their body temperature, that they would be less signs of stress, they would conserve their energy because they'd be crying less, and their oxygen saturation levels would be higher and a lower heart rate. So the current practice when we looked at this obviously was that we used traditional bathing of babies here at Wishaw. So we then went about setting up an implementation team, which consisted of myself, the OT, Michelle as practice educator. We had a nursery nurse who'd had many years of experience bathing babies traditionally, and the charge midwife from special care baby unit. So what is it about a traditional bath? Obviously, you'll probably know, many of you know from bathing your own babies, as well as bathing babies in the unit, it can be a stressful experience. And we have to start thinking about our preterm babies who have quite a fragile physiological stability. So the babies tend to extend their arms, they tend to arch their backs, they're crying, splaying their fingers and showing us that this is quite a stressful experience, which I think if you're a parent watching your baby maybe cry or feeling that you're doing something that's upsetting them can be a bit traumatic. So the hypothesis is that babies given a swaddle bath wouldn't lose significant body heat. They would conserve energy because they would cry less, and obviously would it be a positive experience for baby, parents and the staff. So we set about our aim being that by September 2020, all preterm babies would receive swaddle bathing while being cared for in the neonatal unit at University Hospital Wishaw. So we had to set up, obviously, think about all the changes and what that would involve. So this is just an example of our driver diagram. So we had to involve, obviously, baby, parents and staff. We had to think about what equipment did we need, what were we going to use, and then obviously we had to think about educating and supporting parents, and the same for staff. So a couple of things that we had to look at was we were now going to make sure you filled the bath, the water up to the baby's shoulder level. This ensures that the muslin that the baby's wrapped in gets wet, and that makes such a difference. And I also think as a sensory experience, if you're in water and half your body's in the water and half your body's out, it's really not very pleasant. So that was another reason that we wanted the bathtub filled quite full, that the babies would be loosely wrapped in the muslin. At the end of the bath, they're also transferred directly onto a towel, so on the parent or the caregiver's chest, and the baby goes direct to that. We set up a log because we thought, well, we need to make sure that babies, so we took auxiliary temperatures before the bath and after the bath, and we logged that, and was the baby crying during the bath? So obviously we had to demonstrate that and train staff. So where we started, we looked at research. There is a reference list at the end of the presentation with some of the articles that we looked at, but also we went online and watched some of the videos that are on there to see, well, what does this actually involve? What do you do? We then set our eligibility criteria, developed a protocol, and obviously our time frame, we gave ourselves a year, and then we had to engage with staff. So the implementation team, we decided to get together and do a practice session. So we got a doll, we had, looked at various swaddles, what would we use, a muslin or a sheet. We had a snuggle bath as well as a traditional bathtub, and we looked at both. We also did look at the turtle tub online because obviously we were looking at that's hands-free. But we decided that once we'd done this practice session that actually the traditional bathtubs we had worked really well. You could get in close, yes, you were holding your baby as you would normally, and you did have a hand-free. And something we discussed afterwards was that then parents weren't thinking, do I need to buy something specialist? Do I need something if I'm going to do this at home? Whereas a traditional baby bath works really well. So over in special care, we looked at the gestation criteria, and we initially set it at 34 to 37 weeks, thinking that these babies were medically stable and fit to have a bath. After a while, we realised that obviously babies at 32 weeks to 37 weeks were getting bathed as well, so we expanded it, because if a baby at 32 weeks was getting a traditional bath, we would rather offer a swaddle bath. And now all the babies that are medically fit and well enough to have a bath will be offered a swaddle bath. So this bit is a bit, we've trimmed down our protocol. This was a bit about the process of actually how you go about doing the swaddle bath. If anybody is interested in kind of this protocol of what you actually do. So you fill the bath to cover the baby's shoulders, and we went for water temperature. When we looked at some of the research, it was basically saying between 37 to 38 degrees. So we have bath thermometers, and we will check the water temperature. Separate bowl, clean the baby's face, which is the normal. We would show the parents how to support the baby under their neck and over at their shoulder. You loosely wrap the baby in the muslin. We don't wrap them tightly because once it gets wet, you don't want to be trying to pull off the muslin, so it's loosely wrapped. Once they're in the water, make sure obviously that the muslin is wet. It covers the whole baby and the whole thing gets wet. Then you unwrap one arm at a time. So the arm that you've unwrapped gets washed and then rewrapped, and you repeat with the other arm. You do the same with the leg. So you unwrap one leg, wash that area, including the stomach, and then re-swaddle and repeat for the other leg. The baby's back gets washed through the water with the muslin. Another slight change was we kept hair washing to the end because you lose body heat from your head. So we felt that rather than washing hair at the beginning, we do that with a separate bowl of water at the end of the bath. Then unwrap the baby, leaving the wet muslin in the bath, and they go straight onto a dry towel, as I say, on the parent or the caregiver's chest, and they're wrapped. Thanks, Jill. I'm Michelle, and I'm going to speak to you about our outcome measures and results. So our outcome measures were the temperature within normal range post-bath. So as we said, we took pre and post-bath temperatures initially when we started this project. We also wanted to monitor whether they were crying during the bath, as well as any positive comments, and any comments actually, but most of the comments we received were positive comments relating to the baby's behaviour, such as them being settled, relaxed, having their hands to their face, falling asleep, yawning. So our plan was to gain parental consent to swaddle bath their babies, to engage staff, and we did a video presentation and a practical workshop with the bath and the doll. But any time in the early stages of the project anybody was getting a swaddle bath, we would get everybody around to watch, just to see it for real, because it's a bit different with a real baby than it is with a doll. So we wanted to also create data logs for the baths and outcomes. So this included our baby's auxiliary temperature audit that we initially did. So for our results, in the period of our improvement project, 92% of all babies were swaddle bathed and 8% were traditionally bathed. Of the babies that were swaddle bathed, only 6% of them cried, in comparison to 33% of the babies that were traditionally bathed. So that kind of speaks volumes. A lot less crying and a lot less signs of stress for the baby during a swaddle bath. That was quite reassuring results for us. So for our temperature audit, during the periods where we did it, we don't do pre and post bath temperatures anymore. We just do the routine observations of the baby. But during the periods where we did the audit, the red lines here are 36.5 to 37.5, so the World Health Organization recommendations for neonatal temperatures. And as you can see, we only have one baby that was out with that, and it was actually warmer instead of colder. So that was reassuring to us as well, that the babies were not losing heat during this swaddle bathing. In fact, a lot of the babies came out either the same or warmer than they went in. So people before would perhaps say, oh, this baby's too cold to get a bath, but we're now saying, oh, this baby's temperature is only 36.4, I'm going to give them a swaddle bath at 38 degrees and it'll heat them up, and actually seeing that that's what it did. So that was quite good for getting staff to do that. So where are we now? We've achieved our goal for swaddle bathing to become standard practice. It is very well embedded into practice. It's rare to see any baby getting a traditional bath in the unit now. So any baby in the unit can have a swaddle bath. We don't just focus on the preterm babies anymore. It works really, really well for our babies with NAS, congenital conditions, babies with low muscle tone. It works with any babies. We no longer routinely take babies' temperatures, as we've said, because we've proved that they don't lose heat with swaddle bathing. We've got a swaddle bathing parent leaflet that we give to parents as part of their admission pack, and we also ask them if they want to bring in their own muslin for their baby or their own bath thermometer that they get from the government baby box, just to personalise it a wee bit for them. We do provide a muslin for them for their first bath, and they launder it and bring it back, and we can reuse it if they don't have their own one the day they get their first bath.
And also parents can choose if and when to give their baby a traditional bath or not. Some parents want to take their baby home swaddle bathing, and other parents are, oh, can you show me the other way to do it? And you can show them that before they go home if they wish. So next we've got a wee video to show you of two parents swaddle bathing their baby. We usually start off doing a demo bath with a nurse and a baby. So usually the nurse will hold the baby and the mum or dad parent can wash the baby. So the next time, the second time we do a swaddle bath, we say, oh, do you want to swap? And you could hold the baby and we could wash it. And usually by the third one, the parents are quite confident in holding the baby and washing it all by themselves. So this mum was really, really confident in it. So she was doing the demo for dad in this instance. So we'll play the video. I don't know if you'll hear the volume with the parents speaking to the babies, but I'll maybe talk a wee bit through it. So prior to this, the baby had been swaddled in its cot, had its face washed and dried. So this is just taken from the point it went into the bath. So let's play it. So like Jill says, you want the baby in right up to their shoulders, and even like taking a bit of water from the bath and putting it on top to get the muslin all wet makes them feel nice and secure as well, which is what mum and dad are doing now. Sometimes to get the baby used to it as well, you can brace their feet against the bottom or rock them back and forward slowly in the water. But that's one Adam unwrapped. So dad's just washing it like with his own hands, so skin to skin contact with the baby's skin. And they move on to the other Adam and the other side of the chest. You can see the baby yawning there, looks very relaxed. So moving on to the legs, we do one leg, and with the leg we can include the abdomen as well. And then rewrap, and we move on and repeat the process on the other side. I don't know if you've heard it there, but mum just says, I love this. So just washing the back up and down through the swaddle, just giving it a rub through the swaddle. And then we usually just give the baby time to enjoy the bath, because once we use the bowl of water to wash their hair, that's when we bring them out so that they don't lose heat. So they're just letting them rock back and forward in the bath and enjoy the water. So that's where the video cuts off, but mum pours the foil bowl of water over the baby's head to wash the hair, and then they're transferred to a towel on the parent's chest. That's actually the most difficult part of it, because you need to try and leave the muslin in the bath, and because it's wet it tries to come with you. So just unwrap the muslin in the bath and bring the baby directly to the towel, trying to leave the muslin in the bath and wrap them up. That's the only part that they cry, sometimes coming from the bath to the chest. But we try to reduce that flight wherever we can. We try to reduce it by bringing them to the chest. But this dad, for instance, was quite tall. So on subsequent baths, we got him to kind of sit by the bath, so it was less of a flight for the baby to come all the way up to his chest. So this was a testimony by this baby that was in the video. So the parent says, we were blown away with how relaxing a swaddle bath was for our baby. We would recommend it to anyone and found it a great way to bond with our baby. We plan to continue swaddle baths at home. So very positive. So another baby, this was a wee X25 weeker we had, and she was bathed in intensive care high dependency when she was still in an incubator on high flow oxygen, with bath babies on CPAP as well that have been kind of long term stable on CPAP. So this parent said, my baby's first bath was an amazing experience for us both. Such a great bonding experience for both myself and my daughter, and to see her really relaxed made my experience even better. So this was her first bath, this photo was taken. So this was me doing a demo. So I was holding the baby and mum was doing the unwrapping and washing, and then I lifted the baby to the towel on the mum's chest. So staff feedback. So I was very reluctant to try swaddle bathing after many years of giving babies a traditional bath. I was converted from the very first time I saw and did a swaddle bath. Absolutely love it. And the staff member that wrote this was a very experienced nursery nurse that really didn't think she was going to love it, and surprised herself and all of us by embracing it. I was sceptical that the swaddle bath would make any difference. However, it's amazing how settled and content and happy all the babies I have been involved with have been. I will definitely be using it and advocate it for all babies. Swaddle baths work particularly well with babies who have NAS. Once in the water, the swaddle soothes them, helping them become less frantic and agitated. And our final staff testimony, parents feel confident using this method once shown and state they will continue to use it at home. I can see such a positive difference bathing since using swaddles, and will continue to use this in practice. So lots of positive feedback from staff as well as parents. So what next for us? We'll continue to adapt the process and protocol as it embeds into practice. It is fairly well embedded, but we want to individualise it to the needs of each family. So like I was saying about that tall dad, like we've got him to sit down for the baby to come to his chest. So just to individualise it to each baby and family as we can. And other things that we're incorporating in as well as swaddling for weighing, wrapping the baby in a muslin for weighing them as well, seeing as it calms them so much, and also looking towards swaddling them for nappy changes and care and things like that. But swaddle bathing's been a really positive start for us. So is it an improved experience? Babies being swaddle bathed are more settled and appear to enjoy the experience, and we do too. No matter how bad a day I'm having, if somebody's like, oh, can you come and help us with that swaddle bath? It totally relaxes you. I would prescribe it for everybody in the health service to do a swaddle bath and a baby once a week. It just releases so many hormones, and it is just a lovely experience for everybody involved. Here's our references, and any questions?
Michelle, thank you so much for that, and to Jill too, who started up first. That was fantastic. I think I felt really relaxed just watching that baby having a swaddle bath. It was absolutely lovely, and an excellent wee piece of footage. We just got time for maybe a question or two, or a comment or two. Tom, have you got something for us?
Yeah, thanks, Karen. So firstly, lots of jealousy about you, Jill, the fact you've got an OT in residence there. Lots of comments saying we all want one as well, so lots of positivity for your role. And I think just a comment looking to get your protocol that you pulled together in your presentation there, but yeah, no specific questions for you, but lots of jealousy throughout the chat. With regards to the swaddle bathing, I think Nicole had already answered one of the questions Karen had asked. Does it feel warm? The 37 to 38 degree, and
yeah, it does.
Yes, but the babies seem to love it, so that's good. Una had just made a comment saying that it probably helps with parents feeling a bit more secure, because the muslin itself probably makes it easier to hold on to their baby. So
yeah, it makes it so much more contained for the baby itself, but also for the parents, because they're not holding a slippery with their arms out.
Absolutely, and getting that kind of panic. Marie McNerney down in Ayrshire, I think, it said, do you practice swaddle bathing within the postnatal ward?
Not currently, but it's something that we would be hoping to roll out, because we have proven that all gestational babies enjoy it. Certainly for our late preterm babies in the postnatal wards, I feel would benefit from it, but all babies, even term babies, getting their first few baths, we feel it would be beneficial. So that's something we're looking to roll out.
Excellent. And there is another couple, but I'll just pick one more just so before we move on. And it's a question, do you always have two people performing the swaddle bath? Is it both parents or one parent and a member of staff? That's from Caitlin McLeod.
completely up to themselves what they do. A lot of mums are quite competent in performing it on their own. It's usually just for the demos when we are showing them there's kind of 2 people, but when they're competent doing it, they're absolutely fine to do it on their own, and it is quite an easy process to do on your own.
Brilliant. Well, thank you both for your presentation. On a personal note, I remember looking at this about 4 years ago on international skincare guidance from A1 in the States, and swaddle bathing there was lots of evidence then, and I was really excited about the fact of this becoming practice, but it's taken its time, but I'm delighted to see that you're flying the flag for it. So well done.
Brilliant. And as for our OT, we've got Jill 1 day a week, and we're so lucky to have her.
Thank you, everyone there. There are more comments and questions, but we will make sure that those are collated and the answers can be sent out to people at a point later. And moving swiftly on, we're going to go on to our second quality improvement project. And we're going to hear now from Michelle Brun, who's ANNP in Fife. And Michelle, she qualified from Dundee University in 2005 and started working in Kirkcaldy's special care baby unit after that. And I think we have to give her some congratulations, because just last month she successfully graduated as an advanced neonatal nurse practitioner. So well done, Michelle. So we'll hear from you now, Michelle. That's great. You carry on. Tell us a wee bit about your traffic light postnatal observations.
Thank you. And can you see my screen fine?
Yes.
You can see it. Grant. Thank you for your introduction. It's very kind of you, Karen, and thank you to everybody for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. My presentation consists of a quality improvement strategy within NHS Fife, the neonatal unit in Kirkcaldy, and it's called the traffic light system.
Michelle, do slideshow.
Yeah, there we go. Is that it? There we go. Is that better? So the traffic light system was introduced as a Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle in June 2020 by our SPSP group, which incorporates members of both our obstetric team and our neonatal team. The purpose of its implementation was to facilitate a simple solution to improve standards of care within our postnatal ward and help to reduce our neonatal unit admissions, avoidable admissions. Prior to its commencement, we did carry out regular in-depth meetings and comprehensive training with all the staff involved in this project, and this included maternity staff of all grades, senior charge nurses and educational facilitators from both maternity and neonatal sectors, and all members of our ANNP and medical groups. So as you probably guessed, our categorisation includes red, yellow and green criteria. We did start off with simply just red teddy babies in May 2019. However, after using it for a while, it was felt like a tiered approach would be more beneficial. The babies classified as red teddy babies are considered high risk, who are most likely to transition into a neonatal unit admission. The criteria for such include severe potential risk factors for infection, such as significant meconium, intrapartum fever of over 38 degrees, chorioamnionitis, invasive group B strep in a previous pregnancy or in group B strep in the current pregnancy, yet with no intrapartum antibiotics given prophylactically, prolonged rupture of membranes of over 24 hours in term babies and over 18 hours in preterm babies, and also any neonatal influences that have resulted in the babies receiving IV antibiotics. These inclusive risk factors are in conjunction with the NICE guideline for neonatal early onset infection. Our redhead babies are required more frequent and perhaps more in-depth observations at intervals of 1 hour and 2 hours of age, and then for every 2 hours for the first 12 hours. And these babies predominantly receive IV antibiotics, so they will therefore require 4-hourly observations on a NEWT chart until the IV antibiotics are discontinued. The new observations include temperature and respiration rate recordings, and also oxygen saturation or blood glucose monitoring might be requested by the medical or the ANNP team. Our yellow teddy babies are deemed medium risk, and the criteria for such includes maternal diabetes and maternal beta blockers consisting of more than 2 doses, small birth weights in relation to gestational age, poor adaptations presenting in an unreassuring initial blood gas or low APGARs, yet the baby does not clinically indicate a neonatal unit admission. These babies, however, must receive a review within 1 hour to assess for any signs of deterioration. Also, hypothermia with temperatures of 36.5 or less on initial check, and preterms of less than 36 weeks gestation. The observations are not quite as intense as the red teddy babies, yet are still fairly quite frequent. And they include new observations every 3 hours for the first 12 hours, and if appropriate, blood sugar monitoring aiming for 2 pre-feed glucoses of 2 or above, as well as monitoring of feeds and reporting of concerns. And then finally, our green teddy babies, who represent low-risk babies, for which the criteria is babies born less than 36 weeks gestation or weighing less than 2 kilograms, yet are over 12 hours of age and are stable. This does include our TC babies, transitional care babies, sorry, and those requiring phototherapy. And the observations for this category consists of simply 4-hourly temperatures. So the practicalities of this improvement strategy involves a doctor or an ANNP initially determining the categorisation of at-risk babies, whether that may be red, yellow or green depending on the level of care required. And we did have quite detailed discussions at the beginning to brainstorm how we were going to approach identifying the different categories, and we were aware that some units do use coloured hats. However, this idea was ruled out as there were concerns regarding thermal regulation and would parents wish for their babies to wear hats, and also the possibility of the hats being removed. We therefore decided that identification was going to be shown through the use of a laminated teddy card, which would be placed at both the cot side and the postnatal ward patient board. The doctor or the ANNP would then also place a teddy card on our neonatal unit alert board, and this just ensures consistency of care and clear symbolisation of the level of medical input required. Traffic light system babies will always receive a daily review, which is usually conducted after the neonatal unit ward round and is done by either a medical team member or an ANNP. And this is just to assess their progress and all the observations that we've gained. However, maternity staff are aware that they can request an immediate review if the baby's condition warrants it. So 4 weeks after the introduction of this PDSA, we audited its implementation. And this formative performance evaluation gave us an inkling as to how we were getting on, and showed that the term admission rate was reduced by approximately 40% in comparison to this time last year, with an improvement to hypothermia admissions. However, as Kirsten did mention, this figure can still be a bit better. Insight was gained from both maternity and neonatal staff, highlighting any concerns or recommendations they may have, as well as any elements that they deemed advantageous or disadvantageous. And then all suggestions were reviewed within the multidisciplinary follow-up meetings and amendments made. The staff feedback was mostly of a positive nature. They did raise concerns over the original guideline being too long, and also it wasn't considered particularly user-friendly. Therefore, the documentation was condensed considerably and its appearance was revised to make it easily comprehensible. Another issue we did have was that the midwives within the labour ward were reporting that the initial frequency of observations for red teddy babies was considerably adding to their workload due to the fact that the midwives within these areas are typically caring for both the mother and the baby, and in comparison with the postnatal ward, the labour ward doesn't have as much additional support from nursery nurses or healthcare assistants. However, after discussion with maternity senior charge nurses, additional support was made available to them at that time. Along with our audit results, over the past 5 months, we have identified both pros and cons to our traffic light system. And we have recognised both positive aspects and negative aspects. Our positive aspects included quick and easy visual identification of category and level of care required, and early detection of deterioration, which allowed for timely supportive interventions and therefore potentially aiding the avoidance of a neonatal unit admission, and highlighting of individual care needs and safety issues of each baby. And negative aspects identified were potential miscategorisation by medical or ANP staff. However, the risk of such should be fairly minimal, as all practitioners are requested to follow our risk assessment guideline as much as possible. Another con identified was the possible influence to parental anxiety levels, or the traffic light system being viewed as a stigmatic approach. However, all attempts to avoid this are made through effective communication during parental consultations. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And I think Alan from Vapotherm has kindly added a poll onto this presentation, just so that we can gauge how many other units have a tiered approach and if you would consider using this. So if you wouldn't mind taking a minute to fill it in, I would greatly appreciate that. Okay, I think we could maybe close the poll now. Alan, I'm not really seeing the results of the poll. Are you able to put it up?
We saw them, Michelle. It said 60% don't use a tiered
they
approach.
Don't?
No.
Okie doke. I'm not really seeing anything on my screen right now, to be honest. Oh, well, maybe that would be something that they would consider using, because we certainly seem to be finding it very useful doing this approach within our unit. So hopefully.
Michelle, your question 2 is up. Is this something you would consider implementing?
Is it?
Yeah.
I can't, to be honest, there's nothing on my screen about the poll.
Could probably just close that now then and see if we get a result.
Yeah, just close that if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, lots of yes. I can't see what the actual percentage is. The 88% yes, answering yes, that they would consider implementing it.
Brilliant. I'm so glad. So yeah, I would definitely recommend it. It seems to be working in our unit. However, it's fairly new. We are still making quite regular amendments to it. And all feedback that we're getting so far seems to be positive.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle, for another really informative presentation. That was great, and congratulations to you again.
Thank you very much.
I know you should be very pleased with yourself.
Thank you.
And Tom, are you around there for any additional comments? And thank you very much for keeping that to time too.
Yeah, no problem.
I think
yeah,
I sped through it a bit.
No, you were spot on, Michelle. It was great. So there was just lots of very positive comments, but actually, Alison was just saying it's a great example of a multidisciplinary team project. There was one question about what did the additional support to labour ward staff look like? What did you have to do to get them on board? Was there quite a lot of training, preparation, just to get a sense of that?
Yeah, we are very lucky that within our SPSP group we do have a lot of people who are interested in this aspect, trying to reduce our avoidable admission rates, and so our maternity charge nurses are completely on board with this. I think they were due to employ a healthcare assistant anyway, so it kind of timed in quite nicely. And then the postnatal ward charge nurses make their nursing nurses more available should it be needed within the labour wards. So it's all like a collaborative approach that if you need help, please ask, and then we will try and provide it for you. But yeah, we've got a great SPSP group. In particular, we've got one neonatologist who's really interested in term admission rates, and she is our driving force, and she regularly updates our risk assessment policy to reflect anything that's been suggested. So.
Brilliant, thanks, Michelle. And one very final question, just for a very quick response from you. Fiona Willocks asked, do you use 2 millimoles per litre as an acceptable blood glucose for babies less than 36 weeks?
No, not at present.
No, we use 2.6 as the lower limit for the pretermers.
Yep.
Lovely. Great, thanks very much. I'll hand back to Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you again for another interesting presentation. We're going to move swiftly on to our last presentation of this session before we break for lunch. So I'd like to welcome back Michelle Brooks again. I'll not introduce you again because we've already heard from you, Michelle, but also to add that you have 2 other people with you in this presentation. One is Charlotte Bowes, who was a staff nurse who looked after the daughter of Tracy Maguire, who was a parent who had a little girl, Peyton Elizabeth Morag Maguire, that's a lovely name, who was born just before we went into lockdown on the 26th of March. So one of the first parents to go through the experience of how visiting and access to units was managed. I'm not going to tell you too much about that. I'm going to let Tracy speak for herself about her experience, but I'm going to hand you over to Michelle in the first instance. Are you with us, Michelle? I can't, I'm not hearing you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
That's fine. Let me just get the presentation so that I can see it. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so I'm going to speak to you about COVID-19, and it's going to take the form of an interview of a nurse and a parent's perspective. The C word, nobody wants to have first-hand experience of that, but unfortunately here in Wishaw we had no choice but to have the first positive neonate in Scotland. So we're going to share that experience with you from our experience and the parents' experience. I am, like we've said, the practice educator at Wishaw, but I was back working clinically during the pandemic, so have first-hand experience of looking after Peyton as well. So we're going to start by, Peyton became world famous by the BBC News video that Alan's going to share for you so we can all see. You all right to play that for us, Alan?
Honestly, really proud of being a mum. We actually had the most rocky start. It doesn't mean that we can have a positive outcome, and she's basically our rainbow in the storm. that is coronavirus. Obviously, staff for now are absolutely risking their life for looking after her, and let's not forget that. As Caitlin beautifully shares, she's tested positive, so the staff that are handling her, they are put at risk.
I couldn't go around with nurses and doctors doing stuff that you want them to do is that they're superhuman. They actually are superhuman. You always know they are, but you don't know it until you're stuck in front of them. That would be nice on the day.
That would be exactly what we thought.
Okay, so that was a brief insight into Peyton's journey. Let me just get my PowerPoint back for us. Just a second, bear with me. Can you see the PowerPoint? I can't.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Wait till I just see how I can see it. Any advice here, Alan?
Probably minimise your GoToWebinar dashboard. You close that down, and you can see your presentation at the same time.
So minimise this dashboard and we should see it at the same time.
Across. Can I move that? Oh, well, no, that is a little. How do you like minimise that? Like, see that wee minus arrow comes up? I don't know how to.
Right.
If it goes away when you take the mouse off.
It's not actually letting us see it at the same time.
Alan, did you have this presentation? Can you put it up?
Yeah.
And then you just need to say move forward when you want it moved, Michelle, if Alan can put it up.
That's fine.
Just let me find the presentation.
So the last one went seamless. This one's having a wee technical hitch. Okay, so we could skip to the third page. So skip another one, that's our video. All right, so the hardest thing for us as nurses, I would say, was the visiting restrictions that was imposed on us at the start of COVID. So our journey, there was parents of a baby within the unit that tested positive. So in response to that, we had allocated visiting slots for parents only. So there was no siblings, no additional visitors, and we allocated the parents slots to ensure that there was only one set of parents in any room at any given time. We had time between slots so that they weren't meeting at ward entrances and things, and that as well takes away a bit of peer support that we know that parents get from each other in communal areas. We tried to make it as flexible as possible to accommodate the needs of the family. So if there was dads that were at work, we would give them a nighttime slot or whatever. Depending on how many babies we had in the unit dictated how long that slot could be. But at some points, like there was times where parents were only getting an hour a day with the baby, and as the bedside nurse, that was absolutely heartbreaking to think of, especially a mum that was perhaps in the postnatal ward, not allowed visitors, only with her baby an hour a day, and the other 23 hours being in that room alone. It was absolutely heartbreaking to think of that. That's when all our FaceTiming and baby diary and VCreate, we only got VCreate during the pandemic, but that's where that really came in benefit for us for parents. We've obviously gradually built back up to open visiting for parents, and we've been at that for a while, and we were back to allowing siblings and a named visitor, but with local restrictions that's gone again, but we're still open visiting for parents. So if we could go to the next slide. So Peyton was our COVID positive baby that we've seen in our video. She was preterm, born at 32+2 at 1525 grams. She had a brief period on CPAP, and then she was on to high flow in ICU and HDU just for a brief period following birth, and was very quickly round to special care baby unit, self-ventilating in air. But she had a wee snuffly episode at almost 3 weeks of age, so we screened her and she tested positive for paraflu and COVID. So mum came into the hospital and roomed in with Peyton like a kind of transitional care type baby during her isolation period. Peyton remained very well throughout medically. Obviously there was a lot of psychological support needed there because poor mum was stuck in the room with her for her whole admission, wasn't allowed to leave. So they had a designated nurse for the whole shift every time and discharged home to continue isolating. So the nurse they had for part of that time, and who also starred in the video, was Charlotte. So I'm going to ask Charlotte a question about it. If you could move on to the next slide. We're going to ask Charlotte, how did it feel to be the nurse looking after the first COVID-19 positive neonate in Scotland? And I'll hand over to Charlotte.
Hello. So for me personally, it was quite a daunting experience, not really knowing what you were going into. As Michelle said, Peyton was our first COVID positive baby, so you were kind of going in not knowing what to expect, and essentially what kind of risk you're putting yourself at. In terms of the visiting, Michelle said obviously Tracy was stuck in the room herself with Peyton. So in terms of family centred care kind of perspective, it was nice to be able to get to chat to Tracy maybe a wee bit more than we could have before, as obviously we were the only kind of person Tracy could have spoke to. Otherwise it was been phone or FaceTime. So in terms of that, it was nice to see kind of what values were for Tracy and what she wanted out of the care and how we could assist that. Overall, it was quite a positive experience, I would say. I was able to care for Peyton as I would have cared for any other baby, just with a wee bit more PPE. It was overall a nice experience.
That's lovely. Thanks for that, Charlotte. If we could go to the next slide, the other questions are for Tracy. Is Tracy on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
How were you affected by the visiting restrictions, and is there anything that made the separation from your baby easier for you?
I think, well, we were restricted to 1 hour a day from the start. We got to see Peyton once she was born. We got half an hour with Peyton before we had to wait until the next day to see her again. And I think we were probably, it was more daunting to us, the fact that we've just had this wee baby, we didn't know what was going on with her, we didn't know, none of us had experienced a preterm, like a baby that's born preterm, like we'd never, even family members I'd never experienced them going through this, and I think it was more daunting for us, the process is not being there with her. And I think as a first time parent myself, I was thinking, oh, is this going to mean that I can't bond with her? I don't know how I bond with her. How do I bond with a baby 1 hour a day? And I remember like speaking to one of the nurses and explaining like that was how it felt and how horrible to start with it felt for me going through that and knowing that my baby was coming but she wasn't coming to me. And through
I mean, no, I'm not saying at all it was easy. There was nothing about it. There was an easy process, but we understood the reasons it was in place. It was explained to us clearly why they put the measures in place, and the Peyton being safe was the main priority. But we got wee mini boos, and they were the best things in the world. Like, I used to leave one with Peyton and I would take one home, and it meant when I got home I could smell it, and I could smell her off of it, and it was and I lost mine at one point, and I remember coming home and I was absolutely distraught because I thought, where have I left it? I can't smell her. I don't know if she's there, because I was trying to express feed at the same time, which is really hard when your baby's not with you. And when I walked in the next day, one of the nurses was just like, I'll get you one now, I'll go and get you another one, you'll have one to go home with, please don't cry, you're fine. And honestly, the support was so much there, and we got beautiful diary entries through Baby Diary as well, and some of them, wee nurse Amna, she managed to get a picture of Peyton smiling. It was the first time she ever smiled, and fair enough, we weren't there to see it, but it's a picture we'll always have for the rest of their life. Like, this wee picture, this wee tiny face, this wee pink hat, and this big smile. And we couldn't get pictures printed either because everything was locked down for essential buying. And we got a beautiful card that was made by one of the nurses on the ward, and it was Peyton's feet stamped onto the card, and a picture of her inside it, and it says on the front of it, because it was an Easter card, and it says, "Some bunny loves you." And when we opened it up, it was just this picture of her smiling. And for us, that was such a beautiful thing for us to get that, because it was the first picture we had of Peyton that was in a picture rather than it being printed off, because we'd done that with some of our pictures just to have our presence felt round about the house. But we got in, it was just this beautiful picture of her smiling, and we couldn't have been supported more for it.
That's so lovely. It must have been such a traumatic experience for you. So to hear you talking about some positives, like things that made it easier for you, like that will get fed back to all the staff, and the importance of using all the Baby Diary and giving the parents mini boos and making them personalised things from their babies, like not just throughout COVID, but forever. So how did it feel for you to see everyone caring for your baby wearing masks and PPE?
Well, it seems like I can remember the day we walked in and everything had just changed. It just went from yous were wearing masks and we weren't, to everybody was wearing masks. And I remember walking in to the ward and they said, you need to put a mask on. And I put my mask on and the tears just started flowing underneath my mask, because I was thinking, this is it now. Like, I can't give her a kiss on the feet, and I can't smell her or hold her closer. She can't see my expressions, because you know how hard it is to see your expressions when you've got your mask over your face. So she wasn't able to see expressions. And for me, my lucky part is the fact that Peyton will never ever remember it. Whereas fair enough, I'll remember it, but she's going to be resilient to that. But at the same time, I mean, to be fair, the nurses that were on the ward, they were brilliant. We had a great laugh. Like, when I walked in and after I'd had my wee moment, somebody was saying to me, I'm smiling at you, but you can't see it. But just kind of lightening the atmosphere a wee bit and making me feel more relaxed round about it. And it just became the norm. It was just a norm that I came in, I washed my hands, I scrubbed all my arms, I put my hand sanitizer on, I put my mask on, and then I got to see Peyton. And that was just, it became a natural routine, and it was implemented as a natural routine to do. And even now, like, if we take Peyton anywhere and somebody's got a mask on, they'll be like, oh, we must frighten you. And I'm like, she's the least frightened by it, because she just thinks it's normal.
Yeah, she doesn't know any different. That's good to hear that it doesn't phase her. We've been talking previously about masks with clear, so you can see facial expressions through. So that's something we can maybe look into for future, so that the babies can see your expressions. But one thing that I hadn't thought of myself really is smelling, and you know what it's like to smell your baby's head. So to hear you say that is quite powerful, that you can't smell your baby. And again, something to communicate to all nurses that is something, a barrier to parents.
Yeah, the mini boo meant that, because the mini boo meant that I maybe couldn't smell her right there, but when I got home, I had that lasting smell with my wee mini boo.
Yeah. So what was going through your mind when you got the call to say that Peyton was positive? Because I believe you were due to come in for a visit and you got the phone call.
So I was due in at 10, we always took the 10 to 11 appointment. because it was a reason to get up in the morning and get excited. So you would have your early night because you knew that at 10 o'clock you'd be ready and up there to see Peyton, and that was where we got into that routine, that's what we done. And I think putting it into a routine for us was a lot easier to cope with what was going on. And when it was 8 o'clock in the morning, my phone went, and I'm like, this is a hospital phoning. And I thought, at the time, there was a lot of things I thought it could have been, and maybe changing our appointment time to suit our parent, which was fine. And when I answered the phone and I realised what it was actually about, my husband was still sleeping, and I broke down crying in the room next door. And I couldn't stop crying because it was the day after we just missed my stepson's 6th birthday, and we never got to see him for that. So we just missed that, and that was already a sore point, and that was a low. And then added on, and the first thing I could think about was, when am I getting to see her? And that was all I could think about from that point on, was my baby's not well and she needs her mum, and that's it. And I couldn't get past anything else. Like, nothing else was saying was coming in. It was just like, right, when am I getting to see her? I need to see her, like, and make sure she's all right. Because at that point in time, we didn't really know how it was affecting babies, because it wasn't documented anywhere about where babies were at with it. And I think it was just the fear of the unknown more than anything. But obviously, looking at it now, I think we managed to handle it very well then. But there was a
worried for yourself. Were you worried you might catch it?
I never even thought myself for 1 minute. Not 1 minute did it even. Not 1 minute did I even think to myself, if I catch this and it kills me, what would I do? Like, I just kept thinking, Peyton needs her mum, and that's it. And I think that was just parent instinct just kicks in, and I couldn't. And I remember, like, my mum saying, like, what if you get in there? And I'm like, I don't care. I was like, she needs me and I need her, and that's it. And so that none of that even crossed my mind about whether it was something that I could catch. I was thinking to myself, if I'm there and I'm doing it all, then that's protecting the staff that are skilled to do all these other amazing things and save so many lives. Then if it meant that I had to go in and change her nappies, which I wanted to do, because I only got to change one a day, so you'll never be more excited changing their baby nappies than me. But I wanted to do all of that for her. So for me, when the minute I got the opportunity to do that, there was no qualms about. There wasn't a second thought. It was, right, you need to stay in the room. Fine, I'll stay in the room. I'll stay in the room as long as I've got her. I'm fine. I'll go. But it was definitely testing.
That's a sign of a selfless mother, and I'm sure you've made up for the nappies since.
Do you know, to be honest, I still change nappies. Like, I'm really lucky. I've got a great support. But I still change nappies because it's all these wee things that, like, I've never missed. I like bathing her because I missed all that. So I make sure it's me. You know, my husband sometimes goes, actually, you need to sit down for 10 minutes. Like, you need to eat dinner. Like, but I'll hopefully grow out of that.
So that leads us on to my next question. How has your experience affected the family as a whole? We've spoke a lot about you and Peyton, but what about dads and grandparents and siblings?
This one's the sorest point for me, because I can deal with how I feel, but then it hurts me when I see how everybody else feels. My husband struggled big time. My husband struggled a lot. Like, he missed out on majority of everything. He missed out on it, and that wasn't through anything that I'd made a choice for him to miss out on. And there's things like carrying Peyton home, he missed out on. He never got to come and see her come out of the hospital. He had to spend a lot of time on his own, which I had a lot of support with the nurses that I had round about, like Charlotte, and people coming in to see if I was all right and speak to me face to face. And that was the face to face contact we kind of took for granted when it came to him, because as much as you could speak to him over the phone, nobody could visit, because my house was to be sterilised from head to toe for Peyton coming home. Like, there was, and it was one of those ones where I think it could have been really, if we'd have been in the hospital much longer, I think it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
And my mum, she kind of got affected a lot by it. My mum seen Peyton for the first time through a window. Luckily, I was at a window at the front of the hospital. My mum managed to stand outside and seen Peyton from a second floor window. And the thing is And I mean, to anybody else, she would have looked ridiculous. She was just standing outside crying on the bath, just crying outside, and everybody must have been like, what's this woman just standing here crying, looking up at the window? But for my mum wanted to see her in person, because you can't gauge the size of her, or the, do you know what, you can't gauge everything over.
Yeah.
Like, she wanted to see the contrast there in my arms, and my mum wanted to make sure I was all right, because she wanted to see my face and see how I was looking, because bearing in mind, I went in with Peyton after when she was 3 weeks old, but 3 weeks prior to that, I was in a situation where I could have took a seizure, I could have ended up really unwell, I had to get a section, which I was recovering from. So my mum was worried about her own child and her grandchild all at the same stint, and couldn't do nothing she could do. My mum's a key worker, she works in Asda, so she had to watch for the outset for 9 weeks before she managed to get her in her arms.
And have they made up for lost time since?
Oh, do you know, my mum took time off work so she could spend every other day with her. So she's definitely made up for it now. And Peyton's got a great bond with her grandparents. All of them, we're very lucky. Like my husband's mum, she's brilliant. She takes her on a Tuesday. She spends her time with her, and she sings to her, and she comes home all happy. And it's like, and these are all the things that we worried about initially. But if I'd have known now that Peyton was so resilient and such a fighter, in the sense that she was going to have all these bonds even though she never had them for birth, then I don't think I would have panicked as much, knowing that however it was going to materialise.
Yeah, it's easy to look back in retrospect and think, oh, I shouldn't have done that, isn't it?
I know.
So last thing I want to ask is, how is Peyton doing now?
She's absolutely amazing. I was going to bring her in because she was in for a wee while there. She has fell asleep. What I'll do, let me bring her in. 2 wee seconds if you don't mind.
Oh, don't wake us.
This is all the way she'll not talk to me. She is absolutely amazing. She's a brilliant baby.
Look at her. She looks fab.
An absolute credit to everybody that looked after her. She's got an 8-month review. She aced it. So 8 weeks premature, 8 months review, she's aced it. She can sit up herself. She can walk in a walker. And she's babbling away and trying to talk to everybody. So we are extremely lucky. And the thing is my husband says to me the day before he went, he's like, remember and thank everybody again and tell them how grateful we are. Their life, and they saved your life. And my husband says it all the time, and even in that video you could see it, like, about he's being superheroes, and because we're in my husband's life, we're the middle and centre, and you's brought us home, so that's, we can't be more grateful for that.
Well, we want to thank you too for doing this and sharing your experience with us, but also for just being you and making it easy for us. Like during it was a stressful and traumatic time for the staff here as well as you. It was fear of the unknown for us all, but you've made it easier for us just by being you. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
We've also got some pictures of Peyton if we flick through the next slides, hopefully. Yay, there's Peyton and Mummy. You tell us who they all are. Next.
Oh, there she's just smiling.
Oh, lovely.
Peyton and her daddy.
Peyton and her dad.
And this is her Gigi, so this is my gran, and my gran watches her while I do college, and honestly she's the light of her life, absolutely. She's always got smiles for Gigi. One person she would open her eyes for when she went on to Skype, she always shut them for my mum. My mum's like that, she's at it, but it's the minute of Gigi she had them, the eyes would That's my mum. That's her nana. I was going to say her granny, my mum would have me shot. That's her nana. And that was her dressed up as Pugsley Bear.
Lovely. All right, so all we've got left now is questions. If anybody's got any questions for Tracy, Charlotte, we've got one of our senior midwives online as well, Elaine, to answer any questions anybody might have.
Michelle, before Tom jumps in with any comments or questions, just to say thank you to all three of you, Michelle, for hosting that interview, and to Charlotte and to Tracy and to Peyton, of course, as well, who was clearly the star of that show. That sounded like...
I slipped away, she was the star.
What an emotional journey, roller coaster. We can only imagine what it must have been feeling to go through it, because even just listening to you speak for a minute about it, Tracy, that felt pretty emotional, and I think that was a strong sense it was coming through from the audience out here. I'm just going to pass over to Tom if there's any other sort of thoughts and comments to add there.
Thanks, Karen, and thank you to you both. It was a great presentation. I think you've done such a good job of doing question and answers. We've not really got any question. We've got lots of very positive comments, just showing how powerful building memories are for parents and the importance of doing that when there's restrictions in them being able to access the unit. And Marie McNerney just saying it's nothing more powerful than a parent's voice. So thanking you for all of that. What a brilliant mum. Una just reminding us that Fathers Network Scotland is there and have got that particular role to offer and support new fathers in these circumstances. So remember, we've got that available to us. Hazel just saying an invaluable insight into parents' experience. Great to hear how it affects the fathers and extended family too. So remembering we're dealing with a whole family network, not just mum and dad. And Marie also saying this has been the biggest fear with all our visiting restrictions, was the risk that might have for mums and dads and their new babies. Nicole just saying what a credit to Wishaw. Wow, absolutely brilliant. And the only really question we've got is just any top tips for other parents or even staff from your experience there. That's really the only question just to finish off.
So any top tips for other parents, Tracy?
Oh, well, I would say that the best top tip you can get is it will not last forever. So you'll not be in the hospital forever. It's something that kids are, and how resilient kids are, because it'll be me that'll live with the heartache of this, not Peyton. And that's to me, that's comforting, that I can live with it because she's fine. And I know that obviously with parents right now, like I've had a few parents message me personally to say that like our babies are still in the wards or things like that, and saying about how hard it's been for them. And I can understand that it's the hardest time in the whole world. But at the same time, it's a short storm that you're going through, and there is a beautiful rainbow at the end. And I'm literally cuddling my rainbow all the time. And the thing is there will be negatives that will come out of it that I get. It's hard not to see, like my hardest bit was not seeing my mum. But advancements in technology allows us to still feel as though they're there, and that's the best thing we could ask for through these times, because in fact the fact that you can FaceTime as much as I can't cuddle you, you know that you've still got this support behind you, and use that and speak to people. Don't keep it in. Speak to people about how you feel. Don't keep it in.
Yeah, off the back of that, I would say for staff as well, keep talking. If you're feeling it, everybody's feeling it. Mental health is so important. Everybody's anxiety levels are so high, morale's low, it's fear of the unknown. Just be kind to each other and keep talking.
Yeah.
Use spiritual care, mental health awareness services that are available to you.
And also, sorry, just in the last bit, trust your nurses and your midwives because they know what they're talking about. Trust the care your baby's getting because they care for them like their own.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle, Charlotte, Tracy, and of course Peyton. That was a fantastic presentation to go into lunch with. I just want to say thank you to everyone for listening up to this point. We're going to break for lunch. Alison, would you like us to be back as timetabled at 1:45, or just about? We're just 2 or 3 minutes behind.
I think that would probably work fine. Yeah, if everybody's happy with that. So go and have some nice lunch, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you all.
Imagine the technical hitch when our last one was here. You did well. The video.
You're not on mute, Michelle. You're not on mute.
We cannot hear you.
Okay.
Brilliant. Was that okay?
Yep.
I was trying to keep them to time, but
Oh, that was great. So I'll put us on mute because I think all the time will be audible.
recording.
Alan,
Yeah.
is that lunchtime slide visible?
Yes, it is, Alison. The
All right,
only thing I'll say, Alison, is that your computer must time out after 15 or 20 minutes, and it goes to another screensaver about login, just to let you know. So that'll this lunch thing goes away.
Yeah, I just need to come in. It goes to a screensaver, my screensaver.
Correct. That says you have to log in again. So it must be a security feature that's on your desktop.
Okay, so while we're away at lunch, it'll probably come up as NHS side or something, but that's
Correct,
fine.
yeah.
I will log in when I come back.
Okay, no worries. See you back.
Thank you. Unless you want to put it up, Alan. Might be.
Have I got it? Have you sent me the presentation? Have you? I'll dig it out.
I think so. I think these all came to you.
Right, okay. I'll dig it out. Just leave it up for now and I'll change it.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Nicole, are you able to introduce our first speaker?
Nicole, I think you're on mute.
I think Nicole was going to introduce our first speakers and I was going to do our second. I'm just not sure if Nicole's got some technical issues.
You fancy reversing, Ginny? You do the first
Yeah,
one?
I think I've messaged, but I might just start. I'll just get the info up. We can't hear you, Nicole. Can't hear you. Nope. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Great to have everybody join us again after lunch. Hope everybody got a chance to get something to eat and drink there. It's great to see everybody again, and we have a couple of speakers before afternoon coffee. Our first speaker that we have is Anne-Marie Wirely-Birch, and Anne-Marie's from Vapotherm. She is their clinical tertiary manager, and Anne-Marie is responsible for the education and the training aspects of Vapotherm UK side of the business. She advises both users and non-users how to get the best from their high flow devices. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Anne-Marie and welcome her and look forward to hearing her presentation.
Thanks, Ginny, that's great. I'll just share my screen if possible. Fantastic, thank you. Just do that now. So can you all hear me okay? And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, well, thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Ginny, and hope you've had a lovely day so far. I'm really delighted to be invited to talk to you all on your conference, and I'm so glad that it's been able to go ahead virtually in these strange times that we're in. So hopefully you're all familiar with the precision flow. I'm going to talk to you today about the mechanisms of action, so how it benefits the patient. I'm also going to just touch on how it differs from normal high flow, and also just mention about to go through our new oxygen assist module, just to make you aware of that. If there are any questions, that's absolutely fine. If you put them in the chat box, there's a little bit of time at the end, we can go through the questions. And if you want, if there's any more information that you need, or you want to speak to me personally, then I'm sure that the organisers can give you my contact details at the end of the conference. Okay, so without further ado, I'll start going through my presentation. So there are three core mechanisms of action for the precision flow. The first one is oxygenation, secondly, heating and humidification, and the third one is the reduction of work of breathing. So first of all, I'll go through the oxygenation part. So when you put a patient on a simple face mask, or you put them on nasal cannula from oxygen from the hospital, and you set them maybe to 1 or 2 litres of flow, you're actually giving the patient nearly 100% oxygen, but it's only going in a very low flow. So what happens is the patient breathes in over the flow and also entrails room air. So that oxygen becomes diluted, and what we say is usually 1 litre is about 24% oxygen. But you can't ever tell that. It's impossible to deliver a high FiO2, and you don't know exactly what oxygen your patient is getting. And when you've got a patient with respiratory distress, it's quite important to know exactly what FiO2 your patient requires, just in case they need more oxygen or they're deteriorating. So with the precision flow, the flow needs to be higher than the patient's natural inspiratory flow to provide precise oxygenation to the patient. And what we say is, if you make sure that you're giving at least a minimum of 3 times the patient's minute volume, so litres per minute would be at least 3 times your patient's minute volume to ensure that the patient is getting a precise oxygenation. Obviously, they probably will need more flow than that to help reduce the work of breathing, which I'll go through later on. But also as well, on the precision flow, as you can see, it's very clear the oxygen that your patient's getting. But if you set it higher than their 3 times higher than their minute volume, then your patient, the oxygen that you set on the precision flow is what your patient is going to get. So the next one is heating and humidification. So we all naturally heat and humidify the air that we breathe in. And why do we do that? Well, we do that to maintain a nice, warm, moist environment in the respiratory tract, to prevent any dryness or cracking or inflammation, and to maintain the function of the cilia in the respiratory tract. So let's just have a look at what the cilia look like. So they're hair-like things that move the mucus from the bottom of the lungs up to the top of the lungs, so it can be coughed out or expectorated or suctioned. So the thing is, you can only cough from the top half of your lungs. And when you put a patient on hospital oxygen, the oxygen in the hospital is cooled to about 10 degrees, and it's also dried to 0.05 relative humidity. So that basically just means it's really cool and really dry. And that's fantastic for the pipe work. It means there won't be any erosion of the pipe work, but it's not so great for your patient who is on the oxygen for a long period of time. And what happens when your patient is on this cool, dry oxygen for a long period of time is that the secretions, the mucus at the bottom of the lungs, become thick and sticky. And so you get reduced mucociliary clearance. There's also a risk of lung collapse and pneumonia, further infections, mucosal damage and hemoptysis. Just talking about energy consumption, when you breathe in, heat and humidify the air that you breathe in, it actually takes about 10% of your daily energy just to do that. So when you've got a baby who's small and needs to grow, or they've got wounds that need healing, or they're not absorbing their feed, they need as much energy as they can. So with the precision flow, we provide optimal heat and humidification to take that burden away from the patient. So the optimal heat is 37 degrees, and the optimal humidification is 100% humidity. And because it's optimal heat and humidity, it's very comfortable for the patient, and it helps also to maintain mucociliary clearance. So then lastly, we've got the reduction of work of breathing. So the precision flow helps to reduce the work of breathing, and this is achieved by high velocity nasal insufflation. So that sounds really complicated, and when I started this job, I wasn't quite sure what that meant. But it basically means high speed washout. So what are we washing out? We're washing out the nasopharyngeal dead space, and I'll go on to explain why we're doing that in a minute. But let's just have a quick look at dead space to start with. So in approximately 50% of inspired tidal volume is anatomical dead space in a neonate, compared to 30% in an adult. So the precision flow can be used for pediatrics and adults, but it's really effective in neonates because of the amount of dead space that they've got. So at the start of inspiration, the anatomical dead space is filled with expiratory gas, which is oxygen depleted and high in CO2. So when you've got a patient with respiratory distress, their respiration rate is going to be very, very quick. So the time between inspiration and expiration will be very short. So that means that they're going to get a reservoir sitting in the dead space of CO2 that they can't get rid of, or they're struggling to get rid of, which then impacts breathing efficiency and ventilation. So what are we trying to achieve? So basically what we're trying to achieve is increased alveolar ventilation. And this is the equation for alveolar ventilation. So alveolar ventilation is basically how much oxygen you get into your alveoli and how much CO2 is passed out, so that you can breathe it out. So when you put a patient on BiPAP or CPAP, what they do is they give pressure to increase the tidal volumes or to keep the alveoli open, so to increase your functional residual capacity. And in doing that, they increase the alveolar ventilation, which therefore then reduces the work of breathing. But what we do is reduce the amount of dead space that the patient has, and then that in turn increases alveolar ventilation, which then reduces work of breathing. So if you have a look at these pictures here, on the left-hand side, you've got a baby on nasal CPAP, and then on the right-hand side, you've got a baby on the precision flow. So like I said, CPAP increases functional residual capacity to then increase alveolar ventilation. And high velocity nasal insufflation reduces the dead space to increase alveolar ventilation. So what we call high velocity nasal insufflation is mask-free, non-invasive ventilation for spontaneously breathing patients. And it can be used for type 1 respiratory failure and type 2 respiratory failure. So how do we achieve that high velocity nasal insufflation? So when I started this job, this is how it was explained to me, and I think it's a really good analogy to understand what's actually going on in your patient. So if you think about it, it's winter time, you've got a really muddy patio and you want to clean the mud off the patio. So you use your hose, you switch it on, say for example 10 litres per minute coming out of the tap, and it's just pouring out. So rather than increasing the litres per minute, what you do is occlude half of the pipe. So if you occlude half of the pipe, that water is going to squirt out at a higher speed, at a faster speed, so then you can clean the mud off the patio. So that's basically in a nutshell what's happening. So if you look at this diagram, as you can see, you've got the nasal cannula going into the nose, and it's only filling half of the nares, and that's what we want. The gas goes in at really high speed and causes these little vortices swirling the gas around the nasopharyngeal dead space. It then washes out the CO2 from the nasopharyngeal dead space and replaces it with oxygen-enriched air. So from the second breath that your patient is on the precision flow, that nasopharyngeal dead space will have a diluted amount of CO2 in it when the patient breathes out. So that it makes it easier for the patient to clear the CO2 and to get oxygen in, which then therefore reduces the work of breathing. With a CPAP and BiPAP mask, what you need is a really tight fitting mask to make sure that there's no leakage. But what we want is as much leakage as possible, and that's why we say don't fill the nares more than half with the nasal cannula. So the three important things that impact effective washout are, first of all, a volumetric flow, so how many litres per minute you put your patient on, and then the speed of the gas, so the velocity, and then the leakage. So we want the nose and the mouth to act as a hose pipe, a hose pipe to get rid of the CO2 out of your patient's nasopharyngeal dead space. So reduction of work of breathing works with dead space reduction, inspiratory flow support. There is a little bit of pressure created with the high velocity nasal insufflation, but it's not a core mechanism of action. And basically PEP stands for positive expiratory pressure. So it's a little bit like pursed-lip breathing, and that's where the pressure is created. But because it's an open system, there's not a lot of pressure created. Bronchodilation, secretion mobilization, and the reduction of upper airway resistance. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, I'm going to just talk a little bit about the difference between high velocity nasal insufflation and high flow. So, I mean, high flow, but the precision flow is a part of the high flow family, but high velocity nasal insufflation is a higher acuity of care. So there are some papers that say that high flow nasal cannula has not been shown to be a viable alternative to CPAP when it comes to providing primary support. Whereas there's lots of research been done to compare it to nasal CPAP and to compare it with BiPAP. And these prove that it's non-inferior to CPAP and BiPAP. So it can be used as an alternative to CPAP and BiPAP in primary support and post-extubation. And it's also good for weaning and respiratory distress in general. So there's just like a continuum of care. So basically, high flow nasal cannula is oxygen therapy that delivers high flows through nasal cannula. And high velocity nasal insufflation is a refined form of high flow nasal cannula, which improves ventilation efficiency and reduces the work of breathing. So as you can see here, high velocity nasal insufflation can be used for a larger care population of patients, whereas high flow can be used with a smaller amount of patient population. So that's basically the mechanisms of action. So we've got precise oxygenation, we've got heat and humidification, and the reduction of work of breathing. If there are any questions about the mechanisms of action, just please put them in your chat box, and then the moderators will pick them up at the end and we can have a discussion. And if there's anything that I can't answer, I will always find out for you and get back to you. So the next part is I'm going to go through the oxygen assist module. So this is what our oxygen assist module looks like, and it's a closed loop oxygen controller that works with the precision flow. And it basically continuously looks at the patient's SpO2 and adjusts the FiO2 on the precision flow to maintain a target SpO2. But before I go on, go through the OAM in a bit more detail, let's just look at what we clinically know already. So we already know that hyperoxia is associated with a higher risk of retinopathy of prematurity and lung damage. But hypoxemia is also associated with a higher risk of death, necrotizing enterocolitis, and neurodevelopmental impairment. But what we don't know is what the perfect SpO target range or target is. And also, because this machine is new, we don't know what automated oxygen control has an impact on outcomes, and they're things that can be studied in the future, and it'll be interesting to find out what the outcomes will be. But as clinical value, the oxygen assist module allows reliable realization of SpO2 target. It also assists staff in maintaining the target, but also allows, like I said, for further evaluation of clinical indications, outcomes, and workflow improvement. So does it improve the workflow of nurses? Does it help the patient's outcomes? Do they, are there fewer patients that end up with retinopathy of the newborn or necrotizing enterocolitis? So it'll be really interesting to see what happens in the future. But the OAM also helps to facilitate developmental care for the baby. It may reduce SpO2 alarms, which therefore will reduce the noises from the alarms, and it also will release time for care for the nurses. In terms of the baby, it helps easily and accurately maintain SpO2 during stress, movement, and feeding. It helps to facilitate cuddling and kangaroo care, and it also may allow nurses to spend more time with babies and parents and less time changing settings. So recently there was a study done in 2008, and it was done down in Oxford, and it was done by Dr. Peter Reynolds and Dr. Kevin Ives, among other people. And it was a randomised crossover study of automated oxygen control for preterm infants receiving nasal high flow. And what they did was they put the oxygen assist module on a patient who was on the precision flow, and for 24 hours they downloaded data from the OAM on manual mode, which told them how many times the FiO2 was adjusted and how long it was in time in range. And then they put the same patient on the automated mode for another 24 hours. So their primary outcome was the percentage time spent in SpO target range, and then the secondary outcomes were time spent in target range, above and below target range, and also the number of adjustments that were made to the FiO2 per hour. And what they found was that, so this is your target range, so from 90 to 95%. And what they found was that in automated control, the patient was in target range 80% of the time. And then in manual mode, so this is when the nurses are changing the FiO2, it was in range 49% of the time. And then this shows how long the patient was in below the target range. So if you see here, below 90%, and the target range was 90 to 95. In automated mode, the patient was in the low range 12% of the time, and then 28% of the time in manual mode. And then lastly, they looked at above range, how long the patient spent above range, so 95 to 100%. With automated, it was 12, and manual mode, it was 23. Now, this isn't saying that nurses don't do a good job. It's basically saying that this machine, this OAM, is a computer, and it's literally got one thing to do. It changes the FiO2 according to the SpO2, whereas the nurse has got 1,001 things to do. So if it can make the nurse's life a little bit easier, then that's much better for the nurse, and it's much better for the patient. So the conclusion that they made was that the Intel device, so the Intel device was the prototype of the OAM that was used for the trial. The device is in automated control mode, maintained the baby's SpO2 in the target SpO2 range significantly more effectively than manual control, and reduced the duration of hypoxic and hyperoxic episodes. But more studies are needed to find out what would improve clinical outcomes better. So Kevin Ives gave us some feedback from what the nurses and the doctors and the parents found when they were doing the trial of the OAM in Oxford. And he said that during the study, we noticed that the use of automated oxygen control reduced the stress and anxiety that parents frequently experience when witnessing fluctuations in their baby's oxygen saturations. This was particularly the case when their baby came out for skin-to-skin kangaroo care, allowing the parents to concentrate on that experience rather than being fixated on the monitor or disturbed by alarms. So we've all had that experience with relatives and patients who are so concerned about what's going on with the monitor alarm, and then they don't understand what's going on. If those alarms are reduced and they can spend more time concentrating on their baby, then it's much better for the parent. For the nurse, the improved stability of the baby's oxygen saturation level and the reduction in SpO2 alarms allowed for greater attention to be directed to the family. So just to have a quick look at the oxygen assist module again. So basically, like I said, it's an oxygen controller. The clinicians will set a desired SpO2 target, and this is something that you would have to decide on your unit specifically for you. You may want to collaborate with different units to actually have a target that you want to set across the region. That's entirely up to you. But it works with Massimo technology, pulse oximetry technology, but it also works with NEL core technology as well. So what the OAM adjusts the precision flow oxygen concentration automatically as needed. So the oxygen assist module, as I said, you set an SpO2 target. The OAM adjusts the precision flow, and basically it continuously looks at the SpO2, and then every 10 seconds it will change the FiO2 according to try and maintain the target at what you've set. It's also a very clever algorithm. It's basically a simple way to understand it is it's a little bit like cruise control on a car. So you're going down the motorway, you want to stay at 50 miles an hour because there's speed cameras and you don't want to get a ticket. So you continue going at 50 miles an hour, the car will do that for you, but then you start to go up a hill, and what happens is the computer in the car will think, right, I've got to stay at 50, but I need to get up this hill, so I'll increase the power. So it increases the power so you can get up the hill, but it stays at 50 miles an hour. So it's a little bit like that. And what happens is it remembers up to about 12 minutes about what the patient's SpO2 has done and what oxygen levels they've needed. So it remembers about 12 minutes in the past, and then that helps it to make predictions for future behaviour so that it can monitor how much oxygen the patient actually needs. So just a few take homes from what I've just talked about. The oxygen assist module is a controller, not a monitor. So if you do get to see the oxygen assist module, what you'll notice is the SpO2 actually on the OAM is very small, and that's because we don't want you to monitor the SpO2 from the OAM. We want you to monitor the SpO2 from the patient's bedside monitor. So that's why we have two SATS probes. So basically the SpO2 on the oxygen assist module is literally for the computer to work out what oxygen the patient needs. The target SpO2 is up to the clinician's discretion, like I mentioned before. The target range is a bit for visual display only. It doesn't have an impact on what the algorithm is doing. Only the target, the SBO target, is what the algorithm is looking at. But it's very handy as you walk past the machine, you can see actually how long the patient's been in target. And if you go to what we call the trend screen, it tells you the percentage time in target range. So it's very good for things like ward rounds. So you can monitor what the patient has done for the past 24 hours or 72 hours, 48 hours, whatever you need to see, so that you can monitor what's been happening with the patient. And then monitoring of FiO2 is necessary to detect deterioration early. So just to be aware, because people worry that if my oxygen assist module is changing my patient's oxygen continuously, how am I going to know that my patient's deteriorating and needing more oxygen? Well, there are inbuilt alarms that you need to monitor on a regular basis throughout the day that will alert you to the fact that your patient is needing more oxygen over a period of time. Okay, so that's basically my talk. If you've got any questions, please put them in the chat box. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm always here if you need anything. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you want to get in touch.
Thanks, Anne-Marie, for that. That was a really interesting talk, and I appreciate you taking the time to come and share that information with us. We've got a couple of questions. We've got one from Lynn Montgomery, and Lynn has asked, if the temperature is set at 37, does that mean the temperature is 37 at the point of the baby or at the point where the flow is heated in the machine?
Okay, so basically the way the precision flow is designed, the delivery tube that delivers the oxygen, the gases to the patient, has got a water jacket around it, and that water is maintained at 37 degrees. So the gas is maintained at that temperature right to the bottom of the patient. I've actually got a cut-off piece of the delivery tube here just to explain what I mean. So if you can see here, inside the tubing, there's 3 compartments. So in the middle is where the gas goes, and then the 2 compartments on the outside is where the water sits around the outside. So it means that the temperature is maintained throughout the tubing.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. We've got one more question. We've got about a minute left. This is from Naomi and Naomi South, and it's anecdotally, they're very preterm and low birth weight infants don't seem to do as well on the high velocity nasal insufflation in their unit. So they tend to extubate babies onto CPAP and move on to the HVNI, depending on how well they cope with CPAP. They've asked if you would agree with this, or can you give them any tips on how to get this cohort of babies onto HVNI?
Okay, so I mean, I have heard that before, but there is minimal research for extremely low weight babies in this area. So the research is mainly sort of 28 weeks, 32 weeks. However, I know that Oxford, they don't use CPAP anymore. They just use precision flow right from the very beginning. So if you did want more information about what they do, and I could always try and get hold of their protocol or put you in touch with somebody from Oxford to give you some advice about what they do.
Great, thanks. We do have another couple of questions, but we're just out of time, but we will get in touch and address these and get back to our audience. So thank you, Anne-Marie.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. Have a lovely day. Thanks.
Okay, folks, so we're on to our next speakers. Our next group are going to give us an insight into embracing the laryngeal mask airway. We have Dr. Joyce O'Shea, Dr. Gemma Edwards and Dr. Sarah Ferguson, and we've got Gemma and Sarah with us today. Just to give you a little bit of background, Joyce is a neonatologist at the Royal Hospital for Children in Glasgow. Originally from Cork in Ireland, Joyce had completed their undergraduate education there, went on to do some postgraduate work in Ireland, Scotland and overseas in Australia. Joyce undertook a research fellowship post at the Royal Women's Hospital in Melbourne under the supervision of Peter Davis, and her research has focused and been related to airway support for infants, really largely focused on intubation, video laryngoscopy, and also her ongoing interests are about stabilisation of preterm infants. Gemma had initially undertook their medical education here in Dundee. They're currently an ST5 paediatric trainee and they work in the Royal Hospital for Children. Sarah is in the west of Scotland. She's a paediatric trainee, currently working as a neonatal registrar at the Royal Alexandra Hospital in Paisley. Sarah has worked in 5 neonatal units across Scotland and also one in the Western Australia. Her aim is to apply for subspecialty training in neonatology, and she's got an interest in clinical research and teaching. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you back over to Gemma and Sarah and look forward to hearing about embracing the laryngeal mask airway.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Joyce in the background as well.
I can hear you, Joyce, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for welcoming us so nicely. Gemma and Sarah are going to do the vast majority of the talking for me. I talk enough. Gemma is going to present some of the work we've done in intubation, and then Sarah is going to kind of solve the problem almost that Gemma creates, and that intubation we no longer think is something that every doctor and trainee in the future will be able to do, but we think we may have a solution with the laryngeal mask airway. Okay, I'll let Gemma take it away.
Okay, thank you. Just get my slides up. Yeah, let's see. Can you see the slides okay?
Yeah, thanks, Gemma.
Yeah, brilliant. So my name is Gemma Edwards. I'm an ST5 trainee currently working in the neonatal unit in the Royal Hospital for Children in Glasgow. I'm going to start our presentation on neonatal airway management, and then Sarah is going to take over for the second half. So the topic we were given to speak about was a difficult neonatal airway, but I thought we should kind of first have a think about current changes in this area and what this means for intubation training. And really at the moment, is there an easy neonatal airway? I was going to have a look at current challenges in neonatal intubation success and safety, and have a think about evidence-based approaches to overcome this and the results of implementing these in the Royal Hospital for Children neonatal units. So is there an easy neonatal airway? So intubation is a mandatory skill for junior paediatric trainees in their first 3 years of training. However, following recent advances in perinatal care, there's now less opportunities for us to learn to intubate. So now there's fewer infants being intubated at delivery. Infants are no longer being intubated routinely if they're born through meconium. There's more infants now managed on CPAP. More infants are receiving less invasive surfactant. And at the same time, there's increasing numbers of trainees, all competing for a reducing number of attempts. So how do we feel about intubation now? So in a survey of neonatal trainees and advanced neonatal nurse practitioners in 2019, they surveyed units across the country and got over 600 responses. So only 18% of these people felt completely confident at neonatal intubation, and 36% reported being successful more than 75% of the time. And less than 50% had performed more than 20 intubations ever. So what are intubation success rates currently like in the UK? So in 2018, we looked at intubation success rates in 4 UK units. So these were 2 units in the west of Scotland, not the Royal Hospital for Children, 2 other units, and 2 units in Oxford. And we looked at their intubation success rates on first attempt. So on first attempt, the overall success rates for all grades of clinicians, including consultants, was 53%. falling to 38% for junior trainees, so ST1 to 3. For ANNPs, this was 49%. For middle grades, this was 54%, and for seniors, the success rate was 72%, and that was SE7s, 8s, and consultants. 23% required more than three or more attempts. We could see that the escalation plans were not consistent, and success rates were consistently lower in the delivery room in all of the units. And our findings were comparable to an international study of over 2,000 intubations. So it's not a problem unique to the UK. In lots of other countries as well, success rates are falling. So they reported success rates of 49% overall, and they also found that success rates were lower in the delivery room. So taking that into account, is there an easy neonatal airway? So anaesthetic studies have shown that over 40 intubations are required to become competent, and they described that as having success rates of over 80%. In our study of 4 UK units, none of the groups, not even the seniors, had success rates of over 80%. And in the 4 units that we looked at, there was a total of 218 intubations over that period, but it was shared between over 120 clinicians. So if all trainees are competing for all of the intubations, it's very few per person. We know that success rates are low and that they're falling. So this means that every intubation attempt is important and not without risk. So can we make intubation safer for babies and better for trainees? So a project was carried out in the neonatal unit in the Royal Hospital for Children, looking at improving neonatal intubation success rates. And this is a large unit with 46 cots and over 6,000 deliveries a year. We started looking at the baseline data from February 2017 to January 2018. And we could see that overall, for including ST1s to 6s and ANNPs, overall success rates on first attempts were only 39%. For the ST1s to 3s, this was 35%, ST4s to 6s, 48%, and ANNPs, 40%. So for all of these groups of clinicians, the success rates were below 50%. And we could see as well that 34% of infants were requiring 3 or more attempts before successful intubation. So the aim was to improve junior success rates using evidence-based interventions. And to do this, a standardised training package was implemented and was routinely practised over a 2-year period, and success rates on first attempt were monitored. So what can be done to try and make intubation easier for trainees to learn? So we know that one of the most frequent reasons for being unsuccessful is a failure to recognise the anatomy. And in the 4 units that we looked at, we could see that not being able to obtain the correct view was the most commonly documented reason for an unsuccessful attempt. If a standard conventional laryngoscope is used, it means that the trainee cannot share their view with anybody else. They can't be guided as easily through the procedure, and if it is unsuccessful, there's often little explanation for what went wrong. And it's known as well that the first few attempts at intubation are very important for confidence. So failure at the first 2 attempts results in trainees taking twice as long to become competent. So in our unit, a video laryngoscope was implemented, lovely models here. So you can see that, so studies have shown that video laryngoscopy can increase the success rates of junior supervised intubators. And we know that people who are learning intubation like using it. So a study of 213 intubations in a different unit showed that 87% agreed strongly or very strongly that the guidance received helped them to achieve a better airway view. And it was important when this new piece of equipment was brought in that the whole team was familiar with this device, and including the supervisors as well, so that the training approach and coaching when using the device was standardised and similar for trainees between different attempts. And other things that we know are important are optimising the environment. So we know that factors that increase intubator anxiety and increase the incidence of adverse events are having a large audience present, a parental presence, having a delivery room intubation and a clinical deterioration of the infant during the procedure. And other studies have shown that trainees value having time to prepare, the use of pre-medication and using a video laryngoscope. So in the standardised approach used to training began with simulation training at induction using mannequins and using the video laryngoscope to allow supervisors and trainees to become more familiar with using this. Supervisors were coached in a standardised approach to supporting the trainee through doing this. For the whole team involved in the intubation, a checklist was completed, all the equipment was ready beforehand and roles were clearly allocated. We knew it was important that there was a clear plan for escalation, so it was agreed that at the third attempt it should be the most senior person present who would take over. We tried to minimise unnecessary audience numbers for junior intubations, and there was an emphasis to try and create a calm environment, that the trainee's role is purely just to recognise the anatomy and to place the tube, and the whole supporting team around is there to support the trainee and to recognise the stability of the infant. There was care also put into matching intubators to appropriate intubations, with the knowledge that studies have shown that delivery room intubations are more stressful and less likely to be successful for junior trainees. And to collect the information, audit forms were completed by the trainees after each procedure, and we reviewed electronic and paper notes to make sure that all of the intubations were included. So looking at success rates of junior intubations, so these are success rates for ST1s to 6s and ST and ANNPs, because we knew that all of those groups had success rates of less than 50% at the start. So we could see that the median success rate was 40%. And then after implementing the interventions that I've just spoken about, the median success rate rose to ultimately 60%. So junior first attempt success rates were increased by 20%, and additionally, prior to the interventions, the number of infants requiring 3 or more attempts was 34%, and this reduced to 13%. And this graph shows a couple of things. It shows the total number of intubations during the study period. So you can see that at the same time, the unit was competing against sort of a reducing number of intubations as more infants were managed on CPAP and more got less invasive surfactants. But the blue chunk is where the video laryngoscope was used, and the grey is the standard laryngoscope. So you can see as time went on, the number using a standard laryngoscope was reducing. So the video laryngoscope became more popular and was associated with higher success rates for all tiers, and this was most marked for junior intubators. The success rates with the video laryngoscope overall compared to the standard laryngoscope were 83% compared to 52% success rate using a standard laryngoscope. So what were our learning points from this? So although intubation is a challenging procedure, it is possible to modify the environment to make it more calm and controlled and a better environment for learning in. If possible, being in the neonatal unit with pre-medication allows for a much better training environment if possible. We could see that junior success rates were improved when using a video laryngoscope and being coached by a supervisor in a standardised way. Tips that helped with the use of this, so it is a different experience to using a standard one. So lifting the top lip created more space to introduce the tube through, and using a wipe to wipe the screen of it helped to prevent missing up of the view. And we could see that it was important to have a clear escalation plan. When we looked at the intubations that weren't adequately escalated to a senior person at the 3rd attempt, we could see that 57% of these then went on to require 4 or more attempts. So it remains very important that at the 3rd attempt, it's the most senior person that should take over. So is this the solution to all of the problems? So we know that using a video laryngoscope in a standardised and controlled environment can help to increase junior success rates, but it doesn't automatically translate into being a skilled intubator in an emergency situation. So we know that despite these interventions, the intubation numbers will continue to fall and be shared between many clinicians, and those providing resuscitation will frequently not be skilled intubators, particularly out of hours. So taking this into account, we urgently still need training in an alternative method of emergency airway management, and that's what Sarah's going to talk to us about now.
Great, thank you very much, Gemma. Just get my slides. No, sorry, am I able to take over presenter mode here? Here we go, thank you. Okay, can you all see my slides?
Yep, we can see them, Sarah, thanks.
Brilliant, thanks Gemma, and thank you very much to the organisers today for giving me the opportunity to speak. So my name is Sarah Farquharson, I'm an ST4 trainee in the west of Scotland, and the data I'm about to present has been collected with the help from my co-authors, Dr Eleanor Schoen and Dr Julie Robson, with Dr Leslie Jackson and Dr Joyce O'Shea. And I'm going to be speaking today about the laryngeal mask airway and its use in neonatal resuscitation. So just before I get started on my talk, I thought we'd ask the audience poll, and this will be 3 questions. The first will be, have you ever been involved in a situation where there's been difficulty with bagging or intubating a baby?
The poll's up just now if our attendees have an opportunity to answer that first question.
Okay, so I'm not seeing a percentage there, but I hope that you're all seeing that and getting the opportunity to answer. So I think
don't see a percentages yet, Sarah. We just see the question. I'm wondering if Alan has the percentage. And we've got the percentage up now.
96%. Okay, so as we've heard from Gemma, neonatal airway management is difficult, and clearly you've all been, or most of you have all been involved, experienced this too. So can we move to question 2 now, which asks, does your unit stock LMAs? Brilliant, and we'll just give that a few seconds. Okay, if we could close that poll, hopefully everyone's had a chance to answer. Brilliant. Okay, 77% saying yes and 10% saying no, 13% not sure. Okay, and then the last question is, have you seen an LMA used in practice? That's brilliant. So I think hopefully you've all had a chance to answer then too. So if we could close that poll now, thank you. Okay, so that's a really interesting split. So 47% saying yes, 50% saying no, and 3% not sure. So that's really interesting to see as a baseline for going forward. The SMMDP training programme, as part of their neonatal resuscitation course, are now routinely teaching LMA insertion, as is NLS training. So we expect to see that change in practice becoming more apparent as we go forward. So that's great. So if we go back to my slides now. Okay. So what is a laryngeal mask airway? So an LMA is a supraglottic airway device which is designed to keep your airway open and allow for effective ventilation to be delivered.
but importantly, compared to intubation, it does not require direct visualization of your cords in order to allow for successful placement. So there's multiple different types of LMA. There's, as you can see from numbers 1 through to 6 here, a number have got a self-inflating cuff that's at the bottom of the LMA, but the one that many of you may be more familiar with, and certainly that we talk in the west of Scotland, is device number 7, which you can see in colour at the side there. So that's the iGel device, which has a soft gel-like cuff at the bottom. It's a non-inflatable cuff, and it mirrors your airway anatomy to fit over the laryngeal inlet without requiring any inflation. So, as you can see from the cross section here, this is what an LMA would look like if it was clinically in situ. So the tip would be sitting in the opening of your esophagus, with the opening facing upwards and forwards over your laryngeal inlet, which allows for your ventilation to be delivered across this. And the equipment that would be needed for this would be your LMA or iGel, as we see here. Some water-soluble lubrication to allow for insertion, although in the resus setting in the delivery room, there might be enough secretions in the infant's mouth that this might not be necessary. A PD cap is something that we would recommend. Many people find helpful using this, but it's not compulsory to use this when you're inserting an LMA. And then you'd need to attach it to your Neopuff or your self-inflating bag to deliver your ventilation. As I mentioned before, the SMMDP now are now teaching this routinely to people who are coming through their newborn resuscitation courses. And if I can, I'm just going to play a short clip of a video about LMA insertion, which I'm hoping is going to come up here.
This short video will illustrate in brief.
Now, sorry, let me just skip to the insertion section, if you could bear with me. So this is a wee extract of this very helpful video, just looking at particularly the LMA being inserted. Oof, sorry.
Tongue. Hold the iGel by the bite block. Position so the smooth side of the soft cuff is facing the palate and the open soft cuff facing the chin. Introduce the soft tip into the mouth, taking care not to catch the tongue. Continue to glide over the tongue in line with the palate. Push gently until resistance is felt. It generally feels like the device clicks into place. If the tongue is obstructing placement, a finger or tongue depressor can be used to move it out of the way. Once in position, connect the pedicap and ambubag or tom thumb Neopuff. Confirm placement using pedicap color change. Purple to gold, gold is good. The healthcare practitioner must be aware that a color change for CO2 will not be observed if there is no heartbeat. If no color change is seen, remove and reposition. Resuscitate as per guidelines.
Brilliant. So that's just a short extract from the training video there from the SMMDP. So what I'm going to go on to now is to look at what current recommendations for LMA use is. And there's an awareness that the LMA, whilst very helpful no doubt in the difficult airway, is not just for the difficult airway anymore. If we look at European Resuscitation Council guidelines, which are in draft format at present, within them the use of LMAs is being advocated more proactively, suggesting now that infants more than 1.5 kilos and 34 weeks gestation an LMA can be used as an alternative means of establishing an airway. If your face mask ventilation is unsuccessful, intubation is unsuccessful or not feasible, or they can be used as an alternative to intubation as a secondary airway assist. International Liaison Committee on Resuscitation, their 2015 consensus had looked mostly at late preterm and term infants and suggested the LMA might be using an alternative to intubation or face mask ventilation if they were unsuccessful. And the Australia and New Zealand Resuscitation Council agreed with this. So our NLS guidance states that LMAs can be used in the delivery room by trained practitioners when face mask ventilation fails or intubation is difficult. And we expect updated NLS guidance to be released over the coming months after the European Resuscitation Council guideline update. So what's the current evidence to support LMA use? So in 2018, there was a Cochrane review which looked at 7 randomised control trials with a total of 794 infants included. And they asked, is the LMA more effective than face mask ventilation or intubation for neonatal resuscitation? And if your face mask ventilation is either ineffective or insufficient, can you deliver positive pressure ventilation and deliver successful resuscitation faster with your LMA than compared to intubation? So when they looked at LMA compared to face mask ventilation, they found that there might be evidence to suggest that the LMA may be superior to face mask ventilation. However, they acknowledged that trials that compared face mask and LMAs, over 80% of infants in either control arm would respond to the allocated intervention anyway. So most would respond to either. They noted that LMAs could be used as a rescue when your face mask ventilation was not effective, and that importantly, when an LMA was used for this indication, it avoided intubation in the majority of infants. When they compared LMA use to intubation, they found that there was a comparable efficacy between the two airway methods and suggested that your LMA could be used as an alternative device when your intubation attempts were unsuccessful. So we wanted to see what our current practice was in the west of Scotland, and we're currently undertaking a prospective observational study. The data that I'm going to present is from May 2019 and up to date as of October 2020, and it's looking across 3 units, which are the Royal Hospital for Children in Glasgow, the Princess Royal Maternity Hospital in Glasgow, and the Royal Alexandra Hospital in Paisley. So our trainees are routinely trained regarding iGel insertion and have been for the last 3 years. And in the RHC, iGels have been routinely stocked for the last 4 to 5 years after a difficult intubation on the ward. So after an LMA was inserted in resus, data collection sheets were collected, and at present 32 babies have had an LMA inserted in resuscitation efforts. Gestational ages have varied between 29 and 41 weeks, with weights between 1.2 kilos and 4.5 kilos, and the majority have been inserted in the delivery room. So, when we look, of our 32 resuscitations, an LMA was successfully inserted in 31 of these, so 97%, and the majority, 83%, were successfully inserted on first attempt. As is our trainees and ANNPs who are predominantly being affected by decreasing intubation experience, we wanted to see who was using LMAs as an adjunct and if these were able to be used successfully. So 23 or 80% were inserted by trainees or ANNPs, and importantly, 28% of LMAs were inserted out of hours when there was no consultant present, and all were inserted successfully. So if we now look at the LMA insertions and the success on first insertion attempt, when we break it down by grade of operator, we can see that our SD4 to 8 trainee group were able to insert an LMA successfully on first attempt in 100% of cases. And our ST1 to 3 trainees were able to do likewise in 92% of cases. So overall, our data, although we have a small population group at the moment, it's comparable to larger RCTs, which have reported LMA insertion success on first attempt between 86 and 100% of cases. Now, I know Gemma's already presented this data. If we look back at the 4-unit data that she had mentioned before, looking at total number of intubations and success on first attempt, we can see quite a different picture. So if I can remind you, that was 54% of middle grade trainees were able to insert successfully on first attempt, which falls to 38% of our ST1 to 3 trainees. So there's quite a marked difference there. So the majority of our LMAs were inserted due to ineffective face mask ventilation or the requirement for prolonged positive pressure ventilation. And the majority of LMAs were removed due to the establishment of spontaneous respirations. 5 babies needed intubated after LMA use, and these included cases of a congenital diaphragmatic hernia, congenital hydrops, pulmonary hemorrhage, and sepsis with PPHN. Okay, so serious adverse events following LMA use are thankfully minimal. However, the following have been reported most frequently in the literature. So vomiting or gastric inflation, partial airway obstruction due to incorrect LMA placement, or the potential for soft tissue injury. Now, importantly, iGels are currently licensed for infants of 2 kilos and above. But as we've seen, Resuscitation Council's guidance is now changing to acknowledge that infants under this birth weight might be able to benefit from the use of LMA with care and caution during insertion. There's published research which routinely uses LMAs down to 1.2 kilos, and there's case studies which uses it in birth weights even lower than this. If we then look at our GG&C data, so we didn't have any cases of vomiting, airway obstruction or gastric distension. We did have one case where we were unable to insert an LMA. The patient was managed for a possible distal esophageal perforation, and we're unable to comment on whether this was related to LMA use or not. One LMA was dislodged during resuscitation efforts and had to be removed, and 2 were removed to allow for secretions to be suctioned, one of which was inserted immediately following suctioning and allowed for effective delivery of ventilation, and the other infant was managed successfully with face mask ventilation after this. Importantly, the Resuscitation Council's cautioned that LMAs have not yet been evaluated for use during meconium-stained liquor, during chest compressions, or for administration of emergency intratracheal drugs. So just to come into the end of my talk, if we touch briefly on the use of LMAs outside the resus setting, a number of babies have now been transferred ventilated via an LMA as the method of stably managing their difficult airway. The LMA can be attached to a ventilator to allow for medium-term ventilation, unlike more traditional oropharyngeal airways, which you would have to continue face mask ventilation whilst awaiting transport team arrival. So this infant you can see in these pictures here, he was born with Kerr-Robin sequence, and as you can imagine had a very difficult airway and had unsuccessful intubation attempts. He had an LMA inserted which allowed for effective ventilation to be delivered, and this remained in situ for him to be transferred to a tertiary centre, which he tolerated very well without sedation. And lastly, some of you may be familiar with ongoing research into less invasive surfactant administration, and one method of this is to deliver surfactant via the LMA. Unlike methods such as LISA and INSURE, other less invasive methods, LMA surfactant delivery doesn't require a laryngoscope or view of cords to allow for surfactant delivery. In some units in the west of Scotland, we've got an ongoing research project which is looking at delivering surfactant via the LMA route. And as this is an ongoing research project, this is still unlicensed at present. In the initial 60 infants who have had LMA surfactant delivered, although there's now many more, all clinically improved following the surfactant delivery. 10 required intubated within their first week, and this was due to an ongoing oxygen requirement and the requirement for a second dose of surfactant to be delivered. So if I could summarise, LMA insertion is easy to insert and to teach others how to insert. It doesn't require the view of the records with a laryngoscope, and when used can avoid intubation in the majority of infants. There's consensus now amongst resuscitation councils endorsing their use, and we think for future there should be a more proactive encouragement of LMA use across Scotland, as it can be used quickly, effectively, and by all members of the multidisciplinary team. And we wonder if going forward this might be a mandatory competency instead of intubation for our junior medical staff. Finally, just to end, if any units are wanting to share their experiences using LMAs during resuscitation, we'd be really interested hearing from you, and we'd be really interested getting information from a number of units across the country to get your experience on how they've been helpful during resuscitation efforts. So please just feel free to drop me an email. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Gemma. Now, I'm just checking everybody can hear me this time. Yes, perfect. So, thank you. There are a couple of comments from Mo in Dumfries. She's just saying that a video laryngoscope, they've had one in Dumfries for a couple of months and they've found it really helpful in intubating on the first attempt. They also have LMAs, but they're awaiting training on them. And the only one question for you that, because we're going into coffee, I'll let you answer. How are clinicians used to intubation without using a video laryngoscope coping? Have you got any data or thoughts on that? And does it take a lot of adjustment?
It takes a little bit of adjustment. There's a few different video laryngoscopes available. None of them have exactly the same blade as what the standard one has, even though the more recent versions have less differences, which is good, and I'm hoping that difference will ultimately disappear. It does take a little bit of training. It does take a little bit of getting used to. Any new piece of equipment that will take people out of their comfort zone takes a bit of time. But we have found that all levels did get there. It just took a little bit of persistence initially.
Lovely, that's really, really reassuring, Joyce. Thank you very much. So we'll go straight to coffee, and we will still come back at 3:15, please. We'll see you all shortly.
Thanks, girls. That was really good.
Thank you. Fantastic. Really, really good.
Tapping your head and rubbing your tummy. I think that's what that would be like for me. We've got a video laryngoscope here now, but it's like teaching an old dog new tricks, I think. But anyway, see you all in a wee while.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah and Gemma and Joyce.
Alan, are you there? I'm just being my totally OCD self. I can't help it. But do you mind over the coffee break giving me control just so I can get my slides up and just ensure there's no glitches? Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem. Let me just give you permission right now. Is that okay?
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks very much. Okay.
Sarah, thank you very much. That was brilliant.
Thank you,
I
Joyce.
don't know if Gemma's gone, but no, you've done both very, very well. Very proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Leslie, I have to go and get my kids, so I can't stay and listen, but I'm sure you will be absolutely excellent. Best of luck.
See you soon. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, cheers. Thank you.
Right, Leslie, there you go. So, yeah, we're looking at your desktop right now.
I'll just make it tidy quickly. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so looking at your first screen, no problem.
I'm just going to blanket and I'll unblanket when we're ready to go again, okay? I'm just going to press B.
Great.
Alan, are you just still seeing the first slide or all of them?
I'm not seeing any slides now because it's back to the controls back to me. Let me give it back to you now. You have control now.
Perfect.
Sarah, you're not on mute. Just let you know.
Sorry, thank you.
It's okay.
Alan, it's not letting me just go to slideshow. It just seems to be. Is that because I've not got control at the moment?
Yeah, you've got control. But we're just looking at we're looking at your what do you call it? So play slideshow at the top right. Is that play? It says no on your screen. Slideshow play.
It's
top.
just at go to meeting at the top.
So I'm looking at your slide right now. So your slides are here. I'm seeing your first slide, neonatal services, and I'm seeing all your slides down the left hand side. So you've got your first slide there.
I'm just wanting to go onto slideshow. That's what I'm wanting to do. It's not letting me go onto slideshow at the moment.
What's that play button at the top right there? It says play on your top right. No, back over to the right hand side. On your presentation. Yeah, it's got play. It's big green triangle. Yeah, what does play?
Keep going over to your right.
It says play.
You just went over it. What are you seeing, Leslie?
I'm just showing main screen.
And do you see your slides?
I can just see them all in a rundown. I'm not seeing the ready to go in a slideshow format.
So there's a big green triangular button on your screen to your right hand side that Alan and I can see.
Now I'm on a Mac, I'm not seeing that.
It's on your slide. It's on your slideshow application. Whatever application you're using to do PowerPoint, it's on that application. It's not on the GoToMeeting dashboard. It's on your.
It's in the PowerPoint presentation.
There's a big green play button. So right at top right, see it?
Above your slides, next to where you see text, picture, shape, you've got format, and then you've got slideshow to the right of that.
I'm maybe just going to dial out and see if I can come back in again. It's not working for me just now.
I'm going to take back. I'm going to take back the screen just now, so you can. And then once you're ready, I'll share it back with you again, Leslie, just so you can.
Great.
So you've not got more than one thing on your screen. So now you've got your. I should have your PowerPoint presentation on your screen, yeah.
It's just not on the. It's just not on this. I can't get it to go past the showing them all. I'm just going to close it down again.
Does Alan have a copy of your presentation, Leslie? I think you might be on mute.
I think I'm okay now. Don't worry. I will let you know. I'm just going to go mute again.
Just let me know, Leslie, if you want to share my screen, share the screen again, or if you're okay. Just let me know.
Ready just to share the screen now. I'll just have it up for them coming back if that's okay. Are you sharing my screen now? Are you?
Cool. So we're looking at your slide deck, complete slide deck with the slides that, and we're now looking at the whole presentation just like that. That's it now. Ready to go.
Have you got the first one there yet?
Yeah, ready to go. Neonatal Services Update, SNNG Virtual Conference, Leslie Jackson, 26th November 2020. That's ready to go.
Right, I'm just going to go on mute just now, okay? Just wait till people come back, okay? Thank you very much.
No worries. No problem.
Leslie, I'm going to introduce you and Tom's going to take the questions after your session.
No bother.
Tom, have you done the BFI lecturers course?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, yep.
I thought you had. Just a question.
Yeah, it's a good course. I mean, it is, but
I've just done the
it
2
needs
days.
updated.
Yeah, I've just done the 2 days online for the neonatal standards. So yeah, it was quite an interesting couple of days. I've still got a bit of work to do, you know, with the online units. So it's interesting. So it'll need to be embedded in the neonatal education, really. But of course, what interests me more is bringing it into the paediatric education. Because there's very little about breastfeeding in there. I think that's the same everywhere. So.
No, it's a good point, and I think it does, and it becoming an integral part as the neonatal units are starting to be accredited in their own right. Then it would be good for our quiz students to be completing that additional. Obviously, they're getting it as employees, but it's good for them to have an update.
And I'm sure you'll do so much work with the midwives, but you know, it doesn't seem, it's not paralleled in the child health programs, isn't it not?
No, not
And
at
the
all. And
childcare
actually,
nurses are coming into
yeah,
neonates, you know, so yeah.
yeah. And to be honest, it also needs to be in general nursing now as well. It needs to be in all health programs. It also needs to be in the allied health professionals as well. There needs to be components of it everywhere, because it's in the medical training now as well, are starting to be embedded in there. So it should be across all disciplines. Any discipline that's got any contact with women or babies need to have that understanding.
Yeah, someone was actually talking about that, about general nurse training and including it in like obesity, you know, health across the age span, you know, this kind of thing. So anyway, I don't know if I've got that many years left.
You said to me 10. That is many years.
I've got some damage to do yet, Karen.
I think so, yeah. You're not done yet. So I came on there and realised that I was like, why can't I hear anything? But I somehow managed to turn my computer sound off. Jenny, hun, how are you doing?
I'm fabulous, dear. I'm fabulous. No, I'm doing okay. I'm off to the end of the year though. Yeah. So I'll be back fighting fit in the new year and raring to go.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you're getting a time for a proper time out.
Yeah, it's good actually, but things like this, I couldn't resist.
No, I knew that. I knew I'd see you.
You know, because what was it they were saying? Yeah, but you're off sick. And I said, but this isn't work really.
It's not work. No, because they wouldn't give you time to come and do this. When are we restarting?
1:15.
Oh, ages.
Next. Yeah, I thought it was 1:15 there when I heard Anne's voice, and I thought, oh no, I'm late. But no.
Leslie, lovely to see you. Long time no see.
Guys, remember if any of the audience is still in, they can hear you. So just to be aware.
That's what I was going to ask you, Alison. Are we broadcasting live? Okay. No, it's lovely to see you, Karen, too. It takes me back to
I know the good old days.
It's nice like a Dundee Neonatal Unit reunion.
Yeah. It's a long time now, Leslie, since you moved to Glasgow, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but I keep in touch a lot with Alison and the team and Shetty. You know, it's an amazing unit. So.
No, I was just saying, when did you actually leave Dundee?
Oh gosh, do you really want me to say that and everyone else can hear me? Gosh, the first time or the second time?
Yeah, I knew it was a while. Gosh, it took me a while to follow you, although I haven't technically yet, Tom, have I? I'm still stuck in Dundee. I can't seem to be able to leave. I'm stuck in my dining room. We're having more folk coming on now, yeah. It's been weird. I've been getting messages all day from people out in the audience. If anyone's listening, hi. So lots of them I've not seen for ages either.
My fingers are sore from tweeting all morning, although I need to catch up. I've got a couple of tweets still sitting there that I need to post. Been quite good involvement. There's good involvement on Twitter. It's good to see the group getting kind of noticed and lots of people out with the group sort of tweeting back and stuff.
Debbie, you remember Debbie Gray, Jenny? She's just messaged to say she's out there as well, if she's on. Hello.
Hello, Debbie. I'm really glad the conference this year has been virtual in a way, because it's meant that, you know, pandemic aside, I could attend, which has just been such a godsend, and it's saved that whole travel. and as much as it doesn't kind of it doesn't replace that in-person feel that you get, it's probably made it much more accessible to a lot of people who maybe couldn't have come, and even people in units being able to dip in and out and stuff. It definitely bodes well for maybe live streaming in-person events in the future and stuff, and making this group more accessible.
I think you're right, Ginny. I think if there's one good thing that we can take from COVID, it's being more accessible to each other online. It's much more acceptable to have, you know, pets and children coming into meetings, and, you know, partners walking past, and just everyone now, particularly in my job, you know, everyone has their cameras on, which when I first started with the NMPA at the beginning.
Just ask for Tom's wee puppet to make an appearance there.
Yeah. You know, people didn't have their cameras on, and now they do, and it just makes everyone feel a bit more of a team. And like you say, we can all, you know, it makes a lot of the conferences more accessible that we wouldn't be able to travel to, but we can dip in and out of, or some of them have sessions that you can catch up with later and email. You know, I think there's a couple of them that I've attended. You're able to catch up on the sessions for a year, which, you know, is really good.
Is this being produced as a whole thing, or is it being chunked into sections? Is it getting any editing?
For this conference, I don't think this is. I'm not sure if we're going to have this available online in the same way, because we don't have a website with a platform that we can store it in the way that the likes of BAPM can, and other conferences.
We might be able to. We're hoping that Leslie and the network might be able to help us with that. So it's all recorded, and we are investigating whether we can put some of it on the network for website for a little while. But we're not quite got to the end of that.
And use our YouTube channel particularly, so I'm hoping that will be easy to do. The team seems to think that will be fine to do, so yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's really good news.
Just means that people can access, and you know, we're kind of reaching out to a much wider audience, which is great, because that's what we want. We want people to hear and to see and to be interested, and, you know, to choose kind of neonates as a career type of thing. And people who may be chatting, the wider we allow people to access, then the better we get at the message. Come off my soapbox now.
all very valid points, Ginny.
I think there's a place now, like if you're doing conferences, even if you're doing a live one, to have, you know, speakers don't need to be there on the day. They can, you know, do the live stream to the conference as a group, but you don't actually have to travel, or, you know, spend 2 hours coming to a place and then back again, because it takes such a big part out of your day if you're just coming to do a presentation and go again. Or people who can remotely attend, you can offer a conference, but if you can't make it, actually you can do remote attendance. So I definitely think there's an argument for recording, or having an option for virtual add-ons.
I think so. I think you're right. I have to say, being an attendee at the conferences is much easier than being a presenter, and certainly when I've given some teaching sessions online, it is hard, and it definitely takes skill, and something that we're all learning to be better at. I didn't realise how much I move around and use my hands and facial expressions until I was trying to teach online, and you can't see anyone, and it's definitely different, but I'm really glad that it's a thing and that we're all getting better at it, and everything's so much more accessible.
I'll have perfected everything by this time next year. I'm reassured that Leslie was finding getting her slides just a little bit difficult then as well, though. That makes me feel a bit better, Leslie, so thank you.
Absolutely, and I had the added advantage of Alan just taking presenter rights away from me while I was still talking, so I didn't actually have to do any of the technical bit. So I feel like I cheated a little bit. You guys have all done a really good job.
Yes, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's a constant wee bit of stress when you're doing things like this. You're like, is it all going to work? Is it all going to work? But But do you know what, Nicole, you just kept speaking anyway. I think sometimes you feel you have to have a presentation and you don't. You know, if you know the subject, you just come and talk about it.
I know. I could see it underneath mine. Oh, we're 1:15.
Okay, 1:15. Can everyone hear me? Welcome back to the final part, really, of our Scottish Neonatal Nurses Group annual conference, our first online conference, which I think has been going really well. We've just been discussing some of the technical hitches, but we're getting better, I think, at that. For anybody that wasn't in this morning, I'm Anne Moylan. I'm not Alison Wright that it says at the bottom of the screen. That's just to confuse you and make sure that you're awake for the rest of the afternoon. So first up, after our coffee break, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Leslie Jackson, although I'm pretty sure that Leslie doesn't really need a lot of introducing for most of us. I'm sure she's a well-kent face round about neonatal units, or for all of us that's been in the neonatal world for quite some time. I did have a read at Leslie's bio there, and actually she started off life doing her medical education in Edinburgh. She's now settled as a consultant neonatologist in Glasgow. I know she dipped into Dundee that we were talking about there in the break, and I'm sure she's been round about Stirling and Central region as well. So definitely a well-known face, Leslie. Apart from being a terrific support to us as neonatal nurses, neonatal educators, the advanced neonatal nurse practice, that whole movement, you've always given us great support for that. Leslie's known as being the clinical lead for the regional managed clinical network, and more recently now the lead for the national neonatal network. Leslie's here today to give us a bit of an update on where we are with neonatal services in Scotland. So looking forward to your presentation, Leslie, to get us all up to date. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne. I hope you can all hear me and see my slides. And thank you, first of all, I think, to Alison and the executive group for asking me to come and present to you today at this virtual conference, and to Vapotherm for all their assistance in the background. It's really been much appreciated. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening into a lot of the conference over the day. And when I was given this topic, I thought, well, 30 minutes to do an update in neonatal services, it's quite a lot to try and do in 30 minutes. So please email me afterwards. And I think the message I'm going to say throughout this is really, we're really keen to get you all involved in as much work going forward as we possibly can. So what I'm going to talk about is, I've got a 30-minute slot, but I'm hoping, now is that not going to go on? Let me just try this way. I've got a 30-minute slot, but hopefully we'll have some time for kind of virtual questions, and very much like earlier in the day, if you either type them in, the moderators will kind of get them to me. I'm going to give you some update about the neonatal network. So I'm very conscious, I think the last conference you had was in May last year, so quite a lot's happened, particularly with the network, and then go through some of the developments in neonatal services, trying to map that to a lot of the kind of work that we've identified as priorities. And I'll touch on Best Start. Obviously, it's paused to an extent because of COVID, but there is some really, really good work that I know a lot of the audience has been involved in that I'd like to talk about. And then we'll kind of talk about some kind of benchmarking data that's more recent for Scotland. And I think that, again, gives us a flavour where, as a kind of collaborative, we need to kind of prioritise a lot of our work going forward. And then maybe what's coming next as well. And I think it's a really exciting time for neonatal services in Scotland, and a real opportunity, I think, for us all to work together as one neonatal service with families moving between our units. And I think that really has got to be the kind of message that underpins everything that we do across Scotland now. So first of all, just to kind of give you a kind of flavour about the network, I hope most of you are getting an awful lot of communication from the network, and it is all branded with our kind of logo. But we are a kind of a perinatal network, and I think that really is important because, as Anne said in her introduction, I've had the opportunity to work in a lot of places across Scotland, but I've always been struck that maternity and neonates often kind of works in a bit of a silo, and it's a unique opportunity now with the perinatal network for us to kind of work much more collaboratively. So we have a national neonatal network and a national maternity network, and during the kind of COVID period, a lot of the team
were appointed, and really just to introduce some names to you. So first of all, concentrating on the neonatal side, as Anne said, I'm the neonatal clinical lead, and Suzanne Mendes is the programme manager, and Roberta Shanks, who I'm sure you'll be familiar with, is our support officer, will send out an awful lot of the communication. And on the maternity side, and there's so much overlap, particularly on the postnatal wards with maternity, we have Laura Brown, who is the programme manager, and Lana Cathro is the support officer, and we have 2 clinical leads, again recognising the kind of vast remit that role would have, with a midwifery lead and an obstetric lead. And then Carson Mans, who you'll see at a lot of virtual meetings, oversees both the networks, with Kate Burley as our Associate Director in National Services. So we've got a full complement of team, and the remit is to work collaboratively with the communities on the ground who really are the network to drive the change in improving services, both in maternity and neonatal services. So what we've been doing, I'm going to really kind of concentrate on the neonatal side now, and the posts really came into place kind of tail end of last year in the few months before COVID started. And we recognised really from the beginning that it was so important to get a feel of actually what the units felt were the priorities, and our users, our families and other stakeholders. So we spent the first sort of 6 months of being in post, going round to meet you all face to face in units and Scottstar and the third sector, and get a kind of feel of what you felt had to be done as we moved to this kind of national way of working. And it was really quite enlightening to look at the themes that were coming through, because there was so much commonality in every visit that we did, and there was a real desire to have pathways of care that were kind of consistent and clear for staff and families, and a real enthusiasm to work much more collaboratively. Again, my own experience of working in lots of units, I've always felt individual units have been great, but there has always been a sense of actually doing things in your own unit and not sharing with other areas. And we don't want to reinvent the wheel, we want to share. And I think that really has changed over recent years. A real desire to work to common guidelines and share learning. And again, with the move to a new model of care, making sure that we could support the workforce as well and have appropriate education and support, and perhaps eventually a bit more rotation. And I really hope that I can reassure everyone that those themes, those visits, and all that feedback we have has directly shaped the priorities so far. And as we kind of go into what our draft work plan and priorities are, I hope you can see each of those things as coming through in a really strong sense. So this is obviously still draft, because we're about to have our first steering group in a couple of weeks' time at the start of December, and that will be one of the things that will get ratified. But this really is our kind of proposed kind of work plan for the National Neonatal Network. And in the top bits in the pink is kind of key clinical sort of facets that I think are really important. They really kind of define the patient journey from in utero right to kind of discharge planning, follow up, and out into the community. And I suppose links really well to actually what Tom, Nashwa and Una talked about earlier this morning, about even that kind of links into health visitor as well. So it is that whole journey, and it's underpinned in the kind of orange colour with kind of principles that are kind of consistent across other networks about having good quality guidelines, pathways and innovation as well. So I'm going to talk about each of these and some of the work that's already been done in each of these areas that many of you on the kind of webinar today will have been involved in. So first of all, we're kind of talking about kind of escalation and kind of closure and kind of capacity management. In my kind of transport days before coming into the network, one of the things we set up a few years ago was the kind of 12:30 call, and I think that's kind of embedded into practice now, that we kind of declare our kind of status once a day. It's a snapshot, but it's been a kind of a way of actually being able to get a flavour of how busy or not units were, and actually why they might be closing as well. And it became, I think, apparent to us all, both from a transport point of view and in the network, that there were different pressures on different units. It might be staffing, it might be cots, it might be maternity, and then units would be declaring themselves to be closed either internally or externally. But there wasn't a real kind of consistent kind of process for doing that. And again, if I put myself onto the floor on a night shift or day shift in the children's, working with my team there, like it's really kind of apparent that it would be good to have a kind of consistent process to support staff in that decision making as well. So I'm sure you're all familiar with that kind of feeling. You might have been the nurse in charge on a shift. You come in after a couple of days off and you might be questioned why you didn't take that lady or why you closed. and it was quite apparent things were being done in different ways. So what we've been doing with a working group already, and this will hopefully be ratified quite soon, is work through a kind of consistent escalation and closure policy for all neonatal units across Scotland, aiming to have a consistency in how units might declare themselves to be open or closed, but also to have a way of actually having an audit trail and to support the staff in making those decisions. So if it's 3 in the morning, you're going to follow a set process that you know every other neonatal unit in Scotland is doing, so you don't have that anxiety of being questioned about what you've done or why you didn't do something. So this has now been kind of progressed through a really good working group, and obviously I have to give an awful lot of credit to the team in Tayside who based an awful lot of this on the work they've already done, but this will give nursing staff and medical staff and A&P staff some basis to go through things in a consistent way. So it's an SOP and it's accompanied by a kind of closure tool. So if you declare yourself closed on the 12:30 call or on Badgernet cot locator, which I know we've spoken about before at these conferences, you would then go on to fill in this form that then could be audited and reviewed for looking for themes, but also giving everybody that kind of knowledge that they've done things in a consistent way, and there could be no kind of anxiety about making that decision. And I think it kind of focuses the mind so much about pathways as well, because what we're going to hear, it's so important to get the right baby in the right cot at the right time, but equally we need to make sure at the other side of the journey we're getting families as near to home as quickly as possible and all working together to make that happen. And it also helps the ScotStar team as well. So that's obviously been developed already, and hopefully that will be coming out into units into early 2021 for use, and obviously getting feedback on that. But it's hopeful, a useful kind of tool to allow people to feel confidence in their decision making. Pathways I've mentioned obviously in that previous slide, and I'm going to talk later on in the talk about the kind of the early implemented process and piloting some of the pathways for Best Start. Many of you might have colleagues or kind of friends down south, and they're obviously a little bit more advanced in the kind of network approach, and obviously a NICU approach, having a smaller number of neonatal units in different areas. And it's become apparent as you move to a model of centralisation, it's really important to think about actually how you can maximise getting the highest risk ladies into units, so you're not actually transferring them too far away from home as well, and the impact that has on families. So certainly in NHS England, there's now a concept of auto acceptance. So certainly if you're a NICU, that you would automatically accept a lady threatened to deliver at 24 or 25 weeks into your NICU, even if there was a slight anxiety obviously about capacity, on the premise that there will be a little bit of time hopefully then to kind of maximise kind of chest moves, repatriations, or moves to other areas of a hospital environment. And also that's something I think we need to kind of talk about and discuss really kind of seriously in Scotland, because it will become more important as we move to a smaller number of NICUs. And really then to substantiate actually how we do these pathways, there needs to be a way of actually reviewing it and learning from it. And I think, again, in Scotland, we're probably very good at doing this in an individual unit perspective, but because episodes of closure or turning ladies away might happen fairly infrequently in one particular unit, there's probably more to be gained by doing it on a national scale. So we're really kind of proposing a process of exception reporting. So if a unit that's declared obviously to be a NICU can't accept a very premature threatened delivery, you know, there would be a process to review that case and see why we could learn from that as well. And that kind of aligns with another concept of, again, learning from events that maybe don't go quite to plan, like say a lady who delivers very, very prematurely in a non-NICU, and sometimes that will happen. I think we're all familiar with that. Somebody comes in with an abruption and she has to have a section and deliver because it wouldn't be safe to put her in an ambulance, and absolutely that's the right decision. But increasingly from other areas in the UK, I think there's a lot of data now to show that there was maybe missed opportunities to move ladies to the right unit for delivery. And when you go back and look at it in a constructive and very kind of positive learning environment, there's ways to try and improve that. I think that's something we should be doing across Scotland together and learning from that. Moving now to the kind of discharge planning, I was in preparing this talk, I was just thinking back, and it's exactly a year ago now. It'd be lovely to know how many of the virtual audience were with us in Edinburgh at the COSLA Centre a year ago today, enjoying some nice natter and kind of chat face to face when we actually launched the discharge planning framework. And this was kind of really the first national piece of work we'd done together, and there was a really, really high percentage of input from neonatal nurses across Scotland. And I really kind of wanted to kind of celebrate that kind of work a year on, and actually what we've this was a national group that Alison Wright co-chaired with Maura Campbell, one of my colleagues in Glasgow, and it was split into kind of 4 subgroups that went on to actually produce this framework, which is a direct output for some of the recommendations of Best Start. So really the community, the nursing and clinical community and AHPs directly shape those recommendations from Best Start. And it really has still been the kind of the first output from Best Start that's been done in this way. So I think it again is something to very much celebrate if you're involved in that. And I want to talk a little bit about that. Obviously for neonatal nurses across the country, this won't be new. And I think it's usually just to kind of emphasise that this is a really important part of the journey. And I think sometimes we get very fixated on the kind of super sexy stuff in labour ward, the emergency deliveries, but actually for our families and actually for patient flow and for linking into the community and the health visitors and longer term, actually making sure we get discharge planning right is actually equally as important. And we know it kind of can be done in lots of different ways for different types of demographics depending on your unit. And there really is now a mantra that kind of discharge planning should start on the day of admission. And I think that's something we haven't all been terribly good at in the past. And I hope now with the work that has been done and the publication of that framework and a real move with units to kind of work towards that 7-day service, that we really are kind of working with that kind of emphasis in everybody's mind, that we're opening those conversations with families right from the very beginning and thinking for whether it's discharge planning back to postnatal ward or transitional care or back to another unit or onto paediatric services for very complex babies. So for those of you that were kind of very heavily involved in the work, this is a bit of a refresher, but we talk about in this discharge framework the kind of 3 C's of discharge planning. That's all about coordinating, communicating and collaborating. And these are all being now put into kind of a publication with these kind of recommendations and principles for units now to go back to in their units and begin to work through with their individual health boards. And that really was the output from that day in Edinburgh last year, which was very collaborative and with support from Scottish Government, that this would become part of the reporting structure for progress on Best Start, with the aim that this would be a way of actually benchmarking progress of each individual unit on meeting these recommendations. And if it isn't a kind of particular document you're particularly familiar with, I would encourage you to kind of look at it online. It's obviously on our website, which I'll give you later on in the talk. And there's lots of good resources to actually support families. And we had input from the health visitor community. That was really interesting listening to Tom and Una and Nashwa earlier. And I think it is a clear emphasis. It's an area that we need to work much more on, is actually linking in with our health visitor colleagues to make sure that is a seamless transition and they have that kind of knowledge and skill base to kind of support families with more complex needs earlier and after their discharge from our neonatal units. These are some of the publications that came from that work, again, filling directly recommendations from Best Start. One of them specifically here that's shown on the left of your screen, information for pregnant women, was a bespoke recommendation on its own within Best Start. And that was to produce documentation or information for families describing the new model of care. I hope many of you are familiar with it. Certainly in the board that I work in, GGC, we've linked in with the Maternity Badger app that pregnant ladies now have access to when they book. And this will come live into their kind of feed from 20 weeks gestation onwards. So it's there for them to choose to read or not. Obviously, we appreciate pregnant ladies get lots of information, but getting in a mode now that goes directly to their smartphone seems a far more useful way of actually reaching that kind of generation. And it's an information leaflet that describes the new model of care. the types of neonatal units. Importantly, it doesn't list units, it just describes what different levels of units are called and what they look after. And importantly, it talks about repatriation and what that means. And actually the whole emphasis of actually, if you are moved for elements of your care, you'll be moved back as near to home as quickly as the clinical status of your baby allows. And it talks about the transport team as well. So that's there out there to kind of share that information. And we hope as that kind of embeds into the kind of future months that more and more women will be familiar with the model of neonatal care that will help some of the conversations later on in the journey to kind of almost be a kind of refresh of that information as well. There's obviously paper copies as well, and it can be downloaded from our website as well. And on the right of your screen is another leaflet that was produced as part of the discharge framing framework on work, and that's about being ready for home and explaining about kind of follow-up care. And that's particularly aligning with the recommendations from NICE that was alluded to earlier in the talks this morning. And obviously there's now really strong evidence obviously about the importance of different stratified follow-up for different gestations of babies, and explaining to families what follow-up's for, what's going to happen at the clinic, and what they might look out for, and what they should really kind of highlight to the health professionals if they're worried about their baby as well. So that's there for people to look at, and obviously families should be getting that before they go home from neonatal care to kind of have a kind of standardised information leaflet. Repatriation is a particular kind of facet that we've identified, and we've given that a kind of unique identity of its own, because again, I think this is crucial to neonatal services going forward in Scotland. I think it's an area we have done less well than we probably could. It's a core aim of Best Start to get that family-centred care as close to home as soon as clinically appropriate. And there has been possibly historically a desire maybe to hold on to families and babies maybe longer than we should do. Sometimes that's because we don't always recognise the kind of capabilities and experience of our colleagues in other units. I think only by working together more as one united service will we kind of gain that kind of knowledge and respect of individual units within the network. And that really is the kind of aim with the repatriation work that we are starting in January of 2021, is to work together with the principles that were in that framework to actually take the next step to actually how can we make that happen more smoothly, how can we involve units that are going to receive babies earlier in the kind of planning for repatriation, how can we give everyone confidence, and importantly, how can we make families, you know, aware of that and actually confident in that kind of part of their journey as early as possible. And again, making sure we have a process to record that, and importantly, if a baby is ready to go back nearer to home and a unit can't accept because of capacity or staffing, having a way to record that, because again, by getting that kind of data and evidence, it informs kind of business planning for models of staff to support perhaps more staff being employed to allow that kind of pathway to happen, because a NICU can't function unless it can get babies back to referring units appropriately to make that kind of space as well. So it's all of us working together to really appreciate that. And I wanted to kind of show some examples that I think from a nursing staff perspective are really, really important for repatriation. And I think certainly in Glasgow, and I think when I've been round on some visits, I know a lot of units are doing this already, but a very simple thing, we took this from a London unit, and is to put up on every cot side on the card the kind of local unit where they are going to go home to or be transferred back, just to kind of be that aid memoir, and whether that's on a kind of handover as well, so people are always remembering where that local unit is, and making sure that kind of conversation about repatriation starts from the moment of admission or transfer in, that there's a recognition that they're here for a part of a journey, then they're going to go back, and we all work together as a bigger service, and we understand and work to similar pathways. And I suppose for all of us, whether it's medical, AMP or nursing, just being really, really aware of our kind of language as well. I think it's easy sometimes, even our non-verbal language, to give an impression. And I think we all need to be working with an impression that we work together. And actually this is part of actually a normal pathway for Scotland. And I'm going to talk about this being piloted as well, but obviously having a shared kind of parental competency or journey book, or My Neonatal Journeys it's been called, that Gillian Moffat and Dumfries was instrumental in developing, is a way for families to have something handheld they can take between units. And this was a direct ask from parents. And that'll be a way I think we can hopefully embed this kind of emphasis that things don't have to be done in a different way because you're in a different unit. And that is a really important thing from a family perspective as well, that we can recognise that if you've been shown how to do something in a unit you've come from, we don't have to start to do it again in a different way just because that's the way we do it here. So that's a way we can actually support repatriation as well. Moving now along the kind of journey we talked about follow-up a little bit this morning. We're obviously in quite unique times at the moment, and this is a kind of linking in follow-up with kind of innovation. I heard obviously the Wishaw team talk about Be Create earlier today, and I know with the COVID pandemic, Scottish Government were really, really supportive in allowing this to be put into all neonatal units across Scotland, as well as adult ITUs and paediatric intensive care units, and that's been invaluable in allowing kind of family contact during the pandemic. But it's become apparent that there's other kind of innovative ways that this kind of technology can be utilised. There's a background of it being used obviously in paediatric epilepsy services, but as kind of COVID kind of began to progress over the kind of spring, it became obvious that we could possibly use this in a kind of a novel way for developmental services in Scotland. And linking in with obviously colleagues across Scotland and looking towards government and the West of Scotland Innovation Hub, we put together this kind of proposal to allow VCreate or asynchronous video clips to be used by families to record their baby in their home environment and then upload a clip to their health professionals or their AHP kind of colleagues involved in developmental assessments to look at that prior to obviously being seen either in a virtual clinic or in a face-to-face, and it really kind of links in with this whole kind of telehealth kind of emphasis for NHS Scotland. It links in with the Best Start recommendation, but obviously it's been instrumental in the kind of COVID period with restrictions in clinics. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about that first of all. So we've been fortunate to get funding for just over about £30,000 between Scottish Government Maternal Health and NHS Digital. And it's a pilot that's very, very collaborative, and many of you watching this will probably be involved in the units that are using this already. And we've got Highland, Grampian, Tayside, Lothian and Lanarkshire using this in a kind of stepways start up. Almost all the units are already live, and they've been doing that really from the autumn. And it's already been shown to be a really invaluable tool for getting really, really good video clips of babies for developmental assessments, whether it's for practical assessments or whether it's out with that. And there's some boards looking at using this for other novel ways of triaging kind of calls or clinic inquiries from families, that anybody really with a smartphone can upload it and send it into the healthcare professional for review as well. And it's become apparent as well, it's really, really good for kind of teaching and peer support as well. I don't do clinics anymore, but obviously I know from my colleagues that do and do assessments of development, sometimes having somebody to look at a clip with you or look at a particular movement can be really, really valuable. And we've had great feedback from Highland and Lothian about the kind of functionality of that for peer support and for education. Because I think we'd all agree you have to see quite a lot of normal before you can pick up any abnormal, and video clips and the kind of the storage we've already got from the number of families that signed up to this has shown that to be a really, really valuable use of learning for our colleagues. And this is work that we're doing with the network supporting it, and it's in collaboration with the West of Scotland Innovation Hub, and Neil Patel's obviously a co-lead with us on that. So watch this space, and we're hoping to start an evaluation just after Christmas time. I wanted to show you this picture. This is Suzanne Offer. Some of you might recognise her if you work up in Rigmore. She's one of the AHP leads up there, and has really been a real kind of innovator in using technology. And this is on her computer just this week, looking at a clip that's been sent in from a baby coming to clinic shortly, and she's being able to analyse it, and it's a clip that's been done in the home environment. She's not deliberately sat here beside her mat, but I think it does really kind of show quite nicely I think the geography of the north of Scotland, the wide landscape they're actually covering, and the use of technology in this way can really minimise clinic visits. It can save obviously travel and make us much more carbon neutral, as well as obviously having a big impact on the current pandemic. So it's been a great innovative kind of piece of work that kind of neonatal services have embraced and actually moved forward over this year. So I'm great to share with that with you today. Moving on now to one of the other kind of areas that was raised when we kind of went round units was obviously about the importance of guidelines and having a degree of consistency. We have a national guideline group. This is obviously open to anyone that would like to become involved in that. It's very multidisciplinary, so it's got clinicians, it's got nursing staff, it's got pharmacists, AHPs, and we're really trying to develop guidance that fits for everybody, but also is useful. It's obviously not the easiest process when you actually extend that across Scotland. We are now finding our way with a model that seems to work, and at the moment we're progressing guidance about identifying and testing and managing babies that go home on oxygen. And I think that's really quite important when we kind of look at kind of Scotland's performance and some of the NNAP data. It's an aspect of our care, our metrics that we could probably improve on to an extent in Scotland. So by working collaboratively, I think we've identified that that's ways that we can learn from units that have a better rate of chronic lung disease and look at actually how we manage babies on oxygen. And we're also looking at renal anomalies as well at the moment, and always open for other ideas of national guidance that units would like to progress on. These will be hosted on the website, and obviously at the moment you can get a lot of the more regional guidelines that previously existed via the Knowledge Network or on the website as well. And aligned with our national guideline work, we have a national pharmacist group who are represented on our steering group, but that's obviously got links into the pharmacists that covering all the neonates across Scotland, and they're working really well together to try and develop consistency in monographs. And that's important for us all, but it's particularly important for the ScotStar team who are moving between units. And obviously they want to have an ability to ensure that when they're making up a monograph that everyone's doing it in the same way from a patient safety perspective as well. Particularly if you're obviously using drugs that you're less familiar with and moving babies to a different unit, there's obviously a real kind of risk of an error happening. So we're really kind of indebted to the pharmacist group who have kind of been working collaboratively to try and develop that, and I think going a long way for a lot of the unusual drugs particularly that are used less often to all have a consistent monograph for across Scotland. I've mentioned this a couple of times already. I hope most of you have heard about this. It was launched a year ago today. It's obviously been developed a lot over the COVID period because I think we've moved much more to e-technology and obviously access things online. It has both a public and a kind of professional facing kind of aspect to the website, and there's a neonatal side and maternity. You'll find lots of information there, and a lot of the kind of output and the information I've talked about, the publications are all hosted here. And we're hoping that after today's virtual conference, as well as this kind of website, we have a YouTube channel, and the aspiration is that the recordings from today will be on that YouTube channel for people to go back and listen to again, or download some of the presentations to look at their leisure after the conference is completed. Moving now on to give a bit of an update on Best Start. When I was preparing this and kind of looking at the timescales, obviously most of you will remember this was published in January 2017. The date sticks in my mind quite clearly because I almost thought, was it kind of published deliberately on that date? You might remember it was the day that Donald Trump had his inaugural kind of ceremony at the kind of White House, and that was the day that kind of the Best Start was launched in Scotland. We've all been listening and watching the media over recent weeks. It really seems, gosh, 4 years he'll be leaving office, and we're obviously a fair bit into the Best Start, but we obviously haven't completed the 5-year plan. It's had a bit of a pause. So I wanted to give you a brief update on where we are with this. Concentrating particularly, I guess, on the neonatal model of care, I've seen from a lot of the comments earlier, we obviously have representation from a lot of units across Scotland, but I thought I would kind of touch on the neonatal early implementers kind of pathway. This was announced by the Health Minister probably about almost a year and a half ago now, and that was a kind of aim for her to really understand the model and make sure it was going to be fit for the rest of Scotland. So she was very keen that there was 2 kind of pilot processes set up, and it was elected that there should be one in the east of Scotland and one in the west of Scotland. So our colleagues in NHS Ayrshire and Arran linked in with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Glasgow, and our colleagues in NHS Fife linked in with Edinburgh. And the aim was to kind of test the whole model of the new model of neonatal care. And while there's an awful lot of obviously emphasis and headline on the small number of high-risk ladies and babies having to move between units, it was obviously a real emphasis on testing out the model of 7-day community liaison service, transitional care, support and breastfeeding, and obviously support to families as well. So these have been set up, and you see the dates that both these kind of pilot processes started. As we progress through COVID, these pathways have persisted. And it'd be great to hear a bit of feedback or comments in the kind of chat as we go through this talk from the teams involved. And I want to talk a little bit about what the kind of criteria for in utero transfer from Crosshouse and Fife to the Queen Elizabeth and to Edinburgh respectively are. These align completely with criteria used in NHS England to define a NICU, so there was nothing new that was defined here or recommended. This was established practice that is shown to improve outcome. And so obviously less than 27 weeks for singletons, less than 28 weeks for multiples, and a predicted weight on antenatal scanning of less than 800 grams. So in those kind of high-risk pregnancies, if there was thought that the lady might deliver at those gestations or that kind of predicted weight, the real desire was to try and get that lady moved in utero to Glasgow or Edinburgh respectively. So a lot of work had to be done to work with teams closely, and I think this really emphasised again the importance of a perinatal approach, because neonates can't make this happen alone. This has to work really aligned with our obstetric colleagues and our fetal medicine colleagues. So a lot of good time was spent working in teams in the east and west of Scotland to build up relationships and make sure that these pathways were felt to be appropriate on both the obstetric and the neonatal side before the kind of pilot started. And we had regular meetings, sort of 4 to 6 weekly, to make sure that the pathways were kind of being implemented. And certainly in the west of Scotland, we started in a kind of very stepwise way, in a really kind of good QI methodology. So we started with slightly higher gestations and we moved down to the under 27 weeks. Numbers wise, as predicted by Best Start, this was always going to be a very small number of pregnancies, and certainly for 2020, certainly in the west of Scotland, I think only 4 ladies have been moved in utero over the last sort of 9 months, and in the east of Scotland, I think it's been about 6 to 7 ladies have been moved antenatally. So small numbers, but it's important to get those pathways and get the kind of preparation correct for actually testing that. It's hoped that obviously the Best Start pathways will start up again, the meetings and the kind of progress of that into 2021. But we're trying to gather as much kind of parent and user feedback as well to inform the model going forward. So it's useful to get some feedback or kind of comments from those areas. But really, I guess, to stress that this is a small number of ladies moving, and the real emphasis of the work has to be on the repatriation back and the working in all our units about community liaison and about embedding transitional care. Some of you might have seen this kind of publication and maybe heard about it talked at local journal clubs, but I think this really does emphasise why we need to do so much work on in utero transfer. This was a publication that came out in the BMJ in October 2019. It was from Chris Gale and his team in London. It was using UK national data, so really sort of profound findings because it was from our own kind of population. It was looking at under 28-week babies between 2008 to 2015, so fairly recent and a fairly kind of current neonatal practice, and looking at the differences between babies born in a tertiary centre and babies born in a non-tertiary centre that might have been transferred in the first 40 hours. And at this point, it's probably really important to emphasise this in no way kind of negates the kind of fantastic transport service we have in Scotland. It's obviously world renowned, obviously having ScotStar that's kind of co-located with adult and paediatrics and neonates. But this kind of work does emphasise that nothing is as good as moving a lady in utero. And when you look at UK data, if babies are born in a non-NICU and move within the first 40 hours, there's a substantially increased risk of adverse neurological consequences, whether it's an IVH or later on getting PVL. So it really does emphasise the importance of pathways that get that right lady in the right hospital prior to delivery. And though ex utero services for transport are fantastic, they can't obviously give the same outcomes of moving a lady in utero. And that's really why I think a lot of the message now throughout the UK is obviously transferring the mother, not the baby. And that's something we're really trying to support with the network work we're doing. In the West of Scotland, we, for a couple of years, were producing regular reports of the number of in utero transfers. We've now extended that around the country so that every unit gets a quarterly report of their in utero transfers into their unit and out of the unit. And I think that's quite important because it's often an area of perinatal practice that I think went under the radar to an extent. If you went to any individual unit, there wasn't always a clear way of knowing the number of ladies that moved in or out. And this way we can actually demonstrate which ladies are moving where, and particularly inform if they're moving further from home than they should. It allows obviously us to kind of look back as well about decision making. I think we're obviously fortunate in Scotland, we've got the in utero coordination service, and that allows direct kind of senior to senior clinician discussion to make sure that the right lady is being moved at the right time as well. So with the network, and what we want to try and promote is obviously using that data to inform the kind of pathways from perinatal care. And if ladies are moving, maybe asking why are some maybe less high risk ladies having to move between units. And that does seem to be the theme at the moment. There's not so many very premature ladies moving out with Best Start early implementer pathways, but there's a lot of ladies moving at sort of 33 and 34 weeks around the country. And why is that? And do we need to look at capacity a little bit more?
Sorry to interrupt, Leslie. Are you okay to sum up nearly? We're just over a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm always there. No, absolutely. So this will be familiar. It kind of links in with enough a lot of the work that we've done. The BAPM publication on the optimization pathway, which again emphasizes a lot of things that we've talked about, obviously from a network approach. I will skip through this really, really quickly. I just wanted to highlight some of our data for Scotland, areas that we need to work on. I've highlighted there in red Scotland and antenatal magnesium sulfate. This can obviously improve outcome neurologically for babies if the mums get the opportunity to get that. We've improved in Scotland over the last year, but we've got some work to do. So as a network going forward, I think this is something we're going to work with our obstetric colleagues to try and do. Conversely, great work's been done in Scotland over the last year to improve parental consultation on NNAP, and we've actually become above average. So everybody in every unit has been working really hard to do that. And from a neonatal nursing perspective, I did want to highlight this here. Obviously, this is in the NNAP report for one of the new markers for this year, which demonstrates although Scotland's got one of the highest percentages of shifts being appropriately staffed by BAPM and has one of the highest QIS rates, I don't think anyone would say these are actually satisfactory rates. And I think it's again another marker to try, certainly in Scotland as a nation, to try and improve the rates, particularly of nurses that got QIS training, and also work harder to get more of our shifts appropriately staffed. So having this data is really powerful and reinforces for everybody filling in back on why it's filling in that data, why it's important. This is the summary plot, which will be on your slides. It shows where Scotland is good at and where we need to improve on to an extent. And lastly, I wanted to kind of sum up by saying in 2020, I don't think you can give a talk anywhere without kind of having some mention of COVID and how we've responded. I think from a neonatal service across Scotland, we've done incredibly well with COVID. We've worked really collaboratively. We've having regular national calls, and that's allowed us to share information about parental access. We heard about from Wishaw their experiences, and we've hosted a central depository of actually who does what in units, so you can prepare families if they're moving between units. And it's also allowed us to work together on trying to promote a clear mass pilot that we've heard about. And as we move shortly to weekly surveillance testing, allowed us to have kind of common information for families about this testing, what it involves. So I think it's been a fantastic opportunity for collaborative working, and really use that as a kind of platform for work going forward across Scotland. So work that's planned, we're going to kick off in 2021 with some adverse event work. We've got a bereavement care group coming, working in with the Scottish Government, stillbirth group, bereavement group, and we're hoping very much to have a collaborative 5 care group across Scotland, really building on the great work that's going on across the country. And I've mentioned already, we've got units in Forth Valley and in Dumfries testing my neonatal journey, a parent passport. So really a kind of snapshot, I guess, of fantastic work that's going on across Scotland and some of the innovations and developments over the last 12 to 18 months. Quite a run through over the last 30 minutes, so apologies if I've gone a little over time, but I'm happy to take any questions by email, and that's the network's address. So thank you very much for listening.
Thanks very much, Leslie. Tom, any questions? We could take maybe 1, 2 questions.
I think there's probably just really one question. It's more a question that's open to everybody, and it was about how we feel people and families are coping with repatriation, particularly those who've stayed in Europe for a considerable time. How do they cope with attachment? But I think probably a question for the whole group rather than just specifically for Leslie. But the other comments were just about VCreate being such a useful tool and all welcoming that pilot. So I think that was really it, but lots of positive comments. I'm sure the feedback that Leslie is looking for the teams involved we'll get back to her directly, but that was us.
Thanks very much, Tom. Thanks, Leslie, for that. We're galloping towards the end of our day, but almost our last speaker. At the very end, we have still Nicole and Alison to come in, but almost our last speaker is Dr. Fiona Brunton. Sorry? Burton. What did I say? Brunton. I'm getting corrected in the background. Apologies, Fiona. The boss is keeping me right here. Fiona Burton. There, I'm saying it right this time. Fiona, I was reading Fiona's bio, and Fiona was inspired by a speech given by someone called Chris Turner, speaking at an emergency medicine conference. Fiona herself works in the emergency department at Hare Myers Hospital, and the topic that Fiona was so taken with was on civility. And it led her to look into this subject deeper and become an avid supporter of a movement called Civility Saves Lives. Fiona herself researched this topic much deeper and made it her aim, her pledge to implement civility matters within her emergency department. Fiona, we'd like to welcome you to the Scottish Neonatal Nurses Conference. Please tell us some more about your civility matters.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I know you've had a long day. It looks like it's been a really good day, but I know I'm at the end of the day, so bear with me and I'll just chat to you a wee bit more about Civility Saves Lives. So as I say, my name's Fiona. I'm an A&E doctor up in Hare Myers Hospital. And I first came across this when I was going through a bit of a bad patch, and we've all had them. And basically, I was having a bit of trouble with like a certain individual, shall we say, a consultant peer, and we had similar interests. And by all intents, we really should have been sort of buddies. We didn't work in the same hospital, so the opportunity to actually have any sort of face-to-face contact, well, it didn't really exist. So they were ignoring all my emails, and I was asking quite direct questions, and it got to the stage I was like, listen, is there something I've done to offend you, or are you just really busy? But again, just no reply. And I can't actually remember the details of the emails themselves, but I do remember quite vividly how it made me feel, and it wasn't good. And this was in one of these times when you just felt everyone was just being really rude to you. Any referral you made was just met with a rebuttal. Just one of those times when you're like, right, okay, what else can I do? How else can I make an income and something that I actually enjoy? Is there another line of work that I can go to where people are going to treat me with a bit of respect? Nothing out of the ordinary, just the basic stuff that any human should reasonably expect. So this is when I met Chris Turner. Now Chris, he's an ED consultant and he's down in England, and he's basically the person at the forefront of the Civility Saves Lives campaign. Now he was talking at one of our Scottish meetings, one of our emergency medicine meetings, and it was just the most bizarre thing ever. It felt like he was talking directly at me. You know, you listen to some people and you think, wow, you're reading my mind. How do they know how I feel? And it was really refreshing, because he acknowledged that these behaviours were present in the NHS and that they weren't okay. And for me, this was incredible. He was standing up there at a national meeting saying this out loud. So the time that my SHO, when I was a JHO, was shouting at me in front of a ward full of patients and nursing staff, that wasn't okay. And the time when one of my supervising consultants was berating me in the theatre coffee room for everyone to hear, and I heard about it third hand, wasn't okay. So quite often, you know, people will say, well, okay, great, it's not nice to be meanie, but surely, you know, all that meant was I had to buck up, I had to be stronger, I had to get thicker skin, I had to be more resilient, for goodness sake. It's not like they're having any impact upon patient care, and actually they're known as sort of quite a good doctor. Well, actually, Chris showed his evidence, and it would reveal that it's actually got much more of an effect on our patient care than we realise. It's got an effect on our patient, on the person at the receiving end, people that are witnessing it. It's got this ripple effect. So today I'm going to share with you some of these numbers. So we will do a quick sort of overview of what is civility, what does it actually mean? Well, funnily enough, there's a guy called Stephen Carter, and he looked into this, and he produced a document about civility. What is it? So he talks about it's the sum of the many sacrifices that we all make for the sake of actually living together. And take from that, it's the sum of the many sacrifices we make for the sake of actually working together. And the requirement for civility will increases when the interactions amongst people increase in the complexity and frequency. And the way I think about this is, well, I don't drive, so like say I'm on the bus and you're absolutely knackered. You just want to get home and you just want your own space in the bus. And it's starting to get a bit busier and more people are coming on. You're like, oh, you just want to keep your bag in that seat just to give yourself the space. Then you see someone coming on with a pram, you see someone that needs a seat and you're like, oh, right, do you know what? You give up your seat, you move over, and you're making that small sacrifice of actually creating that space for somebody else so that you can all have that journey together. You're making that sacrifice to make it a bit more of a civil journey together. And one of the things that he asks is incivility a precursor to undermining and bullying behaviours? Now, he's actually got 15 rules that he uses as a code or constitution of personal civility. And I reckon, have a look at it, it's quite interesting. So we're going to go over to a poll, hopefully, just to make sure everyone's still there. And I want you to think back to the last year and just think, have you witnessed any rudeness to you, in front of you, or indeed have you been rude to someone? So now, hopefully, the organisers at the conference will be able to share the poll.
Can you do that, Alan?
Yeah, sorry, Fiona, it's not launching just now. My apologies. Sorry about that.
Okay, don't worry. Don't worry at all. Don't worry, we'll move on. I bet you, though, that the majority of you can recall something that's been done to you that you've witnessed, or perhaps that you've said or done. Okay, so we recognise it's something that we've all seen, but is it a problem elsewhere? Well, the answer is yes, it is. A fifth of NHS doctors bullied or abused last year, a study found. Then there was this whole sort of bickering within the cardiac unit down in London, and they had a higher than average death rate. That's incredible. And Jean Freeman was obviously up in NHS Highland. She was looking into bullying allegations up there. And remember, they promised, you know, well, we're going to create 50,000 more nurses. Well, yeah, that's great, but in this current climate, I don't think you are actually. And this year, this is just an example of some of these behaviours that were actually reported. And it ranges from, you know, belittling people, humiliating people, and we've all seen it in our daily practice, to people just being sort of downright threatening or insulting. So yes, this is a real problem that we have. So when you think about unprofessionalism, rudeness, incivility, it's basically the spectrum. And we go from something that's a bit more passive to something that's just blatantly aggressive. And I like to think that we see less of the aggressive now, but unfortunately more of this passive aggressive. So aggressive is where you can blatantly point out and say, look at that, this person's shouting, this surgeon's throwing things, this person's swearing at me. And then you move down the spectrum and it's a very, you know, people just complaining a lot, sort of underhand derogatory comments. And then you go down towards a sort of more passive end. It can sometimes be more difficult to identify. People that are persistently late, people that don't answer emails, people that are avoiding meetings. And what we talk about in Civility Saves Lives is we're actually talking about more about this sort of passive and passive-aggressive end, where there's it's not perhaps quite so obvious to other people. So we're going to talk about the effect that it has upon the recipient, the effect that it can have upon you. And I remember once I had just came back from maternity leave, and I think it was literally my first shift back in the department, and I was round in minor injuries, and there was a patient I saw and they had a fracture. I can't remember what it was a fracture of, but you know what it's like when you come off after a period of absence. It can actually be even just coming back from annual leave. I was a bit unsure, a bit nervous, as I say, just trying to get into the flow. And I spoke to somebody and I said, oh, what do you think of this? Somebody who I had fully expected to say, oh, sure, you know, just X, Y, Z. But the person turned to me and said, well, if you're just back from maternity leave and you don't know what you're doing, have you considered retraining? Okay, that wasn't quite what I expected. And as I'm sure you can imagine, I thanked them for their really valuable input, and I left the department. I went into my office, and thankfully one of my colleagues came and checked up on me. I was pretty devastated. Any confidence I had been removed, shall we say. And, you know, I just couldn't think of what to say back to this person. My colleagues sort of took over managing the patient, and I finished the rest of my shift and I went home. Then, you know, it's like a day or two later, you think, oh, damn it, I should have said X, Y, Z. But you can't in the heat of the moment. You freeze. Your brain's just overloaded with what this person said to you. So there's a couple of people that have done some work and actually done some research in this about the impact it has upon the recipient. There's a Christine Porath and C. Pearson did this piece of research. What it shows is that 80% of the recipients lose time worrying over what's just happened. And I worried about it. It didn't feel nice. 63% of the recipients will lose time avoiding the offender. And that's exactly what I did. I could see them coming into the department. I would head the other way. Oh, for goodness sake. 38% reduced the quality of their work. Well, I would say it's fair to say the quality of my work was vastly reduced that day. 25% take it out in others, and you see that, don't you? You see the ripple effect. When someone's been mean to you, you're more likely to be mean to somebody else. 12% leave. So this is in the cases where there's maybe persistent instances of this happening. 12% will leave their organisation. There's a whopping 60% reduction in cognitive function. This is all decreasing your patient care, and this is a very, very real clinical risk. So what about those people that are around when this is happening? It doesn't feel nice, does it, when you're a witness, when you hear this, when you see this? People spend so much time trying to look the other way, looking at the floor, trying to distract themselves from what's going on because they don't really want to be part of this. What they found was the people that were witnessing this, they had a 20% decrease in their performance. 50% were shown to make a drug calculation error. And I think this one is really particularly sad. 50% reduction in willingness to help other people. Again, this is all a decrease in the patient care, and this is a very real clinical risk. So what about our patients? I think it's important to remember that to the patient, everybody they come across in a hospital setting is in a position of authority. It doesn't matter who they are, what their role is, they are incredibly vulnerable. They're vulnerable all of the time. So for the patient who's witnessing this, it says 75% less supportive of the organisation. They lose faith in that organisation. They start to get more anxious about their care in this organisation. 66% feel anxious dealing with the staff. So they're already got this heightened state of anxiety, feeling vulnerable, and that's what this behaviour does to them. Now, what's quite funny is you'll quite often hear people saying, well, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't impact upon me. People can be as rude as they like, but I can still get on with my job. Well, here's another piece of research that was done, and it would suggest something very different. So they had a simulated operative crisis, and you had two surgeons. You had a polite surgeon and you had a rude surgeon. And it's looking at the performance of the anaesthetists and whether or not they're performing at the expected level in this simulated scenario. And I think it's important to point out here that the rude surgeon wasn't like the surgeons in days of old, where they would maybe chuck things across the theatre. It was just a very low level rudeness. So you ask the anaesthetist after the simulated crisis, so how do you think that impacted upon you? Oh, no, not at all. We were absolutely fine. It didn't impact upon me at all. But actually, when they measured their performance, the people that were working with the polite surgeon, 91.2% of them performed at the expected level. But only 63.6% of them performed at the expected level with the rude surgeon. So whether they like it or not, it does actually impact upon every individual. And it also shows that how rubbish we are at doing our self-assessments. So I think this highlights that one of the biggest factors in how we perform, do we perform to our expected level, is actually rooted in how we treat each other. Now this here is a summary of all of the information I just shared there. And this is a lovely infographic, and it's available from the Civility Saves Lives website. Now you'll find these in a lot of departments you go to in Lanarkshire, and it's something that I'd recommend if you want to share with your colleagues, raise awareness. This is a very good infographic to share, and they're happy for everyone to share it. It's not like they charge or anything, so please share away. Now, one of the things about incivility, people want to believe that somebody who was rude to them, who wasn't very nice to them, is just out and out bad. But it's not true. And it's lots of things that work towards making an otherwise civil person an uncivil person. And we've got to think that fundamentally we all come to work to do a good job and to be nice to each other. Nobody sets out to be horrible to a person. So what is it? What is it that happens? Well, we've got to be mindful that in an individual's life, there's lots of external stressors going on. You know, are they running late? Is there problems at home, problems with the kids? Are they hungry? Are they tired? Are they not sleeping? Do they have exams? I mean, people talk about being able to leave things at the front door, but that's just not true. It's not possible. All of these external stressors, well, unfortunately, they do have an impact upon your bandwidth, and we need to acknowledge that and be mindful of that. So take this civil person who's then got all these external stressors and put them in an environment that perhaps doesn't call out people for behaviours. That's just the recipe for creating that uncivil person. And unfortunately, I've been there before when I've been running late, when the kids have been playing up at home. And I think most of us have been in that position when perhaps we have been that uncivil person. It doesn't feel good. But it's not that we're bad people. There's just a lot of things going on. And there was going to be another poll here, but I'm just going to assume the poll's not working. So this is me relating to COVID times just now. And I just want you to take a second and think about behaviours during this pandemic. Have you noticed a change in behaviours? Have you noticed a change in yourself? Are you getting a bit more short-tempered? Are the fuses getting shorter? I know that I've possibly been a bit more edgy, a bit more snappy than I would normally have been. I certainly notice it in other people. So what is it that's happening just now that's making other people more likely to be that uncivil clinician? Or what's happening just now that's making us more likely to be that person? Now, if we take it back to our definition of civility, we talk about the sum of the many sacrifices we make for the sake of living together. And it's been quite incredible, hasn't it? Like at the beginning, I mean, we were guaranteed that there was no shortage in any supplies. There was plenty of toilet roll, plenty of pasta, plenty of hand wash, but the demand, the panic buying, that's what had cleared out the shelves, not because they didn't have it, but because they couldn't get it to us quick enough. Now, some people took this as an insult, the way that people were behaving. Were people making sacrifices? Now, if we look at some of the sacrifices we make for the sake of working together, I mean, this one just fascinated me at the beginning, and it's to do with the face fit testing. Now, there's a cohort of people that had beards, couldn't be face fit tested. People had to be cleanly shaven. But some people are like, well, I have a beard and it's my right to have a beard, and I will not shave my beard and I will not be face fitted. Now, I was very much challenged by this one, I'll be very honest with you. So I'm thinking, okay, so just because I can't actually grow a beard and I can get face fit tested, I am going to be subjected to aerosol generating procedures more often than other people because they don't want to shave their beards. And it led to some really interesting discussions, is what I'll say, at work. And some of them were very heated. Some of them resulted in quite uncivil behaviour. Glad to say that all got resolved when I think people realised just what was happening with the pandemic. But there's lots of examples like this at work with regards to PPE, who's going to get face fit tested. It's a lot is going on in the workplace just now. We talked about how the requirement for civility, well, it increases when interactions amongst people increase in the complexity and frequency. So in the healthcare service, it's already a hugely complex system. There's lots of interactions going on. But I think it's fair to say they're much more complex since the pandemic arrived. wearing the PPE, I mean, you can't hear what people are saying. It's quite muffled. You can't see the facial expressions anymore. You can't see people's faces. It's hugely complex just now. Also, simple procedures, say in my emergency department there's a cardiac arrest, normally I would go straight into the patient and start to resuscitate, whereas now there's that added step, that added complexity of thinking, okay, what's happening? What PPE do I need to put on? How do I have to keep my team safe? And we've got to think about the fact there's been a lot of redeployment as well. We had a lot of nurses come to work with us from clinics, and they were absolutely fantastic, but boy, that must have been super tough for them. They're normally working in a fracture clinic, and now they find themselves taking standbys in the emergency department resus. That could not have been easy. So I think we have to be mindful currently that perhaps we've seen an increase in these undesirable behaviours because there's so many things that are impacting upon us, things we don't even realise, things that at the heart of it get down to what we deem to be civil behaviour and uncivil behaviour. I say, what can we do about it? And this is where I just want to share some work that has been done by Jerry Hickson at a place called Vanderbilt University and in their medical centre. And he talks about coffee cup conversations. Now up here you've got the failure zone. This is basically the organisational response to undesirable behaviours. So this is, I was talking about disciplinaries. This is basically where HR get involved. But we've got this bit just before it, and this is where he's done a lot of work. So over a period of time, they had this initiative whereby if someone had been rude, as I say, had an undesirable behaviour, they would get in touch with the team. And what they would do is they would have a coffee cup conversation. Essentially, this is, you know, having a cup of coffee and seeking first to understand what actually has happened. And the first question they would ask people is, are you okay? Because quite often these behaviours are because people are not okay because there are things going on. And it's difficult in the heat of it, if you're receiving this, to actually think, is this other person okay? So they had 37,000 referrals at the beginning, and they had 37,000 cups of coffee, a lot of coffee, and they had these conversations. Now this is incredible. The next step, only 2,000 people had to have a second informal intervention. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? 37,000 people being asked over a cup of coffee, are you okay, did not repeat those behaviours. 2,000 people, that's how many went on for the second intervention. Then entering the sort of bit where HR get involved, 267 people from 37,000. And then we move up to 84 people. Now what this shows you is that basically 999 people out of 1,000 will change their behaviours with a very gentle, graduated, respectful approach, asking people, are you okay? And I think what's particularly interesting is of the 84 people up here, they all had to go for a full physical. And that showed that 50% of them had something wrong when they had their full physical. So I think it's a remarkable piece of work, and Jerry Hickson really helping people to be their best selves. So it takes me back to what can you do about it? And I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm really sorry, but I've got 3 young kids, so I do sound a bit like a primary school teacher when I'm telling the story. And this is all about a wee bird, about a wee hummingbird, and what happened in their life one day. So one day, a terrible fire broke out in a forest, A huge woodlands was suddenly engulfed by a raging wildfire. Frightened, all the animals fled their homes and ran out of the forest. As they came to the edge of a stream, they stopped to watch the fire, and they were feeling very discouraged and powerless. They were all bemoaning the destruction of their homes. Every one of them thought there was nothing they could do about the fire, except for one little hummingbird. This particular hummingbird decided it would do something. It swooped into the stream and picked up a few drops of water, and it went into the forest and put them in the fire. Then it went back to the stream and did it again, and it kept going back again and again and again. Now, all the other animals watched in disbelief. Some tried to discourage the hummingbird with comments like, "Don't bother, it's too much, you're too little, your wings will burn, your beak is too tiny, it's only a drop, you cannot put out this fire." And as the animals stood disparaging the little bird's efforts, the bird noticed how hopeless and forlorn they looked. And one of the animals actually shouted out and challenged the hummingbird in a mocking voice, "What do you think you're doing?" And the hummingbird, without wasting time or losing a beat, looked back and said, "I am doing what I can." Now, I just thought this was funny because this relates beautifully back to my initial story about the email non-responder. And this is an example of how it can be done. Morning, Fiona. Just to say, I'm not ignoring your email. This wasn't the person I had a grief with, by the way. I think this is another thing we need to bear in mind. We are role models. How we behave, other people are going to watch us. So let's be those role models. Let's be kind. Let's take time. These are very difficult times. Let's be mindful of what's going on in our lives and why we may be behaving the way we are and why others may be behaving the way they are. Civility is important and it does save lives. So thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, thanks so much for that, Fiona. That was a really interesting talk for us to come to the end of our day with, especially in a year where we've heard be kind, self-care, all these different words. But look at those figures in your slides that say that's actually not happening. But it was good to see maybe some of the reasons why that doesn't happen. Tom, have you got any questions there? Anything you want to remark on?
Thanks, Anne, and thank you, Fiona. That was a fascinating talk. Thank you for sharing. And as much as you wish it was just all, this just happened naturally, because we're all compassionate people. We all come into these professions. But as you say, pressures and everything else that's going on can be challenging for even the most patient and the best of us. So it's just important to bring that back into focus. So there wasn't any specific questions. There was a couple of comments. Just the amazing shift that you had from the 37k to 2k on your slide there was just incredible. Jenny had just commented on that, and Una had added in a comment as well, just thinking that, you know, sometimes it seems to be a form of groupthink where these kind of traditional attitudes, for example, junior doctors weeping at the treatment they've received from midwives, particularly labour ward midwives. I'm allowed to say that, I was a labour ward midwife once, but never from neonatal nurses. You know, it's quick to point there. And just for me, I think just your closing point there about how we are all role models. We've all got an important point. It doesn't matter what stage we are in our career. It doesn't matter how experienced or inexperienced we are, as you say, as soon as we take on that role, we've got that professional responsibility. We've also got that role modeling, and it's so important. And that costs nothing. And being able to instill civility and courtesy and compassion is really at the heart of what we do. So thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed your talk.
Thanks again. Thanks, Tom. Thanks again, Fiona. Next, we've got, hopefully with no technical issues, Nicole's been dogged all the technical faults today, and she's very good at all the technology usually. But anyway, Nicole, I'm just going to hand over to you. You've got a few words to say next.
Yep, hopefully everybody can hear me. Yay! Great way to end the day. So I'm just going to take a little minute just to do a really, really nice thing, and one of my favourite things over the past few years. But yeah, I'm just here to announce the Neonatal Nurse of the Year from our Scottish Neonatal Nurses group. It's always a huge honour and pleasure to read the nominations, and they were plentiful this year. This award only started last year, and it was given to Alison Wright for very obvious reasons last year. But it was such a difficult decision to make the choice, and I was overwhelmed. I'm a really emotional person, as many of you will already know, and quite an excitable person. So it was really humbling to read the nominations, and I'll just read out a list of the finalists, just to give you a flavour that they were from all around the country and how difficult it was. So Natalie Webster from Aberdeen Neonatal Unit was nominated. Shirley Syme from the Special Care Baby Unit in the Borders was nominated. Jackie Cassidy from Wishaw had 2 nominations. So that's an incredible way to go. Hugh Lavelle, I hope I'm saying his name right, from Transport. Lynn Rayside from Glasgow Neonatal Unit. Rona Wilson also from Glasgow Neonatal Unit. Jenna Gibson from the Neonatal Unit in Dumfries. And lastly, Elaine Hogg from Edinburgh. So as you can see, it's a really nice travel around the country. And oh, I'm getting so excited to announce the winner. And we did try to link up with the winner so we could see her face when I announced it, but unfortunately we haven't managed to do that. So we're just going to put up a photo of her to really embarrass her anyway. So I'd like to take the minute to say congratulations to Jenna Gibson from the Neonatal Unit in Dumfries. And she is our Scottish Neonatal Nurses Group Neonatal Nurse of the Year. It's quite a mouthful. And we've got a lovely, I'm so sorry you can't get this in person, but this will be packed up and shared with you. So this is Jenna, and I'm just going to read a little bit out from the nomination around from Jenna. So Jenna is one of the ANMPs working in the Neonatal Unit in Dumfries. Jenna is that happy face that everyone loves to see in the unit. She is an inspiring leader and oozes positivity even during difficult times. Her compassion and care are effortless, and she is a fantastic role model for everyone that she works with. She is never too busy for the relentless questions from bank staff, and it's got in brackets myself. So this is a bank member of staff that has nominated Jenna, or the parents who just need to chat. Jenna really is a true star. And I'm even getting emotional reading that out. So huge congratulations to Jenna. Really well done. And I'm so sorry we couldn't do this in person. And I think that's a really nice fitting tribute and nomination following on from the talk that we've just had. So huge congratulations. Really well done, Jenna.
Well done.
So, yeah. And I've been promised that you will be watching at this point. So if anybody can take any photos in Dumfries, that would be amazing, and send them to us and we can get them on Twitter and onto the Facebook group. Fabulous. And I'm going to hand back to Alison now just for closing remarks.
Thank you, Nicole. I wish there was a wee fly on the wall down in Dumfries right now just to see what Jenna's up to. What a lovely way to finish the day. I've just got a couple of things. I was going to do a little bit about SNNG, but I'm just going to fly through that just to let you all know that, you know, we've changed the way that we're running the organisation just this year. So hopefully you've kind of got wind of that. We've moved to a free membership organisation to just try and increase the engagement and get rid of all the bureaucracy around trying to actually get £10 off of everybody, which was more hassle than it was worth. So we've got a bigger committee now, and we've now got an education subgroup which is just really getting off the ground, but there's somebody from every neonatal unit in both of these groups, and from transport and from all our education partners. And our Facebook page is getting more and more active, and we have Kirsten and Jane who are wonderful at twittering on our behalf as well. So our aim is to engage as many of you as possible. What we want you to do is to be a member, is just to speak to the people who are representing you in your units, and they just need to know that you want to be a member, and that's all you need to do, is to tell them that, and then they can add you to our database. So if you've not done that, please do so, and if you don't actually know who your rep is, if you can please just write in the chat, and we will make sure that that information gets to you. So the other thing that, now here's we go, let's see if technology defeats us at the last hurdle. I need to take back this to just put up one presentation, see if I've mastered this by the end of the day. Got a screen? Can you see that? Yay! So just to kind of let you see who the offers bearers are, and we're having some changes. So obviously I've been the chair, I think I've been the chair of the organisation for quite some time, and Nicole is the vice chair. We're going to swap these round next year, and Nicole is going to be the chair, and for the next wee while I will just kind of be there to just give her a wee bit of support as she takes over in the role. And Karen Tosh is taking over from Karen Taylor, and again Karen Taylor will be there in the background for a little while just to keep her right. Emma, who is I think there somewhere watching today, is taking over as secretary, and Karen out in Aberdeen as our membership database keeper, because she's not sorting out money or anything anymore. And Kirsten has already taken over as ANMP group lead, and is already kind of communicating with all the ANMPs across the country. Caroline and Marie have had a really easy transition to their role this year because we've had no exhibitors. So hopefully next year we'll keep you a wee bit busier. So that's really all I want to say in relation to the organisation, apart from one thing, is Jane Cooper, an ANMP up in Aberdeen, who's contributed lots to neonatal nursing over the years, is retiring next year. So we would just like to take time to say a fond farewell to Jane, and thank you for all you've done, and we need to find another ardent Twitterer to take over from you for us from that point of view. So I think all it leaves us to do now is to just say thank you to everybody. We've had lots of wonderful presentations today, so really thank you to all the speakers for their contribution, because you know it's a lot to prepare your talks and things and give them, but really it's been fascinating and really good talks. Everybody that's worked behind the scenes, and in particularly the moderators who've all helped today, so Anne, Nicole, Karen, Ginny and Tom. And lastly, but certainly not least, our colleagues from Vapotherm, who without this, this could not have happened. So I'll mention Ben, Carlson Oakes and Ruth Drake, but I really want to put most of this thanks to Alan, who is in the background there, who has supported us throughout all of this. And Alan, can you show your face, please? Just to say hello to everybody.
Sure, 2 seconds.
No.
I don't know if it's a face you want to see, to be fair.
Yeah,
there you go.
It is.
Hello.
Well done, Alan, and thank you.
Congratulations, John. You did a great job. Thank you very much for doing it. It was great.
And just a wee reminder to everybody before we just sign off for the day, can I ask you to remember to fill in your evaluations, just so that we can give that feedback to everybody, and also just sort of see how we've got on, and then you can get your certificate. Alan, would you mind doing one last thing for us? Can you post the link for the evaluation once more just at the end of the chat there, so that people can leave with that?
We'll do that right now.
Any questions that weren't answered, we will look at them in due time and get that information out to the speakers and the answers back to you. I think we did quite well and got most of them though. As Leslie has mentioned in her towards the end of her talk, we are hoping to post the videos up on the network site, and if we're able to do that, we will get that information out to you probably via ourselves and also via the network. So that'll give yourselves and colleagues who weren't able to join us the opportunity to see the presentations. And a final thank you is to all of you who have joined us today, and I hope you've enjoyed the day. I'm really sorry that we can't see you all, and probably see you all hopefully waving at us back, and I hope that we'll see you all again in person next year in 2021. So take care everybody and stay safe, and thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, we could wait and everyone come out. Most of the moderators will probably
they will hang
stay
about.
in.
Alan, is that us offline?
Well, that's still on. I'm just answering a few chat questions. There's people posting their thanks, so I'm just going to put that in the chat window, and I'll just stay on for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, we could just if the moderators want to hang off for a few minutes, that's fine.
Yeah, 15 minutes late, not bad.
We're a wee bit late, but well done, everybody.
I'm just going to say thanks to everyone. Sorry if I made you a bit late. It was maybe just a bit ambitious trying to cover that all in 30 minutes, but it was a great day. Thanks to everyone. Okay, and see you all soon. Stay safe.
Thanks, Leslie. It was fine. You weren't, nobody's running for buses, so you're fine.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye, Leslie. Bye.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Can someone remind me where Jenna works? Is it Wishaw?
Dumfries.
Dumfries.
I just worked with her. She was just finishing off her master's there, so I worked with her on her dissertation. So it was an absolute joy. So I'm so delighted to see that she got that as well. So a great.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, great stuff. I've already been sent a photo that she was very emotional in, so that's great.
Lovely. Very good, very good. So yeah, there's a few bits appearing on social media just to say well done to her. So that's good. So good. How is everybody? I'm exhausted.
I am exhausted too.
My bum's numb.
Your bum's numb.
And I'm happy to share that with the audience as well. That's the one thing that I've disliked about being online, and I'm really for digital technologies and online learning, but I'm a wandering in a lecture theatre and I go up and down and round about, and that's just, I am so missing that these days, that I'm having to sit for hours at a time. So I'm going to try and invest in a walkie kind of around my bedroom room to at least try and get my webcam just to move, because I'm struggling with that part. But
it's
yeah,
it's the whole day, isn't it?
Yeah. And some days, if you've got back-to-back lectures, back-to-back classes, you really are stuck. But it's still, at least we're still able to reach out and keep going with people.
I think you've done a brilliant job. It's been a longer video session than I've ever attended, and it's really worked. So well done, all of you. It's great.
Yeah, I think it's home for a gin, I think. But I like to say that we're still on air.
Okay, well, if you're having one, get us all one.
All the very best. Bye now.
Have some ice in mine, please, Alison. I missed my cup of tea earlier.
Thank you.
Well done, Alison, just for persevering and getting it to this stage. It would have been easy just to say, well, let's not do it this year, but I think it was worthwhile.
A wee bit of persuasion from, I think it's Anne's fault, I have to say. She's the one that put Alan onto me, and I was like, oh, I don't know about that.
It hasn't changed.
That doesn't surprise her.
I thought this was a good idea.
And I'm like, oh my goodness. But no, I have to say, Alan has made the process very much less painful than it might have been. And actually, it's been a learning process for a lot of us. But that's always a good thing. Every day's a school day. So, so
It just shows what ENNPs can do. Turn their hand to anything.
So it has been really good. So yeah, great. Good. So I
think. What do you think about doing it next year?
Well, so I think what it might suggest to us is that we could do things perhaps even out with the conference, but not necessarily a whole day thing, because I think people do quite value that interaction. So we've saw each other's faces and the audience have seen us faces, but they've not really had that opportunity to interact with each other. So that is definitely missing. So I think, yeah, and all